Hello, welcome to Freedom's live watch along of the general election results for 2024. A bit of an experiment. We've never done anything like this before. Who knows how it's going to go? I'm John Bigger. I've been writing for Freedom for around about 10 years, mainly about British politics. I also stood as an anarchist candidate in 2015 for class war. Very odd thing to do, but there you go. I've got some wonderful people to help us navigate the early part of the evening, and I just wonder whether they could introduce themselves, starting with Sophie.
Hello, I'm Sophie Scott Brown. I am a historian and philosopher of anarchism and anarchy in general radical politics. And I'm very excited to be here, although I've never voted and know nothing about elections. So,
Oh, well, that's brilliant. Fantastic. Well, we're going to have a great discussion. Rhiannon, how about you?
Hi, I'm Rhiannon. I'm a political theorist and sociologist. I'm interested in social movements and utopias, and especially anarchism. Um, and I've written books about anarchist social movements, organising disaster relief, and sort of intentional communities and how they sort of rescaling addresses climate change and things like that. So yeah, I'm mostly interested in politics beyond the ballot box. I do vote though. So yeah, we'll talk about that as we go along if we
Yeah,
get
cool.
stuck.
Absolutely. And Lucas.
Hi, I'm Lucas Christodoulou. I'm a they, them, and I am fascinated by politics, even though I guess I've always been an anarchist. But this is my football. This is where I get interested in stuff like transfers and statistics and all this nonsense. Even though at the same time I know that this isn't where proper power lies, I still think it's fascinating, and I'm looking forward to a really interesting. Well, this could be a historical moment, even if it is just voting.
Yeah, absolutely. I do a mix of things at elections. It depends how I feel at the time. I have voted today. I live in Loughborough, which is a classic marginal constituency. And so, you know, Loughborough tends to vote for the party that wins government. So it's been a Conservative MP since 2010. So there's a chance to change things here. So I will be looking out for the Loughborough result. What do we think are we going to see from the exit poll? Lucas, you take an interest in the stats. What do you think? What do you think we should expect?
Well, the fun thing is that we're going to see a bloodbath tonight. We're either going to see a Tory bloodbath, or we're going to see a bloodbath among the polling companies. Because if it turns out that they've got this really wrong, then something is deeply dodgy. But what it looks like is anything over 100 seats for the Tories is almost a success for them by now, because everybody has already decided that they're going to get wiped out. Maybe they will. Maybe this will be like the biggest wipeout ever in their history.
Yeah, yeah, it could be. It could be that big, couldn't it? But I'm always a little bit worried about these predictions. As we get closer to 10 o'clock, I start to panic a little bit. Just as I'm panicking now when I find out that we might not actually be live, but it turns out we are. So there we are. So I can calm down a little bit about the technical stuff and begin to relax a little bit and enjoy it. What do you think, Sophie? Are we on the brink of something massive, game changing?
Well, I mean, so there's sort of two perspectives for me. I mean, on the one hand, it's an election, right? So
Mm.
whoever that classic anarchist expression, whoever you vote for, the government's going to win. So it's going to be no surprise either way. Maybe they change the furnishings and the rosette color. That's about it. But of course, that is the kind of standard stock answer that you might expect a kind of ardent individualist anarchist to give. In terms of this sort of particular kind of historical moment, as it were, I do think that we are in a situation where the we have seen long Tory rules before, which have deteriorated, become increasingly corrupt, had increasingly sort of bizarre or absurd kind of decisions or errant leaders. We have seen all that. I mean, that was, you know, they went through the 80s with Thatcher, and then it sort of deteriorated, unraveled quickly in the 90s, going into the wonderful, glorious Blair era, which was thrilling for us all. However, this feels a little bit different, because I do think that we're seeing a party, it's a bit like what Lucas was saying, right? We're seeing a party that has all the aspirations and ambition and greed to be part of a political system that doesn't actually exist anymore in the world that we live in. And this sort of dissonance between what politicians think they can do and the world we live in is just maybe becoming unbridgeable now. So yeah, we're going through the motions with this election. Yeah, we're probably going to see a landslide. Are we going to see any change?
What do you think, Rhiannon?
Oh God, what about the polls and whether they're accurate, or what
Have
we're
you got
going
any
to
idea
see?
of what's the what?
Yeah,
I
I've
think
got absolutely no knowledge or authority to comment on what the polls are going to say and whether they're accurate or not. I mean, yeah, I'm really worried about Reform UK doing well, just because it just creeps me out, the whole thing.
Yeah.
It's scary, and especially given what's happened in France and well, I mean, what's happening in France, and just the sort of slow creep of fascism in Europe at the moment. And I guess if Labour get in and don't do what people want them to do, I don't know. It's sort of, I'm more interested in how parties connect to social movements than I am the parties themselves, and what are the sort of movements or groups or interests or whatever within society that are both being sort of composed by these parties and are also sort of putting their power and energies behind these parties. And then with Labour, I think it's just such an ambiguous blob, and it's just sort of general dissatisfaction with, the Tories, the current status quo, austerity, just general not having enough mortgage, interest rate rises, food banks, everything. It's not necessarily a sort of coherent thing that Labour are going to be able to do anything at all about. So what will happen to the sort of movements and interests in society when those needs and desires and general hope and optimism around this election aren't met?
I think this has been one of the most superficial election campaigns I've ever kind of lived through. I've spent a lot of time obsessing over election campaigns and enjoying all of them just for a bit of being a bit of a political geek. But I get the sense that we haven't learned anything more about the two main parties and their policies from the day that the campaign started. I don't feel as though I know anything. I don't know if anyone's got a comment about that, or whether they agree, disagree.
Yeah,
I think we've learned. Sorry, go on.
No, you first.
Oh, I think we've learned that Keir Starmer is super scared. He's super scared of saying anything, and he's a panderer. He's a panderer, and he's a fawner, and he's going to go along with the people who scare him, and that means that he's going to try to take the path of least resistance. So he's not exactly going to oppose vested interests, and so it's going to be the shit is going to keep on rolling downhill.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, did someone want to come in?
Yeah, I mean, all I was going to say is, again, this complete lack of sort of, I mean, it's not, I think we've long since given up. I mean, even before Tony Blair, we've given up on there being actual striking ideological differences between the parties. I mean, that sort of arguably these were the same kind of arguments we're having in the kind of post-war years, 1950s, about what does it mean to have a labour movement anymore. That's never really been a resolved issue. But now, again, we're getting to the point where even as superficial as it was, any real distinction is breaking down more and more and more. So again, this idea that, is this a meaningful of politics anymore? Is this really us exercising our democratic rights and freedoms? I think Rhiannon's point earlier about how, maybe the actual question is how these different characters, I mean, it's almost back to the 18th century where we had court and country Whigs in this country, and they were essentially the same party, just one lot were in and one lot were out. And what's interesting is, are the lot that's coming in, are they going to be, how receptive are they going to be to other sort of sources of democratic renewal, like social movements?
It is only 5 minutes to go now before we before we get the exit poll. They're normally pretty accurate, or very accurate. They've become much more accurate over time, and so we should get that in less than 5 minutes, and it will give us presumably what is going to pan out over the next few hours. So
Yeah, I like from Labour, I don't expect them to be wonderful and social movementy. I mean, under Corbyn, you could have people who dreamt about that we're going to have a mass movement. Labour is going to become like a party of activists and so on. Now, all we can hope is that they will make things slightly softer, so they'll create a slightly nicer environment for social movements to be able to self-organize, because the boot won't be crushing us quite so hard. That's the very minimal expectation.
yeah. Any comments any further on that?
Yeah, I mean, I'll be interested to sort of see what happens to leftist discourse with a Labour government. You know, will leftist discourse coalesce behind this sort of very neoliberal sort of business Starmerism, or I don't think it will. And I'm just interested to see if maybe leftist discourse diversifies and rebels against that and becomes more interesting in the context of sort of.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. So I've just found it unengaging. I was around my town today, and I heard one set of people just talking about the election, but I expected more. I expected to feel more of a buzz about it. How about
What's
you?
happened is
Sorry.
politics has become managerialized. It's become professionalized and managerialized, and it's taken itself into this sterile, perfect room where everything could be done by consultants, and it's withered and died in that, because it can't actually survive as a democratic process without some sort of conveyor belt supplying it with real messy life. So it's perfected itself, and in that perfection, it's curled up its own arse and died.
I mean, of course, it's not perfect, is it? I mean, it's what we're seeing is sort of, we've seen hideous corruption and absolute absurdity. I mean, it's been like watching a slow motion Samuel Beckett play for the past sort of 5 years. It wasn't that great before that, but
No,
you know, Liz Truss onwards, it's
exactly.
just been fast bordering on. I mean, you know, Marx wasn't right about much, but he was right when he said second time round. Fast.
It's amazing to think that we've had I think five Tory prime ministers since 2010. Is that correct? And
Yeah,
I lose count. And Labour have only ever had six in total in the whole of their history. That puts it into some kind of perspective, doesn't it?
Because that's another important thing. I mean, even if Labour doesn't represent much change, the Conservative Party represented a particular faction of the ruling class, and that is in disarray. They have absolutely screwed the pooch, as our American cousins would say. So that coordinating faction of the ruling class can't actually get its act together anymore, and that's very interesting to me. Even if nothing else really significant changes.
Right, less than a minute to go. We should have the exit poll at any moment. So I keep refreshing pages to see if it
Come
comes up.
on.
So hopefully we can start actually reacting to some actual knowledge, which would be good, wouldn't it? Well, I get worried. I've been in this situation so many times where I thought the Tories were going to do worse than they actually
I
did.
know, yeah, I know. I mean, I'm just terrified. Like, I don't know, some kind of Tory reform coalition, or
It's like the final scene of Carrie, you know, like
Lib Dems getting on
we
the
thought we were
game.
dead.
And it's odd, isn't it? Because we've got no great wish for a Labour government, but we've also got this wish to not have the Conservatives. Those two things combined are rather odd. We should have a result any moment now. People will get it before us, I think. But it is 10 o'clock.
Let's go. Breaking. It is predicting a Labour landslide. Yes. Come on. Of course it is. Come on. Oh, Mirror is reporting 410 seats for Labour. Conservatives 131 are disappointingly high, I would say. Oh, that is at the high end of the potential. But
And
someone should pull up Wikipedia and see if that still is their lowest ever, because it might be.
do you have a tally for Reform there?
Reform 13, it's saying. I think that is
13.
ITV. ITV is saying 13, which
It's
All
on
is
the
of them.
BBC
unfortunately again
website now
at
as
the
well.
highest. So this is actually one of the worst results that we could have expected. So that's pretty messed
Well, I've
up.
known worse. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, within the potential, within the predictions, because that is a lot for Reform.
Yeah.
Although at the same time, the Conservatives won't be as desperate as they would be if they were on like 50. Then they would have probably instantly merged with Reform just to get above the Lib Dems. But yeah, 13 for Reform, that's an awful lot of fascists in the next party who are going to be given 24/7 coverage in the news.
Yeah, absolutely. It's more Reform people than I was imagining. And of course, there were projections suggesting that the Lib Dems could come second, and that is clearly not the case. They've got 61.
Yeah,
Reform on 13 is higher than I was expecting. The SNP, serious drop
down
down
to
to
10.
10.
That's ridiculous.
Is significant as well. I mean, Labour winning in Scotland is something that they felt they had to do in order to get into Downing Street. I don't think they did need to do it, actually. They would have got into Downing Street without those Scottish seats, I imagine. That's the
Well,
worst
one of the things this
Conservative
election
result.
is showing is it's poison to be in government now. Because nowadays, like again, neoliberalism, alienation, everyone hates the government, everyone hates their lives. So being in power is actually now something that drags people down. The SNP have been in power for so long. They have been the boot
Yes.
on the face. They have been the people that you can blame for everything being so shit. So of course they're going to lose their votes, and probably in 5 years' time, Labour are going to massively lose it again, because no one can actually make this hellscape feel good for people.
Yeah, it's an interesting point, isn't it, that we go through decades of one party controlling in various parts of the UK and in the whole of the UK. Is this the start of a decades long Labour government? I mean, it's going to be difficult for the Conservatives to do well in 5 years' time, coming from such a low. Sorry, go on,
But
sorry.
Labour aren't doing well. The Conservatives are doing badly. Boris
Right. Okay.
Johnson sailed in with a huge puffed up majority based on a swing towards a nationalist conservative line. And then and Labour were absolutely, well, nobody thought Labour would come back with this. And Labour haven't. Labour have won by doing nothing. That's why Starmer's just been like, shush, don't say anything, don't frighten the horses. And they just want to succeed by the other people looking bad. And that's what the Conservatives and Reform will be doing over the next 5 years. They'll be watching Labour cock everything up.
Sophie.
Yeah, so Labour don't really actively win elections anymore, but the Conservatives sort of lose them, because I think, as we've been talking about, the default party of power in this country is Conservative, because that's what power is. It's being crap to people. So the whole idea that you would have this good progressive force in power is kind of a contradiction in terms. So yeah, all Labour had to do was shut up, which they've managed to do. But I think we ought to talk. I think we do need to talk a bit more about what's going on with parties like Reform and stuff like that. I mean, is that a protest vote? I mean, how clever have these people been at pressing certain kind of sensitive buttons among people? I mean, we're sort of saying, okay, does that mean we've got this big fascist influx into our political life? But what's that kind of about? Call me an optimist, but I'm not sure people sort of are naturally fascist. I mean, what's going on there? Why are these people winning? Because some of the language they use is very libertarian-esque. Of course, it doesn't translate into actual increases in people's liberty, But is there something in their message that the main political parties are just not putting across? Or what do we think?
Well, I would say they're libertarian in the sense that they don't want to pay taxes. They're the revolt of the angry property owners. That's been their roots. But I would say that the turn that the Conservatives made into national conservatism, don't worry, we are an ethno state and we will look after each other, that has opened the door to reform, because it said openly, we no longer believe in the market or capitalism to make everything nice. We're going to rely on pure power to make things good for the right kind of white people based on cultural norms. And that button, the Reform have taken it and pushed it extra hard because it was already up there.
Rhiannon, do you have any comments on Reform and their rise?
Not right now.
Oh,
Yeah.
just terrifying.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, I think people are odd in Britain, as they sorry, they don't tend to spend a lot of time thinking about politics and debating politics in the way that a lot of us might, or in detail. And
We're the odd ones,
people,
though.
yeah, maybe, yeah, but they don't tend to take a look at politics perhaps at election time until the week of the election. And so if you've got candidates, a party that is providing fairly basic gut instinct policies, and or really just slogans, because I don't think Reform really has policies. Every time they are put under serious kind of questioning, Nigel Farage crumbles. I'm assuming he's one of the people who's going to win here if that exit poll is correct. And what's also interesting is that they're tending to do very well around the coastline, aren't they? So, you know, they've pinned everything on this idea of stopping the boats, and they're going to be, you know, it looks like their supporters are continually looking out to sea as well, which is quite an interesting factor in all of this. We'll know more once the proper results come in. But the other thing I think is interesting about them is they will have got an awful lot of votes to get 13 seats. So there's that aspect, but you've also got to then trade that aspect off on the fact that 13 seats does not give you a great deal of time in Parliament to do much.
They're not going to spend any time in Parliament. They're going to spend all their time on the TV couches. It's going to be the same strategy as when they get elected to the European Parliament. They're going to do zero actual parliamentary work because all of their work is just going to be propaganda.
But that benefit comes from having the amount of votes that they've got rather than the amount of seats that they've got.
I mean, bringing it back to social movements, like I was talking about earlier, there've been some terrifyingly huge fascist protests in London recently, which I haven't been to, but friends who are anti-fascists have been to, and they've massively outnumbered anyone who's there to try and stop them. But I mean, it's not as bad as France, obviously, but there is certainly a large right-wing social movement that's not just in Parliament, it's on the streets. So
yes, and I suppose we don't know where we're going to be in 5 years' time at the next election, whether this is a Reform party that is going to last in our politics or whether it is going to crumble at the next election. There is a chance. I'm going to be positive for a moment. Is that all right?
No, that's not what this is about.
there is a chance, and I'm not convinced that it's going to happen, but there is a chance with this large majority that Labour will be able to get through. Obviously, it's going to be able to get through its manifesto commitments, and some of those manifesto commitments are quite vague. Some of them could be actually quite transformative. You know, things like votes for 16 and 17-year-olds, you know, green energy, and, you know, public owned company. There are things that they could do. There's been talk even of, you know, maybe them doing citizens' assemblies and stuff. There's a chance also that the economy could pick up and that far right ideas don't resonate as much in 5 years' time. Is that? I mean, Yeah, maybe I'm clinging to hope. What do you think? Well, you're looking skeptical, Sophie.
Well, I mean, it sort of comes back to something Lucas was saying earlier about the fact that, okay, and again, me and my Pollyanna optimism here that actually, yeah, people are voting. And yeah, as Rhiannon says, there's people, an unbelievably effective right-wing social movement happening. And we've got to sort of say to ourselves, well, why? I mean, as a historian, I've taught endless classes on how did Nazi Germany happen and things like that. And, it's an interesting question, but a lot of it comes down to, as I said, what Lucas was talking about, and this idea that these people, they do present or perform, at least going out and talking about politics, sitting on the TV, it's back to the old kind of almost Ciceronian rhetorician, orators, all that sort of thing. And they're not diddling away in Parliament behind closed doors, doing complicated things on many thousands and hundreds of committees. And yeah, I mean, like politics, that's not how people in our everyday lives, that's not how we do politics. We do what, like us four are doing now. We sit here, we chat, it's a blend of opinion with facts that we've picked up here and there. I mean, obviously, the academic instinct in political science is to tidy that all up and manage it and organize it and arrange it. But actually, that's not politics. Politics is this weird mixture of kind of passion and reason, and maybe slightly less of the reason. So possibly the kind of the sort of sense that how we answer these reform party candidates is by being more diligent, more transparent, more legalistic, more policy driven, more, and it's actually about how do we have those other types of conversations as well and as effectively as they are. Orwell himself says that the left have never nailed propaganda. They just haven't. They tend to resort to these sort of obtuse, sort of theoretical stances that just don't take people with them.
Yeah, there's the classic. I mean, Orwell hated the English left, so he's always so the left in some places has done propaganda very well. Sorry, what?
And yet he was of it. Orwell was.
Yeah, but yeah, he has this great point about how he's like, the left is always saying to everyone, we'll give you sensible, well insulated houses at a decent rent, whereas Hitler says to people, I offer you purely suffering, epic suffering, and the Germans cast themselves at his feet. And like you say, reform offers this kind of epic, we can do it stuff. We can pull stuff out of our dreams. And yeah, Starmer isn't going to offer that. Starmer's going to say, well, we have got 2.3% growth. Vote for me.
Yeah. So I was just thinking, well, we kind of also do that to the Tories themselves, don't we? I mean, and conservative ideas. We kind of have an overwhelmingly conservative society, particularly in England, I think, willing to vote for the Tories at the drop of a hat. They just need to sneeze, and certain people will be voting for them. Are we just an incredibly deferential society?
No, I don't think so. Actually, in some ways, it's the opposite. And I'm speaking from Norfolk, which is the blue heartland. Although I'm currently in North Norfolk, which is a bit more. No, it's still pretty blue. It's not really from deference for my lord and the squire. It's partly because actually the Conservatives, in when they're not being berserk, and let's face it, that they've not had a good track record lately. We've had a real run of truly very implausible leaders, even by Tory standards. But the rationale around here is generally they don't interfere. Well, they do. They serve their own interest, but that's the perception, that they're not interventionist. And so actually there is this, I feel Britain's a much more, England maybe, is a much more naturally anarchist country in the sense of, well, you mind your own business, don't interfere in my life, I'll make my own decisions, thank you very much, sort of thing. And there's always been that kind of instinctive resistance to something like Labour, which has never quite been overcome.
So it's kind of like, is that kind of, we're more individualistic? Is that what you're saying?
Possibly, or it's I'm not sure that I don't know how strong there is a sort of, I don't think there's a natural collectivism. I mean, even to the fact we say things like we're English, but no one really knows what that means, ever.
We've had a couple of comments on YouTube. How exciting! People can comment. They can say lovely things about us, which would be
They're not
great.
just telling us to buy crypto.
No, not yet. I mean, I would need some money first. That would be that would be helpful. So asking us what we might be thinking about independent candidates, Corbyn springs to mind. I don't know. How do we feel about Corbyn? Rhiannon, you're London based. Do you have any kind of instinct about Corbyn and whether he's going to do well? Have you come across anybody who's even mentioned him? You're not too
Yeah, I
far
mean,
away, are
people
you?
bump into him, you know. He takes our anarchist leaflets and you know, he's cool. I like him.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
friendly. I think people do like him. People on the sort of radical left and so on. I mean, I think he's going to do well. I don't know what, I've not really looked at the numbers, but I mean, I'd cycle through Islington on my way to work and there's Corbyn posters everywhere. I don't really see any other posters.
Really, that's
Don't see
interesting.
in Islington, not really, not on my little route anyway. So
That will be interesting if we can
yeah, I
find
don't know what
them.
the polls say or anything though. This is just me going by my weird little echo chamber on my cycle to
Well,
work. But
from what
yeah.
I've seen, well, that's as good as anything at the moment. Um, from what I've seen online in the last few days, is that it could be on a knife edge between Labour and Corbyn winning. It could be quite interesting because there's a chance that the current father of the house, Peter Bottomley, loses his seat, although on these figures I don't think so, and Edward Lee could lose his seats, but on these figures I don't think he will. And Jeremy Corbyn could win, and then he'd be the father of the house, and the father of the house kind of does the duty of the speaker before a speaker is elected and appointed. And I find that would be a wonderful, delicious irony of him having to kind of organise things on the
Grab
first
the mace,
day of
Jeremy. Grab the mace. Run out with it.
but that's not going. That's obviously not going to happen. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how he does. I've always been deeply sceptical of anarchists flocking to Labour during the Corbyn years. I found that incredibly frustrating, and I have to say, in the great scheme of things, I know that there are policy differences between Corbyn's Labour Party and Starmer's Labour Party, but big high-level stuff, I see them both as establishment statist parties. And I think if you're going to vote Labour in 2017 and 2019, why wouldn't you today, kind of thing, if you're that interested in it? It just seems a little
But
bit
to
odd to
give
me.
people their due, Corbyn winning the Labour Party was the biggest victory that the British left has had for like a generation at least. It was like, oh my God, we actually won something. We actually won a
Yeah.
majority out of this 600,000 people who are members of the Labour Party. And it was an amazing moment. But Corbyn, probably mostly because he is more of an activist than a politician, he
Mm.
wasn't actually able to hold on to that kind of power. But I don't blame people for wanting to be part of something. It's not like there's many options really if you're on the left
Yeah.
in Britain.
I mean, just before he became leader, I was doing an MA in trade unionism at Ruskin College, and everybody was kind of saying, "Let Labour die." What's the point in it? Look, Ed Miliband's not good enough. And people were really despondent and didn't feel as though they had a chance. And then the moment he had that chance, they were spending their £1 or their £3 or whatever it was to have a say in the leadership election, and I knew he was going to get elected as leader the moment he got the nominations, because I knew the trade union movement would swing behind him, and that's exactly kind of what happened. I'm amazed he didn't take the approach that Keir Starmer has in being so ruthless. Keir Starmer has been ruthless with the left, including Corbyn himself, and taken full control of the party. And I don't understand why the left didn't do that when they had the chance. Sorry,
Well,
Sophie.
I think Corbyn's a genuine Labour movement man, and there's a sort of quite a massive difference between the Labour movement and the kind of Labour Party or the parliamentary party. And I think, I mean, to me, it was kind of insane how this guy who, to be honest, not just in the Labour movement, but pretty left libertarian in many ways, quite a sort of fellow traveller with things like the New Left. And that kind of activist movement, and it was very, very much driven by activist politics. I mean, sorry, I'm just having some tech issues here. I hope you can still hear me.
Yeah, but your picture is frozen,
Yeah,
but I can hear you.
I mean, so I mean, this is a shameless plug here, but my next book is actually looking at this distinctive activist politics that came out of the kind of Cold War moment when there was a huge disillusionment with kind of Labour and their refusal to get behind, anti-nuclear and all that sort of thing. And this idea that, well, this is an interesting thing to do, right? It's actually this idea that political equality is as important as material equality, and that actually the two are not just conversational, but that actually in some ways political equality is maybe the bigger game in town. And Corbyn came through that, and I think it was incredibly brave of him, and I don't know if it was naive, I'm not sure, but the idea that he thought he might change the system from within, we all know that doesn't work, and yet it was incredibly exciting, especially for a student generation, to rediscover any sort of care about kind of the political process and what it could be. So maybe his biggest achievement was actually, sort of stimulating activity very much outside of the parliamentary system, just because he woke up a generation.
And that's the first use of the word woke tonight in a very good way. I like that. And we have to also bear in mind that Corbyn became leader of the Labour Party because it was his turn to have a go on the left. There's a group of left-wing MPs who take it in turns to have a go at becoming leader. John McDonnell had a previous go. In fact, because I was a civil servant, I used to be in the PCS union before I got sacked for organising strikes. So I know it's great. It's a fun life, this anarchist lark, isn't it? And John McDonnell announced his candidacy at the PCS conference, that he was going to go for the Labour leadership. And a few days later, he was asked by a journalist, if you had a time machine, what would you do? And he said, go back in time and murder Margaret Thatcher. And then he was advised not to stand for the Labour Party anymore. So he'd had his chance, but he would have been, if he kept his mouth shut, he would have been a much better leader. And he proved himself as Shadow Chancellor, I think, that he was serious, and I think he could have pulled it off and actually taken the left with him, and also taken the business community with him, because of course we only get a Labour Party in power when they're not threatening, which is what we're finding out tonight as well.
But I think we're learning how to do politics, right? So wait your turn, let time do its thing, and for God's sake, keep your mouth shut.
Yeah, that's electoral politics. Yeah. That's why I only got 65 votes in 2015.
Oh.
I knew all of my voters, though.
All your family.
Chrisville, no, I was living way away from family, so they couldn't even help me. Terrible. Anyway, Chris Philp won. He is currently a minister, but he won't be a minister tomorrow. And if he loses his seat in Gordon South, there's going to be a certain amount of personal satisfaction. Another comment. Why are UK governments allowed to choose the electoral system instead of this being chosen by an independent body or special public input commission? I'm laughing because I'm just thinking, didn't we create democracy? No, I know we didn't. But our establishment did, I think, is the answer, is it not? Do we have, I don't know, anybody got any views on that?
Well, again, historically, it's linked into the fact that, I mean, unlike Europe, where they've always had notions like civic codes and what have you, like this idea very much that you externalize, kind of your legal systems, your political, your legislative and all that sort of thing. Here, because we have the kind of common law or common law system, it's about precedent, and it's just because, well, it's been done that way for X number of years. So in answer to your commenter, there's probably no good reason at all. It's just that it's always been that way, and no one's really got the energy to make it a sensible case for why it should be otherwise, and B, a sensible proposal for how it would work. So there we go, pragmatics.
Yeah, I sometimes wonder at what point did the UK become a democracy, if we consider we are one. What point did we become a liberal democracy? And I kind of come down to maybe the idea around 1945, or when all women got the vote, which I think was 1928, offhand. But it's a difficult question. I've seen comments about how this is the worst Tory performance since 1832, and I was thinking, what do you mean? That wasn't a democracy. They didn't do terribly out of the British public in that year, because most of us, if we were around, wouldn't have had the chance to have a say.
One
So
of the
it's
really striking things about the British system, though, is that the executive, made out of Parliament, can sort of do whatever it wants. It's
yeah,
like British democracy is so old that you have like basically the king's powers wielded by Parliament. So
yeah,
Starmer could absolutely do what he wants. But the thing about Parliament is it's a clearinghouse for the balance of power in the country. It's where the powerful people work out their differences without having to shoot each other. It's a wonderful situation. So the reason that the system won't change now is because Starmer, the king, doesn't need it to change, because the system is working fine for him. But I think that we will now get proportional representation precisely because powerful groups like the Conservative Party and others see that they need it in order to get more of a, like, it looks like the Labour is going to get a huge majority with about 38% of the vote. So they're hugely benefited by first past the post, and therefore the landowning ruling class is now going to suddenly swing on the side of proportional representation.
yeah. This is the concept of elective dictatorship, that we have parliamentary sovereignty, but we also have a system which benefits the party in power because they can control Parliament.
Yeah.
So although Parliament is sovereign, the party in power has a great deal of power, and they control the agenda of Parliament each week, how long things get talked about, and mainly what gets talked about. But it is worth noting that 410 MPs is quite unwieldy. It's not going to be easy for Starmer to control all of those people, and that hints also at the difficulties of anyone hoping that Starmer is going to shift things to the left in power. There's going to be an awful lot of MPs who have won in previously conservative held areas. And those MPs are going to be scared about losing their seats in 5 years' time. And they are going to be resistant. And a lot of them will end up rebelling at some point with what Starmer does. So we are going to see Starmer be able to get he's going to be able to get everything done, but he's also going to find that a lot of MPs on his back benches are never going to be ministers. They're going to be annoyed about it. They're going to get fed up with it all, and they're going to be worried about what happens in 2029, I think.
Yes,
Right.
but if he
We
really
have
wanted
another.
to get stuff done, he wouldn't need all of them because he has such a huge majority that he can deal with it. I think the main issue is that he doesn't really care about getting very much done at all. He doesn't have anything he really like. He's going to go absolute balls to the wall on. This is why, even though he's now been handed absolute power in a way, and then he's not going to use it. A bit like how Joe Biden, in theory, could just drone strike Trump right now and be fine, but he won't.
I'm not sure that would pass as being absolutely fine. We would see how that would pan out.
Well, the
But
Supreme
I know what
Court
you
has just
mean.
ruled that the president can
Yeah,
just murder whoever he wants. It's wonderful.
yeah. Well, that's what the Conservative Supreme Court say. I'm not sure they would say it about Biden. So it's a little bit. I mean,
Well,
it's
then he
all
could drone
so.
strike them as well. It's okay. It's drone strikes all the way down.
Another question. How strong will the trade union movement be under this new Labour government? And can it be pushed in a more radical direction? Any ideas? Anybody? Rhiannon, you've not spoken for a while. Any ideas about the trade union movement and whether it will be reinvigorated in some way?
I'm afraid the trade union movement isn't quite my forte. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've not looked at the Labour policy on trade union movement either, but I saw that people have been commenting that Starmer's not going to be creating a particularly favourable environment for them.
Do you think that because you're more involved with activism at a kind of local level, do you feel as though there's any kind of hope for reinvigoration in that sense?
I think there's recently been a huge sort of reinvigoration of anarchist movements and things that I've noticed. Groups that I've been in are growing. People are organising around things like food and housing and all the things that austerity has sort of ripped out of the welfare state, and anarchists are organising around that. I mean, my last book was about disaster anarchism and how anarchists in the United States organised around, Hurricane Sandy through Occupy Sandy. But I've done recent research projects on things like food security and how anarchists and the cooperative movement and other sort of radical leftists are organising around distributing food and things like that, just as the welfare state withdraws. And how do movements stay radical in that context where they're just kind of putting a sticking plaster over the places where the neoliberal state is just sort of failing people and withdrawing? And is that a radical activity to just keep people alive? But I think it is. My argument is usually that it is, because it involves a sort of people getting together and talking about politics and talking about the failures of the state and getting angry together about the failures of the state. And so yeah, I think that and I've noticed it as well, that the movements that I'm part of are getting bigger. So yeah, I think there is, but I don't know how that will continue under Labour.
Yeah, and that's specifically anarchists getting involved with all of that stuff, not just, is it just anarchists, or is it involving communities in general?
I mean, I think anarchists are making huge efforts to connect with communities. But yeah, I think communities are organising their own stuff too, because there's a need there, and people don't watch their neighbours and their communities starve and go hungry and just go like,
Yeah.
the state ought to do something about that. People, I mean, that's what Kropotkin's mutual aid is about, isn't it? That's what the anarchist ideal is about, is that people are able to and will cooperate without the state. So as the state withdraws and as capital withdraws, people sort of organise through mutual aid and to meet their own needs and the needs of their communities. I mean, that's literally what anarchism's about. But I think that is happening in the context of austerity. But it's a shame if it needs austerity to happen. And it's like, is it, to what extent is it just putting a sticking plaster over things, and to what extent is it really about building a sort of a longer term infrastructure and sort of healthy movement? I think there is a healthy movement at the moment. I think that's getting bigger. But I mean, I think Labour governments can be even more dangerous for that kind of thing, because they tend to there's this sort of NGOization and co-optation of radical movements, where the things that are seen as state friendly and helpful are sort of offered incentives and money and funding in order to continue their sort of do-goody work, and the sections of movements which also tend to be more highly racialized and things like that are sort of securitized against and sort of seen as bad activity, and not given the money and more heavily policed. And I think that kind of co-optation, securitization split of movements sort of tends to intensify under Labour governments, which are more likely to encourage the sort of helpy, friendly aspects of mutual aid. And
yeah, Sophie, it looks like you're.
I completely agree with that. When I was looking at the sort of history of British anarchism from kind of the Cold War through to the kind of end of the 20th century, it's really interesting. Like a lot of the, I mean, it goes against the grain in many ways, but whenever there was a big Labour administration, like in the 60s, there's a sort of instinctive reaction, oh, this is going to be good, this is good for us. But it's exactly as Rhiannon's saying, in some ways, there is a sort of a managerialization process takes place, because it's very, very easy wins that you throw a sort of, it saves Labour having to do any meaningful redistribution of power or material goods. You just throw a bit of, sort of a few pots of money at the things you approve of, and then you trumpet very loudly about social justice and equality and inclusivity and widening participation and all these buzzwords. We absolutely saw that happening under like the Blair administration, things like the Deering report and all that kind of thing. I think Rhiannon's completely right, and it taps back to some of the things that we were talking about earlier, like maybe some of the kind of perceived disengagement with politics is actually because the way that politics is done in Parliament is not actually how the politics that matters to us and in the way we live our day-to-day life. I mean, one way of seeing anarchism is not necessarily as an end goal or a perfect vision, but a whole way of struggle. So this idea that does it matter that we're never actually defeating the state? Well, on one level, yes, it does, which means we're constantly having to re-stand up to power and keep that going every time it sort of encroaches too much into civil liberties. On the other hand, again, like Rhiannon was saying, couldn't agree more, the very experience of doing these things, whether or not we would ideally like not to be organizing food banks in the 21st century in Britain for our communities. On the other hand, that feeling of taking back some power, of learning how to cooperate voluntarily, these are things that we're not taught, like, as you know, we're supposedly educated to be democratic citizens. No, we're not. We're not taught how to manage our problems or manage our relationships with each other. We're taught a pugilistic system where we have to learn to win or lose, like we see in Parliament. I mean, the proof in the pudding is, you know, the two sides face off each other and they are a sword and a hilt's length apart. The whole parliamentary system's geared up for fighting, right? So
Yeah,
you don't want to be part of
absolutely.
that, you have to look elsewhere.
Coming back to trade unions, so we've talked about how we've got this this sense that or this reality that um, uh, kind of organizations are developing and people are getting more active at a local level. I mean, that's basically what trade unions should be as well, isn't it? Trade unions should be organized in that way, but of course, they are often connected to the Labour Party, and they often don't want to be so tricky for the Labour Party when they're in government. So the chances of them shifting to a more radical stance risks Starmer's reputation, risks the reputation of the Labour Party, and so they will probably control themselves a bit. And it also works when they're in opposition as well. They try not to be an embarrassment to the Labour Party, although that's been kind of tested over the last few years with the amount of strikes that have been going on, which Starmer has kind of tried to distance himself from, and the Tories have tried to make it look like Labour in favour of strikes and all the rest of it. So we've got a kind of strange relationship between the bureaucratic nature of our large trade unions and the Labour Party itself, which they helped to found. They think they own. So it's tricky. I can't imagine the trade union movement getting more radical. I can imagine them being brought into the fold a little bit to stop them being more radical.
But hasn't it changed? I mean, John, you've actually worked in it probably. I mean, I know I haven't. I've sort of been on the fringes, but that I mean, so we start off, yes, the Labour Party itself, the Labour movement comes through the trade unions in that very spontaneous way. And the trade unions themselves started in the same sorts of ways that Rhiannon's been discussing, I've been discussing, you know, boots on the ground, fixing problems as they arrive. So then you have a greater degree of organisation, which then weds them to the Labour Party, and there's that symbiotic relationship. But increasingly now, it's hard to know for me where exactly to place them, because especially, and most of them are so incredibly embedded with industry as well, because at the same, yes, they're pushing against it and they're protecting a certain selective amount of worker rights, never workers' control, only sort of certain concessions to make working life slightly less shit, sort of thing.
Yeah.
And in some ways, it's kind of hard to know where they are right now, you know, where their loyalties lie.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's say hello to Ben. Hi, Ben. How are
Hello.
you doing?
Hello,
Welcome.
Ben.
I don't know if you've had a chance to see the exit poll.
I have, yes, I've just seen it.
What's your immediate reaction?
Obviously, a bit concerned by the size of the Reform Party. I think anyone with any sense of history and understanding of their politics sees this as a terrible warning sign. Up obviously in Scotland, the big news here is the collapse of the SNP. which was the dominant party up here, and clearly the national fall of the Conservative Party. But given the Conservative Party have a really low base in Scotland, they might actually do potentially not that disastrously on the night in Scotland, because they're at a fairly low base anyway.
And I should have asked you to introduce yourself as well.
I'm Ben. Hello, everyone.
Yeah, so tell us a little bit about yourself there as well.
Well, I'm Ben Franks. I live in Dumfries and Galloway, which is split into two now Conservative constituencies. Sort of a history of that is it used to be a Labour town, still is in many ways a Labour town, but when the 2000s elections took place, 2001, 2005, it was kind of embarrassing in Scotland that there were no Conservative MPs returned, and so they kind of manipulated some local constituencies to make some split the town in one part into a very rural seat and created a sort of a rural seat with a bit of Dumfries in, split the other part of Dumfries into another incredibly rural town, one which takes up everywhere, which is rural from the Solway coast to the outskirts of Edinburgh, to basically ensure that the Conservatives would at least get some representation in Scotland. And that's likely to be the case tonight.
Yeah. Just coming back, that's really helpful. Just coming back to this idea of trade unions, I think the Labour Party is, we've already talked about how they're allowed in power because they're non-threatening to business. So that needs to be added into the mix of how the trade unions are treated by the Labour Party. They also, we noticed over the last week, got some lukewarm support from normally right-wing newspapers. Oh, they're still right-wing newspapers, aren't they? They haven't actually changed. They've just said that they're not so horrible about Starmer for a few days. So all of that needs to be added in as well. And I just feel as though the trade union movement is kind of, they are wedded to Labourism, this idea of getting the Labour Party into power, and that will not produce socialism. So for those of us who want some kind of socialism, I feel as though it has to be anarchism.
There's a couple of data points on that I think that's important. I was hearing how it used to be that the trade unions were the biggest donors to Labour, but now they're actually a tiny fraction compared to corporations, and that is a historical shift, because previously the unions could silently exercise a bit of power, or they could exercise power just like any other donor does, so they didn't even need to have this institutional beer and sandwiches thing. Now the kind of people who are funding Keir Starmer are sort of green energy capitalists, sort of Richard Branson, trendy capitalists and so on. So those are the people paying the piper. So the unions have way less influence now. So he's going to treat them far more harshly because he doesn't feel like he needs them. At the same time as we're in tougher times. We're in a world that's crumbling. We're in a world full of war and disease and constant hammering of environmental disasters. So there's going to be more unrest. So I think that one of the scenarios that we can see is in 5 years' time, there'll be loads of unrest, loads of strikes, because the unions themselves will have lost so much of that kind of stable control. And then you'll get like Reform and the Conservatives saying, look, Starmer can't control things. We must come in and reintroduce order. And that's why you'll get that turn towards authoritarianism.
I'm going to avoid trying to predict the future because I always get it wrong. But that's certainly a possible one, and I think I do think that there are a range, and I am going to say that there is that possibility of.
Well, I think we can be sure that the unions aren't going to become the biggest backers of Labour again. Labour is now a corporate party like the Democrats in America with a historical link to the trade unions rather than being a party of the labour movement. And that means something about how loyal the unions feel to Labour, how loyal they need to be. And I think that Unite the Union, oh God, what's the leader called? Sharon Graham? I think she's been quite clear. She's going to be more apolitical and not try and play this game and just build up member power. And we've already seen some unions disaffiliate over the last few years.
People are going to be saying "Let Labour die," aren't they, in the Labour movement before long? This is quite interesting because we have had another comment about how the two main parties are kind of converging in policy. And I think we have seen that in this election, although I do say that this election has been just incredibly superficial. And I'm still not sure really what the two parties stand for. But I do feel as though Labour has shifted towards the Conservatives in order to get votes. Do you feel like that, Ben? Oh, and you've got your microphone off at the moment. So yeah.
I just because there's a bit of background noise occasionally piping through our turn cameras and microphones off as family life takes place around me. Yeah, it's certainly the case that Keir Starmer has pushed the Labour Party into terrain where Conservative voters can feel safe to vote for him. Conservative institutions are not going to run big campaigns against him and libel him, and that is, he is beige. He is not saying anything which is going to disrupt the workings of capital in any way whatsoever. And that's why he's had largely a fairly free ride from the mainstream media as a result.
Yeah, Sophie, it looks like you were interested in coming in there, perhaps.
No, I just saw the little note that it's looking like Greens have won 2 seats, and that's, I think, I mean, as much as I think, we've covered the fact that there's sort of basically very little difference other than maybe colour scheme between the two main parties. But I mean, one of the things that surprised me that actually we've not seen more strenuous efforts from parties that kind of have nothing to lose because they're not serious contenders, yet actually they could seriously capitalize on this kind of non-choice between bland and blander. People like the Lib Dems who put themselves into the wilderness, but actually potentially quite interesting. Always been very hot on the local thing. Again, maybe Rhiannon, I don't know, that's a mixed blessing sometimes, isn't it? When you get sort of Lib Dems sort of extolling the virtues of localism. But then also, like I said, the news just in, Greens are looking like they've got a couple of seats. Well, on one hand, great, but really we're in the middle of a climate emergency, and the Greens have managed 2 seats, and none of the parties are talking seriously or meaningfully about the kind of changes necessary to meet the Paris Agreement. I mean, that's so far away, it's not even funny, and yet it'll be the thing which talking about future predictions, one thing I'd be moderately confident in saying is that, whilst we don't know exactly what the climate's going to do, we know we are in for an incredibly different world in 5 years' time, and nobody is discussing this, not seriously.
Yeah, who wants to come in next? Nobody. So yeah, I mean, I was kind of expecting the Greens to do better than 2. I'm kind of surprised by that.
It's incredibly worrying that a party which is explicitly anti-green has candidates who consider climate change to be a global conspiracy run by the Chinese government are going to have 6.5 times the number of representation than the Green Party. And one of the criticisms of the Green Party is it's largely reduced the environmental movement, bar 1 or 2 sort of spectacular symbolic protests, to a sort of constitutional game playing representative party. And the Green Party in Scotland is a party of government.
Yeah.
But you'd be hard pressed to point to any significant change to our economy, which has resulted as a result of the Greens being in a executive position.
Yeah, and I live in Sweden, and so I've had a Greens in government here for quite a while, and it's interesting because on the one hand they did actually do quite a lot quietly. So, for example, they did this bureaucratic thing where they scrapped a bunch of carbon credits that Sweden had in the European Union, and by doing that, they magically made like millions of tons disappear. But nobody understood what that meant. They won absolutely zero political capital based on it. But the headline things that they did was, for example, they went along with bringing in the strictest immigration controls of any European country. And all everybody saw was, oh, okay, the Greens are racist now, which of course, yeah, they threw immigrants under the bus because they wanted to stay in power. And then they ended up as just like the little tail wagging along behind the Social Democrat Party.
It's back to Corbyn again, isn't it? Like that belief that if I get in, I can do it differently. And you can't. And it's interesting. It's like that and also in some ways it's detrimental, isn't it? Because the vibrancy of the environmental movement and all the links and affiliations it naturally made with other areas of social justice and what have you. Almost by, I mean, I've seen some of the Greens in action. I know many of them are motivated, extremely motivated by genuine passion and commitment and desire for a lovely environment and ecological justice, social justice, all good things, all good things. You can't put that all into one party. You can't formulate it into a perfect policy. And you can't kind of play it through a parliamentary system that is not in itself geared up to achieve any of these things. In fact, it's there to achieve the absolute opposite of all these things. So in some ways, I mean, that's sort of, but again, this is in this sort of wonderful helter-skelter world of politics. What might be logical or rational is not really the point. What's interesting is, if people want a protest vote, why the heck are they not protest voting for things that aren't reform, basically?
Well, I think that the far right recently has been so successful because they've adopted the slogan of "Be reasonable, demand the impossible." They've just been demanding the impossible constantly, and people love it. People love to hear the impossible being demanded, and then when they get into power, oh well, then now they're boring and they're having to play by the rules. But they've been increasing boop 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 boop, boop like almost exponentially because they keep on saying, yeah, I'll make all your dreams come true, like Napoleon Dynamite.
I've never
Sorry,
thought
that
of
was a
them
weird
as
reference.
utopian, but yeah, I suppose they're trying to present very strong airbrushed images of what it could all be like, which is of course ridiculous. But
at the same time, we sometimes say the Conservative Party are playing politics on easy level, and the far right do so as well, because embedded in our system is this implicit nationalism, implicit thing about borders are great, we're the greatest country, blah, blah, blah. So they just take that and they put it on steroids and they detach it from any need to actually implement it. And people go, oh, yeah, well, that's the sort of stuff I've basically been hearing about how we beat Johnny Foreigner. Yeah, okay, good stuff. Whereas the Greens, they actually have to articulate a rather different vision, which is difficult.
Yeah, and people want to feel good about where they're from, don't they? And the worse things get, the more they want to feel good. And it's kind of easy for the right to kind of offer some kind of nationalistic, patriotic hope.
well,
I
I mean,
think,
there is an alternative, isn't there, to that kind of community spirit? It's what Rhiannon was talking about earlier. Those people are actually doing things in their
yeah,
community. That's a form of,
Yeah,
passion for the place you live in that's incredibly positive.
yeah.
But maybe that just can't have the same existence in Parliament as that kind of very kind of stylized. Is that the right word? I don't know, but that very kind of
Yeah,
distorted version that the right
yeah,
project, as
yeah.
opposed to the very genuine version that the left do but don't project.
is it just that it's a lot harder work than mouthing off? Is that what it is?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
part
probably.
of it, I think, isn't it? It's really hard to organize
Yeah.
and to get things done and to make a real tangible difference when
This is
people
something that
are.
makes me optimistic. Sorry, I interrupted.
So I was just going to say, it's hard when people are brought up to trust the state and to believe in it and to expect the state to
To
fill
apply.
the gaps, which is what we saw in COVID, wasn't it, as well? Um, before we move on to other things and results start to come in, because they will come in soon, I just wanted to reflect on why it is the Conservatives have been rejected so resoundingly as it appears to be. And you know, it's hard to sum up 14 years, isn't it, of Conservative rule? But maybe starting with Lucas, what do you think it is about the Conservatives that has been rejected tonight?
Okay, my hot take is the Conservative Party was already dead, and that basically what happened was they injected themselves with Brexit, which was just like it was like the electricity going into the frog legs and making them jump. The Conservative Party was already a dead, neoliberal, failed party. It had done austerity. It had killed politics. It had killed the host that it was parasiting off. And so, therefore, accidentally, Cameron screwed up and accidentally delivered them this huge cultural, nationalistic, un-British thing. It's like suddenly people are like, okay, now we're going to have a national revolution where we're going to just like totally change the country. And he didn't want that. But then Theresa May came along and said, okay, I'll ride this tiger. And she tried to do it, but she couldn't do it properly. And then Boris Johnson said, I have no morality at all. I will ride this tiger with no thought for the consequences. But each time the Conservative Party did that, it was also hollowing itself out again. Boris Johnson had to purge a lot of the party, so you got a narrower and narrower base of competence, and so it's like what we're seeing in America with the Republican Party. The Tea Party are now the sensible people. They were the loonies, and now they're the centrists of the party, because it's like, you know, you keep on getting more and more extreme because you have to keep on outcompeting your rivals in order to win power. And so then eventually Boris Johnson created this huge illusion of victory based on bollocks, and now the bollocks have come home to roost, is the quote that I will end on.
Rhiannon, how would you sum up the Tories over the last 14 years?
I don't know. I mean, it's just been
No
like
pressure, no problem.
yeah. I mean, it's sort of varied from just being some kind of weird soap opera to being, you know, a complete economic and social disaster. Yeah. That's my summary.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I know that you've written about disaster and stuff like that, and I've spoken to you before about COVID. Is that something that kind of stands out for you as a time when they were particularly bad, or is it austerity, or is it the whole thing combined? I don't know.
I mean, I don't think they were particularly bad during COVID. I mean, obviously they were, but I mean, I think the state was particularly bad during COVID. And I think the kind of discourse that was coming out of the left was just as bad as the ways in which the Tories behaved. And the way in which the Tories behaved, putting loads of people in furlough, is exactly how the left would have, you know, exactly what the Labour would have done if they were in government as well. So I don't think there was a huge, I don't think there was as big a difference between these sort of two seemingly polarized sides as they liked to present it as.
Yeah.
You know, there was this sort of split that I think a lot of it was reflecting American discourse about, you know, the idea that there are all these crazy individualists that want to run around spreading the virus, and then there's all these sort of lovely leftists that want to stay at home and protect everyone. But it didn't really account for sort of class differences in terms of the kind of housing that people were living in and things like that. And it was all very much about sort of securitizing and criminalizing people, and securitizing health. There wasn't any sort of discourse around real redistribution to communities. There was sort of distribution to individuals in order to, you know, tide over capitalism and jobs and so on. But there wasn't any socialist discourse at all. So yeah, I don't, and there's a demonization of sort of Boris Johnson and his parties and things like that. But I just feel like those kind of things are a distraction from, you know, just the absolute lack of anybody talking about any kind of socialist solution, like distributing resources to communities so they could look after themselves. And communities were and social movements were looking after themselves. But that goes back to what I was sort of talking about earlier in terms of social movements being a sticking plaster where capitalism fails, but then also there being a sort of potential spark of radicalism in that, I suppose. And that, I mean, that's how austerity's played out throughout the whole thing. And I don't know how, I don't, what's Keir Starmer going to do that's different? And I think that's the sort of crux of the issue, that people don't really have any faith in him, and see he's going to continue this kind of technocratic managerial approach to austerity, and maybe throw some kind of, nice things in. Like, I was looking like the thing about having a sort of British energy company, seems like something that is playing to one of the reasons that maybe last winter people might have, really switched their vote because of the absolutely impossible to pay energy prices. But I mean, people might have forgotten. I think a lot of people have forgotten about that by now. I mean, they've gone down a bit, haven't they? And it's summer, and people probably don't. This sort of British energy thing, it's like, is it going to make a big difference to a lot of people's lives? I don't know.
I've always kind of put that down to a kind of really poor attempt to try to keep the left on board when he's trying to purge them from his party. I kind of thought it was a kind of political thing. Although I'm not gonna, green energy sounds like a great thing. So if they make it work, I'm not going to be disappointed about it. I just, I think we have to.
Doesn't feel like real,
skeptical.
It doesn't feel like socialism to me. It feels like a sort of lip service, cynical nod to sort of a ghost of socialism, maybe. But if they were talking about nationalising the railways, I might be more interested.
I think that Great British Energy isn't going to be some sort of amazing nationalised energy company. I think it's more likely to be some sort of market manipulation, bulk buyer, like sort of like in the same way they do bulk buys of pharmaceuticals and so on. So it'll have a price controlling effect. But I can imagine that the green billionaires who have energy companies are eager to get in with Starmer because they know that they want to make sure that they've got the contracts.
Okay. Cool. Thank you. Ben, how do you sum up 14 years of Tory rule? What stands out for you as being the reason why they are losing?
Well, first of all, if predictions are right, this is, I think, the worst electoral result for the Conservatives, possibly years since they became known as the Conservative Party. It's worse than 97, it's worse than 45. So any sort of living memory of the Conservative Party, this is an appalling result. Having said that, compared to where some of the opinion polls a week or so had them, it's not as disastrous as it could have been. The fact is they're going to be in three figures, and some of the opinion polls earlier in the week had them down to sort of 90 seats, and even one or two of them neck and neck with the Liberal Democrats. So I don't think this is, sadly, the end of the Conservative Party in the UK. I mean, obviously, again, to just point to my local situation, in Scotland, we had periods of there being no Conservative MPs at all. Clearly, because we're part of the UK, that didn't stop the Conservatives governing the UK or having a voice within the mainstream media in Scotland. It was less of a voice than it would be in the UK, but they didn't disappear. They didn't stop having influence on political life, even when they're the fourth party with no representation within Parliament in Scotland. Why is it gone this badly? I think partly it's the stench of corruption. You think of the Conservative Party, you think of, Michelle Mone, you think of the tens of millions of pounds which Boris Johnson and his predecessors, shoved into their backers' hands for all sorts of nefarious enterprises. You think of them breaking the lockdown agreements to have parties while the rest of us were isolating and having to forego social life, and there they were, literally taking the piss out of us. On top of that, you think of the welfare rearrangements, which left tens of thousands of people starving and hungry, reliant on food banks. You think of the devastation they've done to the health service, and find someone who can find an NHS dentist nowadays who's willing to take on new patients. It's impossible. The whole social infrastructure has totally degraded. The contradictions within the Conservative Party, the contradictions which continually fracture the Conservative Party, have not really gone away. It's one which tore the Conservative Party apart in the early 90s, led to Brexit. Are you fundamentally a free market institution, a body which is fundamentally based on free trade, assisting global movements of goods and labour across national barriers to maximise return on investment? Or are you a petty nationalist party? And that contradiction was never properly resolved, and it's not resolved now. It seems to be pushing more towards the petty nationalism, as indeed it has in the United States. But that undercurrent of what is going to be most profitable and what is going to be the one which most appeals to the chauvinist is still utterly unresolved and can't be resolved. So that is, I think, a fundamental problem the Conservative Party manages to paper over at times. The great success of Margaret Thatcher was to try and marry them together for as long as possible, that the best ways to build up the nation state, to destroy the trade unions, was through free trade with Europe. That was why they sold the EU to Conservative voters. It was a way to destroy the unions. It was why the left was against the European Union. When the EU started to take on board, employee protection, environmental protection, it started to lose the free market supporters. But then that devastated trade arrangements with the rest of Europe. So these are fundamental schisms within the Conservative Party, but the Conservative Party lives with contradiction. It's just the way it lies to deal with those. Can it create a convincing myth, a convincing lie to cover it up? I think it probably can. The history of the Conservative Party is it's very good at recreating itself. But even if the Conservative Party dies, which would be lovely in one sense, doesn't mean that capitalism ceases working, nationalism ceases working. You've got the referendum party, you've got Keir Starmer's Reform Party, you've got the Labour Party, you've got the Liberal Democrat Party. Ultimately, if a Conservative Party dies, you've got plenty of other options to manage capitalism effectively.
Yeah, one of the things I'd been prepared for tonight was the Tories doing even worse, perhaps a Canada 1993 scenario where I think they went down to 3 seats in their parliament. They have come back. And the establishment doesn't change overnight, does it? There would still be, there'd be a lot of Conservative MPs going back to work in other areas, wouldn't there? For a start, there'd be hundreds of them disappearing into business and the media and all sorts of places. Also, all of those conservative-leaning newspapers, which are still conservative-leaning newspapers, even if they've said they kind of support Starmer, they wouldn't change. It wouldn't suddenly be the case that Sky News has three socialists discussing the papers at 10 o'clock each night, 10:30 or whatever. BBC's Question Time wouldn't have five panelists, 3 of them left wing. It just ticks on. It just ticks on. So actually, the fact that we are seeing the Conservatives potentially on 131 is business as usual, really. Despite this being a massive result for Labour, it's not a majority of 170 is pretty similar to what Blair got in 97. It's not as historic as perhaps people were predicting. But Sophie, you haven't had a chance to say why you think the Conservatives have lost. Have people left you enough to talk about?
actually, I mean, yes, I agree with pretty much most that everyone's been saying. Obviously, there's sort of fundamental conceptual sort of contradictions, paradoxes within the whole conservative idea, but then there is in Labour and there is in Liberal Democrat and there is in the state itself, you know, the very notion that in order to protect all our kind of liberties, we need to have this thing which takes them away is inherently paradoxical. I think absolutely right. They've sort of just absolutely systematically failed on you know, sort of managing the cost of living crisis, managing Brexit, managing anything. To some degree, these again, possibly, I think this is sort of symptomatic of the times we live in now. And again, something I feel very strongly that there is a massive disconnect between what people believe the parliamentary system can do and the reality of how power works these days. That's not to say that they didn't extra specially bungle it. I think what I'd add to this is sort of picking up on what Ben was kind of saying and building on that, this idea that we've had such a trot of corruption from them. And actually, I think that does kind of matter. I mean, Cameron and May, if you look closely at some of the things they were doing, yeah, it was kind of ridiculous, bad mishandling of things, or Cameron basically just washing his hands of the mess he created and walking away from it. But the big difference was that as repellent, and I may be about to get some serious pushback here, as repellent as their policies and their actual sort of parliamentary work was, they at least managed to present to some degree slightly more plausibly. I think it does matter that we've had leaders, Johnson, Truss, Sunak, they're quite ridiculous. They are embarrassing, in fact, on the world stage. They act in, I mean, Johnson made a whole, initially that was part of his sort of appeal. It was sort of vintage Boris, as in the guy that used to present "Have I Got News for You" and be there and play the clown, and that was one of his big stylistic things that he tried to do. But it actually unraveled. It actually beat him in the end, because there are certain limits to that kind of endless British capacity to sort of chuckle along, sort of thing, or enjoy the buffoon, the sort of little fella having a go. I've just got that ghastly image of him swinging around on a harness for the Olympics or something like that. It was bloody awful. I think that was as mayor of London. But actually, I think after a while it wears you down just to get so much sort of so long now. It's just been, it's not even that we're looking to be proud of anyone. We're just not looking to be ritually humiliated by anyone, and none of these leaders have offered us sort of anything but kind of sort of ritual shame and humiliation. So that's my 2 pennies worth.
Can I just say how good this chat is compared to the BBC? They're talking about Andy Murray and Wimbledon. What? There's an election going on. Andrea Leadsom is going on about Andy Murray. Anyway, I'm trying to keep abreast of everything, waiting for the first result to come. But we're not quite sure when we're going to get there. We have had another comment via YouTube, somebody saying that there are plenty of Tory financial donors switching to Labour, which is a point I think Lucas made earlier. Better stable managers for them at the moment, and I think that's absolutely right. But also, it's kind of Keir Starmer's strategy as well, isn't it? It's Keir Starmer wants to look like he's the better manager than the Tories, and that links to them getting closer and closer to Tory policies. We're going to manage capitalism the best, and that seems to be the way forward. So there's also some news in on who could possibly lose their seats from the cabinet. Grant Shapps, I think he's the current Defence Secretary, if I've got them right in my mind. He could lose his seat. Penny Mordaunt is the current leader of the House of Commons, and we're about to get the first result as well from, where's it going to be? Sunderland South, Houghton and Sunderland South. And Jacob Rees-Mogg might lose his seat too, which is pretty interesting. Corbyn in Islington North, too close to call. That is going to be fascinating if he stays in Parliament. I think that is going to be really interesting. But we are just awaiting Sunderland South.
Labour wins Sunderland South, unsurprisingly.
You're ahead of me. Yes. What's going to be interesting, I think, and Lucas will know more about this, is the swing, I think, is what we're going to be looking out for. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, the first result, especially if it's in a safe place. I mean, Sunderland apparently they're very fast at counting because they've got all these people who work in the banks
Big
counting
result
the notes.
sorry to interrupt. Big result for the referendum party. They came second with nearly 12,000 votes.
Wow.
What?
Yes.
The referendum party?
Not referendum, Reform Party, rather.
James Goldsmith coming back from the dead.
Talking about their precursor.
So that's
Yeah.
Bridget Phillipson winning in Sunderland South. She's likely to be the new education secretary. How do we feel? Well, we might get into Labour policy at some point on education, but
Well, like we were saying about the Greens are only going to get 2, Reform are going to get about 13, and that 13 also means they're going to come second in loads of places, and that's going to be causing the fear. It's like, oh yeah, okay, 13, we can push 13 around, we've got 400, but Starmer's going to be scared about all of those second and third places.
Yes, and the turnout was 51%.
Is that up or down?
Well, I don't know how that compares to last time in Sunderland South, but it is very low for a general election.
It's
if
very
it was
low.
repeated everywhere.
The lowest turnouts are in Labour safe seats. They're in places like St Helens and Hackney, because there's nowhere else to go and people aren't super enthusiastic. And Labour used to triangulate based on that and think, well, the working class has got nowhere else to go. Fuck them. And now, oops, here come the fascists.
Were you saying oops because of your swearing, or oops because...
No, I'm saying oops as in the neoliberals realise, oops, we fucked up.
That result turns out to be a 3.4% swing from Labour to Reform.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. And yeah, it's that is quite astonishing, and that is, well, again, I mentioned earlier that Reform is doing well in kind of coastal areas. It's not too far, is it, from kind of that sort of area? But that is, I don't know. How do we feel about that?
That's fucked up. Excuse me, but that is deeply, deeply worrying. This is deeply, deeply, deeply worrying. And I'm seeing speculation that they could get a lot of Barnsley as well, which was a place where the BNP made their breakthrough with the council. So this is a classic fascist rise among working class areas, although it's usually the lower middle class of those areas who actually vote for them. But this is horrendous. This is really
that's
horrendous.
Barnsley North, I think, which is possibly going to Reform. We'll have to wait and see. It looks like it might. It looks like Loughborough, where I am, is going to go to Labour, but we have to wait and see. But yeah, that's a really shocking, I think, result. Sorry, Ben.
Just looking at the breakdown, the Conservative vote is down 19%, and the Reform vote is up 13%. So it looks like it's Conservative voters rebelling by going over to Reform, but it's a very, very worrying result.
Yeah. Yes, that is right.
I mean, this follows what's happened in lots of other European countries as well. Like in France, the rise of the old National Front fascists didn't happen overnight. What happened is they ate the old right wing. The old right wing tried to compete with them by going more and more to the right. And then people were like, well, why should we vote for the imitation when we can get the real thing? And then eventually the far right becomes the new normal right.
Yes. And Simon, who is off screen at the moment, who might join us at some point, says that this fits with them getting the 13 seats that they're going to get. So we can expect this sort of thing, can't we? I think. We're all shell shocked now. We expected Labour to win that by, you know, a large margin, which they did. They got nearly 47% of the vote. But that change, that change specifically between the Conservatives and Reform is fascinating, because it's almost like a straight swap, isn't it? What we don't know yet is the share of the vote nationally, but I suspect the share of the vote nationally for the Conservatives is maybe something like 22 or whatever, 23 maybe, maybe more than that. But it's going to be about 20 percentage points lower on what they got 5 years ago. And there are so they're dropping 20% on average, 20 percentage points. There are places where they didn't get 20% last time, so they are going to do particularly badly in certain areas, and that's perhaps where Reform are going to be making their advantage. But that will come out as we go through. But these statistics can get quite complex and quite tricky to understand. But there's going to be a lot to analyze, and I get the sense that this election is going to be something that I mean, all elections are ones which get analyzed for decades, but this seems particularly potent. And it isn't potent simply because of Labour's big victory. It's that Reform result, and over the course of them not getting seats, they're racking up a massive amount of votes.
Here's a thing that's going to be funny. The Reform vote is bigger than lots of us thought, and it's probably going to be bigger even than Reform thought. So a lot of the people who get elected won't actually have realised that they were going to become an MP. You see this sometimes. People put their name down on a list just to help out a mate, and they are completely random. So we're going to get a lot of real Reform weirdos. And it's quite possible that there'll be a split within the Reform parliamentary group during this parliament. I would say that it would be strange if there aren't. There's going to be like people breaking off to stand as independents, people saying, no, I'm going to take my ball and go home, precisely because these are all going to be political newcomers and there'll be no discipline. So at least that'll be an interesting shit show.
There's no infrastructure for them, is there? With the main parties, they've got a ready-made infrastructure in Parliament, old hands showing the new people how to do things and all the rest of it. Reform don't have that. They're going to have to learn pretty quickly, and yeah, that could cause all sorts of divisions for sure.
Because Reform is just like a cult of personality. It's a private company. It's a cult of personality. Farage doesn't want to set up an infrastructure, because an infrastructure, institutions would limit his power to just wave his hand and do what he wants. So that limits Reform's growth. Whereas on the European continent, the more classic fascists, they love organisation. They build up their little talking groups where they get together and they talk about interesting fascist ideas, and then they build up from that. Whereas Reform is more of a sort of a top-down thing, which leads me to think that, okay, maybe Reform won't exactly grow and take over the far right, but it'll merge into the Conservative Party, or the Conservative Party will itself reform itself, fascist itself.
I think you're right. One of the problems the Conservative Party has had is when it democratized, when it gave the membership a say over the election of its leaders. So it kept choosing, you know, what type of person joins the Conservative Party? Pretty weird people. And you get, you know, an electorate of extremely weird old people who are choosing, you know, Liz Truss to be the Prime Minister, or Boris Johnson to be the Prime Minister. And Reform have got around that problem by saying, no, the guy who pays for our party, he chooses. Tice, he chooses who's going to be leader. It's either going to be him or his mate, Nigel. We'll decide policy. That, you know, we can come up with contradictory proposals, and we can't be called out on it because we're in control of it. And the Conservative Party will probably learn from that. If we want to start competing with Reform, we're going to have to reform our political structures to ape the fascist structure of Reform.
I think as anarchists, we also need to be asking another question too, right? I mean, okay, yeah, there's a lot of clever politicking, or not so clever, but blatant politicking on behalf of people like the Reform leaders, or there's failures within the Conservative Party, and there's general failures within the parliamentary system. But I still think like what's happening if we've got to a point. I mean, we've had the welfare state since 1945, right? So there's comprehensive education and this is supposed to be, you know, sort of this is supposed to be a sort of a kind of very great time to be living in compared to others in history. So what's going so wrong that people are just they're not really interested in following nuanced sort of policy related arguments and that they are actually, I mean, I just don't think that everyone who's drawn to reform is necessarily sort of intrinsically awful, but there's something going wrong that reform are kind of appealing to, and that you know, so what's happening? Where is this disconnect come from? And I think actually that it is quite important to be thinking about that as well as answering the kind of political questions.
I'm starting to think I'm living in a time warp because the BBC are talking about Andy Murray again.
Oh, God.
This time with Jacob Rees-Mogg, who looks shattered. He looks defeated. He looks beaten. But I'm just hoping that maybe that's the case. Yeah. So we are awaiting more results, but it could be a while before they come in. At some point, of course, something we haven't talked about yet, but you've hinted at it, Ben, is that Rishi Sunak will presumably resign at some point in the next few hours, maybe, as leader of the Conservative Party, and then they have to do that choosing. And I think that's easier with 131 than it is with maybe less than 100, and the various factions that the Conservative Party has. There's about 17 different factions on the right of the party, all vying for their particular person to get in. And yeah, it goes to that membership unless they change the rules. The 1922 committee of backbench Conservative MPs, the board of that committee can basically change the rules as they see fit. But as it stands, it would go to the membership after some kind of hustings and so on. But yeah, it's we're going to see a really rather odd change in the Conservative Party, and I've got a feeling that they're not going to be swinging towards Labour. They're going to be swinging further to the right. Is that a fair belief? Someone speak about it, please.
Well, I think we can be definite about it. At the same time, though, remember what happened after 1997. The Conservative Party went quickly through a bunch of absolutely useless leaders because they were shattered and they were finding their feet. So in a way, it doesn't actually matter where the Conservative Party goes right now, because that's just going to be them dealing with stuff, and they're going to be under the shadow of Keir Starmer's enormous majority. So they've got a few years in the wilderness to sort themselves out. And yeah, like Benjamin says, maybe they are going to change their system eventually, because they're gonna throw up the weirdest of the weird who can play to the nasty racist people who are the membership.
So you don't think they can rebuild and come back in 5 years' time?
Yes, in 5 years, that's long enough, absolutely. But they might have gone through 20 leaders by that time. Well, maybe not quite 20, although I think the Roman Empire managed about 20 in 1 year. But yeah, I think they'll riffle through a bunch of them and then have horrible negotiations with reform. But the Conservatives will be looking at all those votes in Sunderland and thinking, that could have been us if we were only just a little bit more fascist. And so they'll be thinking that's our route to victory.
Incidentally, this is the first time since 1970 at an election that something has happened with the result. And I'm going to leave that open. You win a prize if you can work out why this election is unique since 1970. I mean, you don't actually win a prize. I'm just saying you do. But the British people have done something very unusual today. It doesn't happen very often. Any ideas? No. Oh, maybe I should keep this
Not
going.
complained about the weather.
No, it's specifically about the result.
The result.
Yeah.
We don't have it yet. Is it to do with betting?
That's true. I'm assuming the exit poll is correct.
Okay.
Maybe I'll come back to that. Or
No. I like Lucas's comparison to the Roman Empire, though. I think we should have more of those going forward.
I'd like to return, if that's okay, to Sophie's point about, you know, as anarchists are people who are politically active and aware, what do we do about, you know, which has been, it's not new now. Obviously, we had the BNP, we've had UKIP, but, you know, it's more and more embedded. We've now got a Labour leader saying he's happy to talk with the National Front National, or whatever they're now called in France, latest rebranding. We've got a complete normalization of xenophobic politics. You know, I think for the last 20 years, anti-fascism has been really on the back foot. And we haven't come up with very good strategies for counteracting it.
But that's because the only real sustainable anti-fascist solution is the filling the vacuum strategy. You've got to actually build something that takes away the water that the fascists swim in, and they love it when there's division and poverty and hatred. So if you keep on pushing them back, but that breeding ground, that water, that mixed metaphor is still there, they're going to keep on coming back, unfortunately. So anti-fascism can only ever be a tactic, and we haven't succeeded in creating something else, which is why I think what Rhiannon was saying about the food banks and building this sort of base, that is the only way that things are actually going to change, if you actually create a more dense society at the grassroots.
Forgive me. Sorry, carry on.
Just as a comment in the YouTube saying, "Oh, tell us," I think that was your first time British voters have ever done something.
Oh, right, okay. Oh, have I got to reveal it now and not make people wait until 6:30?
This is the 21st century. No one has an attention span anymore.
It is the first time since 1970, if this result comes through, that the UK population have voted for a government with a majority replacing another party that had a majority.
Oh, okay.
Why are you disappointed?
I thought it was going to be really exciting.
I
Sorry,
think that is, isn't it? I think that is, right?
But
Can you repeat that? I don't even understand.
Okay, so in 1970, the Conservatives unexpectedly beat Labour and formed a government. In 1974, though, there was a hung parliament, and so it wasn't a majority win.
What about 97?
97. By the time we got, I was going to go through them all, but that's fine. By the time we got to 1997, John Major's government had become a minority.
I did not know that.
Yeah, only just.
So what this means is it's volatility. Basically, we're in an era of huge swings, which is another reason I think that Starmer is probably going to end up getting turfed out in 5 years' time, because neoliberalism and alienation has destroyed the social fabric, so there's nothing gluing people together anymore. So people are blowing around like dry grains of sand in the 1930s California Dust Bowl.
I see. Yeah. Well, I mean, certainly we've got voter volatility. I mean, the reform vote proves that, doesn't it? As does the gains for the Greens as well. Actually, the gain for the Greens that it looks like is going to happen.
Oh, are we going to see the DUP getting wiped out? I'm looking forward to that.
We might, but by that stage, we have definitely turned this off. Because the Northern Ireland results won't be coming in until tomorrow, possibly tomorrow afternoon. And I'm definitely not still here.
That will be deserved.
Another one for
we can enjoy that.
Oh, we've got another result, have we?
So
this is Blythe and Ashington, is that right? Ian Lavery, Labour hold, Blythe and Ashington. Reform again in second place.
Oh, goodness.
So this is going to be another swing there. Goodness me. So turnout, 53%. Again, that is really low for a general election. Astonishing. People really couldn't be asked, could they? Nearly half the population so far stayed at home.
Despite that really weird slogan, be lazy, vote.
Was that an actual
Yeah,
slogan?
Yeah.
Whose
People not
slogan?
get that on their social media feeds and
No,
stuff.
I
I
didn't
think it
get
was
that
also
one.
in one of there was a newspaper advert with it in as well.
Amazing.
Yeah, be lazy, vote. It's like contradictory. Surely the laziest thing is not to vote.
I mean,
Well,
anarchists would say that voting is the laziest thing
Yeah.
because
Ah.
it's kind of an alternative form of political
democracy.
action to organising with your communities and, you know, doing the actual political work of democracy, workplace organising, you know. That's specifically the anarchist critique of voting, isn't it?
Yeah.
I've got to say, so in Sweden we have a very big far right party, and in Sweden it's a proper far right party. It's not like the UKIP reform sort of small business guys who don't want to pay tax. In Sweden, the far right here was actually founded by people who are in the SS. So it's got these proper fascist white power roots, but it still gets around 20% of the vote. And that is but partly because it's become normalized, but also because it's taken the narrative, the dominant Swedish narrative of things like the welfare state, and turned it around and said, no, this is our narrative, and we want a nice welfare state for white people, for people within our homogenous, ethno-nationalistic world, where we don't allow anyone to fly the rainbow flag. And that is appealing. But again, it's not that people have turned to this party. It's a very specific group of usually slightly older men who are very authoritarian, who also poll as being in favor of all sorts of other things that are also extremely authoritarian. So it's skimming off a particular section of sort of scared, insecure men who are worried about feminism, worried about immigration, because they feel that their position of relative privilege is sinking right now.
In Blyth and Ashington, Labour hold, but Reform came second. The swing was 7.9% from Labour to Reform. The Conservative vote went down 18 percentage points and Reform went up 18 percentage points. So again, it's almost like for like in terms of where the Tories are losing their votes to. Labour's vote did increase, but only by 2 percentage points, so not a dramatic victory for them. So Reform's going to be the story of the night, isn't it? Reform is going to be the story of the night. One of the other things that's going to get said a lot is that there's an appetite to get rid of the Tories, but not an appetite for Starmer or Labour. And I can see that. However, people said that about Blair in '97.
He was really, I mean, maybe within the Labour movement, but he was always presented as
on the night. So sorry, on the night, I watched it recently. On the night, lots of people said it. But the point that I was going to make was that you don't really define things purely tonight, is what I was just going to say. On the night, lots of Conservatives in particular have got a reason for saying it. Were saying it, and I think they will say it about Starmer. I'm not sure that we will necessarily define Starmer as people will tonight. That's what I was going to say. Is that fair, or do you want to come back?
But Blair's message was consistent when he was leader and when he was in power. He was all about this. It wasn't the white heat of technology. It was the cool heat of Doritos. I mean, it was the same fluffy bullshit all the way through. So I think that from Starmer, he is a boring lawyer, and he's going to stay a boring lawyer.
But I did interrupt you, Sophie. So what were you going to say? Were you going to talk about Blair being popular at the time? Because I think he was.
I mean, yeah, I think people in the inner circle, like within politics, and also anyone who'd sort of worked in chambers with her or anything like that,
Yeah,
kind of knew. I didn't think we all realized that he was going to be a messianic genocidal maniac. That was probably news, but there was a sense to which there was some questions over, there was general questioning, and within the Labour movement, anyone sort of in the wider Labour movement was like, how socialist is, well, sort of like, do you even ask that question in Labour circles anymore, or has socialist become too dirty a term? But I think generally there was this sense that, again, maybe this goes back to some of the things Lucas was saying earlier about how much, there's so much that I think there's sort of genuinely a drop in interest in the nuts and bolts of politics, which is having difficult decisions about how we live together and how we split the resources that we have for doing that. And so much has become this absurd theatre. And in some senses, again, I think a lot of people are quite satisfied by the fact that he was relatively plausible. He was a bit younger. He was sort of, you just come off John Major, who was, a bit cricket Village Green at the best of times, and had an affair with Edwina Curry, and dear Lord, there was an image no one needed, sort of thing. So
did we know about that before the 97 election? Because my memory is hazy. Did we find out about that later?
It was later,
I think
yes.
the story broke later, but it was
A reassessment needed to be made of him not being quite so grey.
Well,
But
that's
very
one way to do
it. Yeah, no, I think
And
that,
Tony Blair himself was a copy of Bill Clinton. He was picking up this shiny Hollywood professionalized consultant driven
very
version of
managed,
politics.
yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
and fun fact though, it's actually Swedish social democrats who invented the term the third way in the 80s, and that's what poisoned the rest of social democracy. So sorry
I thought
guys
it was
about
Hitler.
that. Third position is a different thing to third way.
I had the deep misfortune back in the late 90s, 95 or 96. I was working on a very short-term contract at the Institute of Education as a research assistant. And Tony Blair, who was the newly elected leader of the Labour Party, it was before the 97 election, but all the momentum was behind him, came to speak at the Institute of Education, and everyone turned up there. And it was incredibly slick but meaningless platitudes. And I was sitting there amongst academics. I was a very junior, couldn't be more junior as an academic there, sitting around thinking, well, I can't wait for the questions. They're going to tear this guy apart. All these critical thinking, analytic academics, they're going to rip this facetious, empty rhetoric apart. And he finished, and I turned to my colleague who was also on a short-term contract, sort of steaming at the empty platitudes this sort of glove puppet was saying, ready for the hostilities to commence. And everyone around me rose up and gave him a standing ovation. Not only did I lose all respect for Tony Blair, I lost all respect for my colleagues that day.
Yeah.
Well, you had all these Blairist communists, didn't you? You had all these, like Marxism Today, all of these Euro communists, Stalinists who'd had their come to Jesus moment with capitalism, then went full throttle and decided it's the end of history. Let's all merge into the liberal movement.
And I think there was a sense of get him over. I mean, again, it seems to be that, I mean, it's sort of facetious to say you learn from history, but there is this just continual faith that if we get this person over the line, even if they're not perfect, once they're in, they'll be okay and we'll be able to change things. And that's almost, I don't think it's ever happened, ever.
I had another question, and I'm going to blame my dyslexia for this because it's come from it mentions Hurricane Beryl, and I thought that might be the name of the person asking the question, because anarchists love a kind of pseudonym, don't they? Hurricane Beryl is an event tying together many relevant topics: climate change, disastrous British colonial governance, racism, offshore tax havens, etc. So, what impact did it have on this election? Not sure it did. Did it? I'm not sure I understand the question entirely.
No, I mean it should have. That's the point. I mean, who was it? Was it Sophie saying why we're in the middle of a climate emergency? Why are the Greens only getting two? It is ridiculous, but unfortunately, right now across the whole of Europe, across the whole of the first world, the governments are saying to citizens, it's okay. We can pull up the drawbridge. We can pull the blankets over our head and pretend the rest of the world doesn't exist. Pretend climate change doesn't exist. Keep out the boats. Keep out the refugees. Everything's fine in here. And I'm worried that this horrifying siege mentality is going to go all the way to genocide, basically. That they will do genocidal things to keep out climate refugees and to avoid paying what we owe based on the industrialization that we had that is destroying the climate.
Yeah, it does feel like, as I've said earlier, the campaign was superficial, and certainly on the issues that matter, I don't feel as though the parties have engaged with them, and climate change is a very real example of that. And also, the media just hasn't probed them on it enough. Journalists were asking of the parties, mainly the leaders, the same sort of thing at the end of the campaign as they were at the beginning, and I don't feel as though we've got uh, anywhere near detail on those issues. And climate change is going to affect everybody. It's not just going to be people far away. It's going to have an impact on all of us. And you know, this obsession with stopping the boats. Well, I get the feeling that immigration is going to be a hot issue because of the climate crisis as well. And it's not an issue that's going to go away. But I don't feel as though our political class has the answers at all.
No, and the reason that I think that this sorry, go on.
I was just going to say, I just think they're incredibly timid on the whole issue.
Exactly. So what we're going to have is a reactive government. They're going to get battered, and it's going to be how they react. Now, I have to say, in this situation, I actually would rather have Starmer and Labour in power because they are more institutionalist and they're more likely to do things like obey the rule of law rather than just send the army out with bayonets to get people. And I've said with regards to climate change, like if we're on a ship that's sailing into an iceberg, I would at least like to have a captain that believes in icebergs. Okay, so at least they'll say, "Oh, it's an iceberg," not "Oh, it's the fairy shooting lasers at us." The response will be that more evidence based. At the same time, I don't think people have really understood that you might not be interested in climate change, but climate change is very interested in you. And for example, the insurance industry may collapse tomorrow. I mean, I'm not exaggerating. We may get the equivalent of the subprime crisis happening again and again and again, as climate change isn't just a hurricane, it's a systemic crisis that pulls apart all the different weaknesses in this extremely fragile system. And that's why I also think in 5 years' time we could have lots of industrial unrest, because the climate change will present itself as an economic crisis and grind people's faces into poverty, and that's where you get the unrest from.
And again, we're back at the real limits that, I mean, again, why is there so much inertia and apathy, even more than usual around this election? And, we've seen this trend increasingly. I mean, can any of us really remember a really exciting election? Okay, we've had big landslides and stuff like that, but ones where we really get stuck into policies and it matters to people and people are invested. Well, no, not really. It's been a kind of, almost like a peer end of the pier type show for a long time now. And when climate change is gonna help accelerate, and it's certainly going to accentuate the real genuine limits of still flogging away with this centralized system, which was basically kind of sort of bumbled into existence in this country anyway, sort of somewhere around the kind of 17th, 18th sort of century, got sort of a bit more formalized in the 19th century, and still very much thinks in that kind of 19th century industrial mode. And the reality is, as Lucas is describing, it's not actually equipped for the profile of modern problems like austerity, migration, climate change. These things are ubiquitous, but they're also intensely localized. They're not going away. They can't be fixed. Solutions-led approaches won't work. We need to constantly live with these things, and we therefore need to disperse decision-making power and the capacity to respond to things in a meaningful way, which brings us back to Rhiannon's point about having a richer civil society. And any responsible government right now will be looking at leading that transition. Because okay, turkeys don't vote for Christmas, we know this, but the reality is, as Luke is saying, that is the world that we're going into. And if we want to have any hope of anyone surviving it, then that is what ought to be happening now. But of course, and if it doesn't, then we are going to be looking at I'm not going to predict it, but it's not going to be pretty what comes next.
Yeah, we had a comment on YouTube. Someone saying voting could be an abdication of responsibility, which I think is kind of what we're saying. It should be about getting involved with community projects and trying to have some kind of impact that way, perhaps.
Yeah, I think the most important thing anyone can do right now, yes, you watching at home, is don't be an individual. Do something to collectivize yourself. Step up a group chat. Do something together. Do anything to create a context where you can do stuff together, because you're going to need each other. We're going to need each other. These are tough times, and there isn't any wonderful social democratic state that's going to help us, because the labour movement that built those social democratic state is also too weak to recreate that moment.
And of course doesn't want to, because that means rebuilding trade unions and sources of power outside of the leadership's control. So it's got a vested interest in maintaining the hollowed out social fabric.
Jacob Rees-Mogg is blaming the ousting of Boris Johnson for the result. Typically, amazing. I mean,
I'm surprised he didn't blame the repeal of the Corn Laws.
Writing for freedom during Boris Johnson's time in office was interesting. I find him horrendous, and I was more than happy to demonize him during COVID, because I think he was terrible, and I think almost anybody could have been better in terms of decision making, and I think we lost more citizens because of him, but it was the idea that we should have him back is interesting, isn't it? Or that the Tories might have won if only he was still around. Well, he did that speech the other day. I don't know if people saw him do a speech, the final Tory campaign rally. And when he did his speech, I thought, okay, I am going to listen to this. I watched the whole 9-minute speech, and there was something dynamic about it. There was something charismatic about it. So I can imagine that. I can understand why he appeals to certain people, but the idea that they'd be all right now if he was there, I'm not convinced by that.
No, well, it's a blame game, isn't it? The blame game has already started. These different 17 factions have got the knives out for each other.
Yes, yeah, and maybe they wouldn't have lost as many seats. I don't know, but I get the feeling actually that Boris Johnson's actually deeply unpopular now with the public after the Partygate's a big thing for people, I think. And I don't think they quite get it. And that comes back to the corruption again. You've got the corruption of things like giving contracts to your mates, and you've got the corruption of things like MPs' expenses. But then you've got, the Boris Johnson corruption of not abiding by your own rules, which is different again. And one thing that appeals to the British public, I think, in politics is a sense of, and sometimes it's a warped sense of fairness. I think they can respond to that, the British public, and if you can get them on your side by appealing to a sense of fairness, you're doing well. And it's very hard for the Tories to do that after Partygate, I think. There we go.
You have to. I remember, it was earlier said where you don't think Conservatives would have done anything, or Labour done anything different to the Conservatives over lockdown. That's probably the case. But Johnson was forced into lockdown early on. It was people refusing to turn up to work as normal, refusing to go along to social events as usual because of the health risk. It was their sort of autonomous actions, as sort of Rhiannon has also sort of, beautifully identified in her works, which pushed the government to go into lockdown. They were following the lead of the public rather than the other way around. And initially, Joyce Johnson is, let's carry on as normal, it's, and, I can remember my local football team was following, literally quoting the government's line that under the government, the football match tonight should still continue as normal. And it was only when sort of fans were saying, well, listen, we're not going to be turning up, it's not safe, that they postponed the game.
Amazing.
Yeah, and I think you get this sort of popular power happening quite a lot, but then it's airbrushed out of history. Like, who remembers that it was actually anarchists who first of all broke down the gates to the London Underground during the Blitz and made it possible? The image of people sheltering there during the Blitz is iconic, but everyone forgets it actually happened because of conflict.
We are still expecting some more votes. It takes a while for the first ones to come in, and then suddenly about 2 o'clock you get dozens within about a quarter of an hour, and everything kicks off. And I'm imagining we could get a result before 4 a.m. I think, like, by a result I mean Labour getting over 325. They need to get 326 for a majority, basically.
I'm going to get a glass of water. I'll be back in a sec.
Go for it. Absolutely. Yeah, I might take a step back in a moment myself, just for a couple of minutes. So the Liberal Democrats are expected to gain 53 seats, but I don't think that's quite as many as they were hoping, are they?
It's also odd that for the Liberal Democrats, I think their leader said this is going to be the best result for the Liberal Democrats for a generation. And so who the who hell cares? It's what the Liberal Democrats do or don't do. They're the ultimate. I can't. I don't like Labour. Don't like Conservatives. Where shall I put my cross? Vote. Can anyone tell me a single defining Liberal Democratic policy?
No, but I have. Oh, sorry.
I struggle to remember who the leader is, actually.
Ed Davey. Ed Davey. He's been doing so many stunts. Have you not noticed his stunts?
No, I've been working on real politics.
Well, Ed, while you've been doing real politics, Ed Davey's been paddleboarding and bungee jumping just to get attention. Because it's been a brilliant campaign, to be fair to him, because he's been having fun with it.
Yeah, well,
It's kind of more like class war than class war did in some ways. It's just bizarre. But every time I stuck on the TV during the week, Sky News were, latest from Ed Davey's campaign. He's in a rubber ring, being pulled by a speedboat. There'd be something. I haven't got a clue about their policies. No idea, and I don't think anybody else has. And I think most of the people voting for them are probably actually Labour supporters. So I think there's tactical voting going on.
The only defining feature of the Lib Dems is really that they actually, they're sort of quite hot on local level, and they tend to do better in the kind of local council type elections. But as we've discussed, that's kind of double-edged from our perspective, because it's sort of local government might be local, but it's still government. So it's not a huge win. But on a national level, no, they're for all the stunts, they clearly aren't hugely compelling to anybody.
I think the reason they've done it is that they know that in an election campaign, the rules are so tight on the two main parties getting equal billing that this is the best way that they can get attention.
Throw himself off thing.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I mean, not only that, it also gets rid of the main problem the Liberal Democrats have, is that if they make a pledge, they'll usually break it. So don't say anything. I'm just going to throw myself off a paddleboard or go bungee jumping. At least you can't break that promise.
I think it all feeds into the idea that this. So this is my idea. So maybe it feeds into this. Maybe it doesn't. This election has been superficial, and I accept that all elections are superficial, Sophie. I think you're right. They've never been brilliant about informing the public and getting public engagement and all of that sort of stuff on the policies. But I do feel it's got worse. I do feel as though this is worse than any election I can remember. So that's jolly.
Now, just while Rihanna's back, I'm just going to go off and get a drink myself.
Go for it. Absolutely.
I'm going to bid you all good night now, I'm afraid. I can't. The excitement is just too much.
Well, fair enough. Fair enough. I don't blame you. Thank you very much for being part of this.
My
It's been
pleasure.
really interesting and
Yeah, it's been great, Sophie.
been great. Yeah, really good stuff. And yeah,
Good night.
maybe 5 years time we'll
5 years time we'll come back and discuss how it's another dead-end election that's failing to confront the problems that we face today.
It would be
To
even
date.
worse if the Tories were winning, wouldn't it?
Oh no, don't say that.
I'm not sure we could do that. I think that's a different sort of event.
No, our silence
Lasts-
will be eloquent.
It lasts a
I'll
little
need
bit
even more of a
shorter.
support group if that happens.
Yes, maybe that's it. Thank you very much, Sophie.
Good night.
Thanks. So something else that I've been hearing is that Reform are probably going to win perhaps both seats in Barnsley, and I think it's Barnsley South where Reform might win with a candidate that has been disowned by the Reform Party, because they are one of those parties that has turned out to be, sorry, one of those candidates that has turned out to be more dodgy than their normal candidate type. So that is going to be a really hard defeat for Labour, and it'll be interesting to see how that candidate is handled by the Reform Party. If they become an MP, are they welcomed back into the fold after all? Because that would be one of the 13, presumably. So that's bad news, I think. I mean, it's all bad news with Reform, but having one of them that is disowned let in is really, and you wonder what the electorate was paying attention to.
Well, this is one of the problems with voting. Voting is an act of apathy. Voting is a very passive thing. You're handing your power over to people, and voting only really works as part of a democratic process when there's social movements involved. That's why the Labour movement has been crucial. Like, who was it? Did you say, like, maybe we only became a democracy in 1945? I mean, yeah, like the Labour movement basically created an actual democracy by bringing all of its grassroots activists in, and actually, I'm sorry, I've lost my train of thought, and we've just got someone arriving here. Hey, Dennis.
A new contributor. Fantastic. Hello, Dennis.
Hello, everyone. How are you doing?
Pretty good.
Do
you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. I'm Dennis Queen. I'm a disability rights activist. I'm involved in Disabled People Against Cuts, my local coalition of disabled people, which is Greater Manchester, and a bunch of other orgs. I am an anarchist. Here on a night when a lot of our socialists have voted, clearly, or tried. Sorry, our socialists, some of them have slipped off to the Green Party, so that 1% they're predicting in the polls, some of them is us. But yeah, so our disability rights community pretty much traditionally vote Labour. So yeah, got a bunch of stuff going on.
And how do you interpret the results or the exit poll that you've seen so far?
Well, yeah, it's a tricky one. I know everyone wants the Tories out, obviously. I want the Tories out much as the next person. I think for me personally, I'm very unhappy with the Labour Party that's coming in. I didn't vote for them, although I usually don't vote anyway. This year I tactically voted myself, so I voted Green. And yeah, what I'm making of it is that we've got possibly the most fascist government, Labour government ever coming in, I would hasten to guess. But certainly that's been our problems with it this year. You know, the amount of racism in the party, the amount of transphobia in the party, and there's also massive disability rights issues as well. So it's although some of our community who are Labour members are going to be massively celebrating tonight, the rest of us effectively are just looking forward to a different shade of shit tomorrow.
And right on cue, we've got another result coming in from Sunderland Central, which is another Labour hold, and again Reformer in second place. Again, the turnout is only 52%, so not a great turnout. So you know, Labour will be happy about getting these seats, but goodness me, Reform, you know, are pushing the Conservatives into third place at the moment on the share of the vote, which I wasn't expecting that. And it might not be like that when we get all of the results in, because of course there will be areas that vote heavily for the Conservatives. But the Conservative vote went down 21 percentage points and Reform up 15 percentage points. Labour stayed exactly the same in that constituency, which is fascinating. So again, what we're going to see here is a swing that goes from Labour to Reform, 7.7%. So we're seeing a big swing towards Reform.
It's a bit mathematically disingenuous to say it's a swing from Labour to Reform. Yes. It's the Conservative vote, as far as I can see, largely going to Reform. The Labour vote's either going up slightly or remaining the same. And I mean, again, a lot of these results, you know, Sunderland, a few mates up there, they had big Brexit supporting areas. One of the interesting things is, you know, very few people think Brexit has been a resounding success, or that the promises made by the Brexit camp have been fulfilled, and yet there is enormous trust for significant sections of that population in the Brexit supporting leaders.
Apparently, Suella Braverman isn't at her own count because she's feeling a bit poorly. So she's called in sick.
She's already got her trotters up in Nice already.
I hope she's got a note. I hope she's got a sick note for that. So there we go. There we are. Yeah, so you mentioned a whole load of stuff there, Dennis, about the Labour Party and how you're certainly not pleased with it. I can tell. It's going to be in place for 5 years by the looks of things, and pretty poor on pretty much every issue, really. I think it's swung to the right, hasn't it? So do you want to talk a little bit more about that? How would you categorize it? What do you think it's going to do that's so terrible?
Oh gosh, where do I start? I mean, they had as many things going against them as some of the other parties this year. So I think for me, it really started as soon as they put Keir Starmer in power as the leader. We've had issues with Keir Starmer historically in the disabled people's movement, especially around assisted suicide issues, which I can come on to in a bit if you want. But yeah, I think there's quite a worry amongst some of us. I did wonder if how much of the vote that Labour loses will they regain? Like they must have, someone somewhere did some maths and thought, you know, them people on the left we're going to lose. There won't be as many as the ones we're going to gain. So hey, let's take this stance. But Keir Starmer himself is a big problem for me. So I couldn't be happier if we were putting him on the bonfire tomorrow. Unfortunately, I don't think that's what's going to happen. But what we'll be doing as a movement is pressing the Labour Party. For us, it's business as usual tomorrow, really. We were pressing the Conservative Party yesterday about stuff, and tomorrow we'll be pressing the Labour Party on a lot of their policies. But yeah, the big issue for me with Keir Starmer is around assisted suicide. And then we've seen, because obviously disabled people, we're an intersectional community, we are really very much on side with the transgender rights activism and the transgender community. And we've seen them massively torn apart by Starmer and others. And then also the same for our neighbours in the Bangladeshi community and the other communities that we heard Keir Starmer talking about sending back the other day. And I just wish there was somewhere we could send Keir Starmer back to.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's.
Could I ask a question?
Sorry, go on.
Because one of the things we were talking about, Dennis, before you were here, is about how the Labour Party is often very aggressive in like taking over movements or like splitting them and saying, you get a bit of money because you're nice, you guys are radical and horrible. And when I lived in Manchester, it felt to me that Manchester and the Greater Manchester area is like Labour town. It's like Labour is the institutions, the cooperative bank. It's like everything is Labour. So you're at the heartland of that kind of Labour recuperation work. So can we generalize from how it is for you how Labour is going to act nationally, do you think?
Yeah, I don't know, because like we're used to, obviously, like you say, I'm in Manchester, we have a Labour council here, and I live in a safe Labour seat, so which is why this year I voted instead of just spoiling the ballot. I wanted to show that there was a shift to other parties rather than just a shift to how many people said fuck off this year. But yeah, with our local councils, obviously our mayor, we saw footage of him earlier on Twitter, or X as they call it now. He's very excited about the votes that are predicted for his party at the moment. We've had a mayor that's been pretty good for us, but on some issues and not so much on others. And I think what will be interesting for me personally, at least around Manchester, is to see what, if any, MPs have changed and who they've changed to, because we wouldn't expect a massive rise of reform voters here because of reform MPs here, because we don't really have any Conservative MPs either. So yeah, I think I'm quite curious to see how this is going to affect things, because I think that's why I partly voted Green this time, in that unusually Green had less policies that were massively problematic for us as disabled people than the other parties, and less than Labour. So what I'll be interested to see around Manchester is how much of the usual vote Labour has in fact lost by abandoning some of our communities. And like I say, it's not just disabled people. It's people from Bangladeshi community are not voting Labour as much as they were. We're hearing that people in our Muslim communities are not voting Labour as much as they were. And I think a lot of transgender activists have been put off as well. And I don't blame them. I mean, as someone who doesn't support any of these parties anyway, speaking as an anarchist, I mean, I think they're all problematic at best. But I feel like this Labour Party, we've got more to fight than ever. And I remember them coming in last time. Last time they promised the disability community everything. They were going to follow the social model of disability. They were going to do everything we wanted. And within a week, we'd been completely forgotten again. So it'll be interesting to see what out of the promises they have made and who they've made them to are actually going to deliver, apart from to capitalists who I see they're probably going to do quite well out of this particular Labour victory.
And that last time, which last time Labour victory do you mean?
Sorry, I mean the last time they won a national election.
Yeah, I mean, they've barely promised anything. I was reading this open letter that Keir Starmer had published in Attitude magazine. Did you see that? And what was great was the editor of Attitude magazine said, "We're not going to publish this open letter because Keir Starmer has come out as a raging TERF." And so first of all, I'm going to publish a long editorial about how problematic Keir Starmer is, and then we'll add his open letter at the bottom. And yeah, all Keir Starmer said was, "I promise trans people dignity." And it's like, well, that's super vague. What does that even mean? So he promises nothing, so that therefore he gets called out on nothing.
Yeah, it makes sense, and people are being swayed by this kind of apparent sort of public move towards people being less likely to accept trans people than they have in the past, which is just frightening, really, given that we've got probably the queerest young adults coming up ever, because they've been born into families where parents thought we actually could have the sexuality we have and have the orientation we have and be transgender if we're transgender. And yet, yeah, we seem to have a government that's coming in that is possibly not any better than the last one on trans issues. I mean, we'll see, but again, we've had these kind of endless consultations on these issues, but nothing really coming out of it apart from promises to make things worse, and for trans people, decisions being made without any kind of mandate. So things like the schools guidance that was changed anyway, just because, not because there'd actually been any vote on that, not because school teachers have said that there is a need for any change on that. So advice that used to support young trans people was taken down quite quickly. It was during last year, wasn't it?
So we've had a comment on YouTube, so I just might bring that in and see what people make of it. Someone asking whether there's a hierarchy of disability in British politics, for example, with military disabled being treated differently. Is there a sense that we kind of have I don't know, a division in the way people are talked about and treated?
Yeah, I mean, it's quite a big subject, and depending on what area of life you're talking about as well. And there definitely is. And we tend to find that when it comes to who's getting the help, who's getting the support, who's getting money, we find people with learning difficulties, autism, and mental health problems tend to be at the bottom of the pile when it comes to getting things they need. So, for example, just a very basic example is it's easier to get social care if you have physical impairment needs than if you have learning difficulties. So that's one example. But we see this kind of replicated in lots of different arenas. Yeah, so there
Yeah.
is some sort of hierarchy of impairment. It does depend what it is and where you are. What we've got to be careful of, though, is not creating any further sort of problems with that. So there's some issues. One of the issues with self-organization, or what we saw, the mutual aid that we were talking about on the show before this one, is that so disabled people as a community, before we had achieved any kind of legislative rights and rights through government, all we had was charities. And the problem with charities, and unfortunately a bit like some mutual support type groups, is that it's very much picks and chooses who it helps. And there is an even bigger hierarchy through organisations like that. So I think it's like there needs to be a little bit of a discussion between anarchist discourse here and disability rights discourse, which tends to go the other way and just say, well, we need the government to tell us exactly how to do everything, and that's the way that everyone's going to get their needs met, which I'm not sure I 100% agree with either. So it's a bit complicated for us.
Yeah.
And these days, the government doesn't even want to pay for that, so it's just not going to happen. This dream of a new welfare state coming out of nowhere, yeah. So that anarchism becomes realistic.
It does, yeah. And I think as well, people are very keen to forget, or at least the socialists in our movement are keen to forget, that a lot of the austerity cuts that we faced in 2010 had already been devised by the Labour government. And so when we've had sort of activists in our movement going on about that a lot over the last years, I unfortunately feel I have to keep reminding them that Labour devised a lot of these cuts. Labour were already going to make cuts to social care, to benefits, and a lot of other things. The Tories implemented it, and they probably implemented it slightly differently. But at the end of the day, you know, Labour are not suddenly going to give us everything we need to get our rights on a plate. It's just not going to happen.
No, and the discussion in this election around the economy has kind of proven that there's no way that Labour are going to suddenly just increase funding or necessarily do things in a positive way. Is it? It's you know, they've all said that there isn't the money to do that, to do things in general. So it's going to be quite tricky. I think we've had another result in Swindon. I'm trying to find out what that actual result is. It looks like Heidi Alexander for Labour has won, I think. And I think she was an MP before, wasn't she? It's a gain. It's the first gain of the night, Swindon South. Heidi Alexander wins, defeating Robert Buckland, who was a previous minister, not a current minister though, but he was a previous minister. And turnout of 62%, so a bit more respectable. British public decided to actually bother to turn out there, but not all
It's
of
probably
them.
just it's a much richer area than the ones we've been talking about so far.
Yeah.
Much richer than Sunderland or Blythe.
And also, Labour have got a reason to get the vote out more, haven't they? Because they've got a chance of taking that seat, and that's what they've done. So Reform in third place this time, not in second place. And the Conservative vote dropped by 25 percentage points.
Ha ha. Oh, something we were also talking about, Dennis, before you were here was what's his face, the Lib Dem leader, and all of his stunts. But one of the things that he's done that I thought was positive was he's been bringing up disability and care a lot. But at the same time, like you were saying about Labour doing cuts, the Lib Dems in coalition did a lot of cuts as well, including Ed Davey himself. So it's lovely to hear someone talk out loud about being an unpaid carer and disabled people. But at the same time, he's the guy who was wielding the axe to cut money from people like his son.
Well, exactly, and cut they did to everybody affected in the community, you know. And I think as well, we've got to be a little bit careful about letting the focus fall too much on caring again when it comes to disability. Just in carers have a different position perhaps to us in our movement, I guess, at least in that. Well, they're just in a different position to us. So what we do think is really important is that disabled people are kind of leading the conversation on what needs doing to things, with parents in support, with carers in support, but not kind of instead. So my only worry about that was just overly focusing on carers as being the people who have the say about it. It wasn't it wasn't made a problem. It's not like he said listen to us instead, but I just think there's a little bit of a danger of kind of going, oh, we need mummy and daddy to tell us what to do. And unfortunately it's part of that sort of thinking is what has led into the original kind of charity models of how disability is dealt with in society. Yeah, but
Yeah, where
it's
the
also
disabled person
exciting.
is passive and voiceless, and it's all,
Yes,
and the discourse is all about these, yeah, these carers who themselves are like privileged and oh, they're so saintly and self-sacrificing, and that's also a way of cheating them into doing a lot of unpaid labor as well. So it's not good for them either.
exactly. Well, it's just clapping them like we clap nurses instead of giving them pay. You know, like people
Exactly.
need to be you know, they need to be given the money they need to be a carer if they need to be a carer. But another thing that's really important is that we shouldn't quite have so many unpaid carers. One of the issues in the disabled people's movement that we talk about a lot is making sure people are being provided services by people that get paid. And part of the reason for that is because the job is treated differently if you are being paid. Is one of the reasons probably why we need to consider the fact more that carers could be earning a wage somewhere else. So I do think that we need to make sure carers are getting what pay they do need for providing care. Also, when people are paid, it's more reliable. You know, the care that when you're relying on someone's goodwill rather than on the fact that they're going to get paid a wage they can actually live on, you are never going to get the kind of reliable everyday care that you need. And there are always going to be other pressures on you, including people's need to patronize you and fawn over you, because that's part of how they are also getting their needs met instead of by pay. So what we want is well-respected, well-paid carers that don't have to come from your family when that's what people want. And you know, I would accept it isn't what everybody wants, but for a lot of us, we're not going to find independence with mum and dad and with our husbands and wives or other spouses doing that job for us instead. What they need is to be able to have their life. We need to be able to have our life, and they need to come together when necessary.
So we've had a question on YouTube, someone saying, do we need to think about how our voices might get heard beyond purely grassroots organizing? It's an interesting issue, isn't it? I don't know if anyone's got any thoughts on that.
Well, I think that grassroots organising has to be there. Without it, all you're doing is causing sound and fury, signifying nothing much. You've just got pure stuntism. I mean, no offense to class war, but they tried pure stuntism, and you know, it's like a bunch of generals without any army. You're not actually gonna win any wars. You might get a lot of attention, but it's a thing that you do during times of defeat. Whereas I think you've got to start by building. Knitting together people, and one of the things I'm actually very positive about is the disabled movement, which I can see turning from a purely sort of defensive thing into a more disabled owned liberation civil rights movement.
But does that mean that we don't need anything beyond grassroots organizing? So the idea, the question I think is asking whether it's not saying we replace it with something else, it's we do the grassroots organizing, do we need some other ways of getting heard?
I mean, I am a writer, and I'm involved in Freedom. We're here at Freedom News. It's a newspaper, and I think that what you have to have is movement organizations like Freedom that channel the voices of the movement, lift people up, and make them available for people. But you have to have the movement to have the voice. Otherwise, again, you're just an empty vessel.
What do you think, Rhiannon? Haven't heard from you for a while.
I know, I'm starting to get really sleepy now, so I'm probably going to check out soon. I mean, I said I was only going to be here an hour or two, and I've been here quite a few hours. But
gone quick, hasn't it?
Yeah, it really has gone quick. I'm sort of torn between trying to sort of put matchsticks in my eyes and stay awake till some results start coming in, because that might wake me up a bit. But what are we talking about? Movements, and I mean, I'm like an academic geek who writes and speaks about anarchism, so I definitely think there's space for that, but I don't know how much use I am to movements or anything. But I mean, struggles take place in universities and things as well is one thing that I always say, because some people just think that academics are completely useless, but you know, when you come into universities and talk to students about anarchist approaches to inequality and things like that, you know, there's some people that are already on side, and there's some people that have never heard anything like it before, but you know, they're won onto the side. And so, you know, there's movement building that goes, it's not like the university isn't necessarily an ivory tower. Like, student movements are really important and stuff.
It's really hard though, isn't it, to connect academic work to the grassroots? I think really hard. I mean, I noticed with my own work that people I wanted to read my work didn't necessarily read my work, and you know, it's really hard to encourage them because academia puts a lot of people off in our movements, I think.
Yeah, I've had quite a few people reading my last book, but I've also had quite a few people saying it's completely incomprehensible. But I mean, some people seem to like it, so yeah, I don't know. But I made a conscious effort to try and make it sort of more popular and readable for movements and stuff. And I think I was partially successful, because some people have, but I mean, not as much as I'd like to be. And then you do end up in this situation where you're sort of spending a huge amount of time writing things that don't earn you that much career kudos or whatever, because you know, they're not submittable in the highest ranking journals and stuff like that. Or, you know, if you are submitting stuff to things that help you with your career, then it's not going to be any use to movements at all, because it's going to end up behind a paywall or something. So yeah, it's a difficult sort of tension to navigate. But I guess people that are just solely within movements don't have the leisure of, you know, having writing time and stuff that academics have. So
yeah, and I think there's that classic distinction, isn't there, between research that's done on groups and research that's done with groups, and trying to get people involved and make it part of the movement is perhaps the challenge. But even then, that is not necessarily going to mean that that's a positive experience for everybody. You still get people thinking, well, these academics came in and then they disappeared after a little while, and left us to carry on. And no doubt they've written some papers, and they're all
got a
very good with their work.
promotion.
Yeah, and so even when your intentions are good, I think we can end up with unintended consequences and different kinds of feelings going on. I think also there's just a belief that a lot of us are incredibly rich for some reason, which is amazing. Could do with some of that, but you know, I mean, a lot of people might not realize just how difficult it is to get very far in academia, and certainly it's not the sort of thing it was, is it? The industry has changed so much over the years, so it is tricky. Right, we've had 5 results, I think, all 5 going to Labour so far. Labour on 47% of the vote at the moment, Reform on 25%, and the Conservatives on 17%. So obviously that is going to change. I'm assuming that's going to change as we get more results in. We're being joined by somebody else. Look, fantastic! Now we're getting somewhere. I think there's a fresh face. Hopefully, we'll be able to hear from them at some point and maybe see their video soon when Dan gets properly set up. There is Dan. Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Hi, Dan. I'm John.
I'm
Hi,
Dan.
Dan.
Hi, everyone.
Do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I guess I'm Dan McKee. I am a teacher, and I'm also an anarchist. I've written some stuff on anarchism, and I've written about being an anarchist teacher as well, and sort of talk about anarchism in education wherever I can. More in the sort of world where people don't tend to talk about anarchism is my main kind of place of doing it, which is I was just hearing what you've been talking about, grassroots movements and how to get messages out there, and it's actually something in my experience I feel much less connected to grassroots movements, because a lot of what I've sort of set my anarchist agenda on doing in my life is sort of not just talking in the echo chamber to other anarchists, which maybe this is self-defeating tonight, but to talk to people out in the world, like Rhiannon was just saying, who don't necessarily think of anarchism as a legitimate option or a viable choice, and sort of exploring it with them and making them realize that in many cases, a lot of their initial assumptions or thoughts about how things should be are what anarchists are saying, or that actually what anarchists are saying is not what they have heard that anarchists are saying, and that it's far more closely aligned with things that they believe in. So yeah, I spend most of my time sort of talking to non-anarchists and being the weirdo anarchist in the very non-anarchist setting. So yeah, that's who I am.
One of the things I wanted to ask you about, because I know you've been out and about tonight and you've not been glued to the TV like some of us, or glued to this.
Yeah, I've been doing that very anarchist thing of being very political and then suddenly going, I'm going to the theatre tonight to.
Yeah, well, fair enough. I just wondered, were you in an area where there were members of the public at the point that people realised what the result was, and I just wondered what the mood was.
Well, it was very strange. I mean, to full disclosure, I wasn't some great radical art. I was at Hamilton, which is obviously an interesting thing on election night, because it is a musical about essentially the American Revolution and lots of sort of statist political figures from American politics, founding
Quite a
fathers.
liberal audience, I would have thought.
Well, that's the thing. It's it's one of those shows that since it opened on Broadway has had sort of this alignment with lots of sort of liberal values and things, and famously kicked Mike Pence out. And there's a big line about the brilliance of immigrants in it that gets a standing clap in America. No reaction in Birmingham. But, what I did find interesting is the show ended at 10:15. And there were people like me who were sitting there a bit antsy in the profound final moments with my, phone buzzing and watch buzzing with what I knew was going to be headlines about exit polls, and having to restrain myself until after the final curtain to look at it. But when people were leaving the theatre, they were talking about the play. There wasn't, and I actually kind of in my head was like, would they announce, as the cast, like, hey, we've got the exit poll? I was kind of expecting they might, because I've been to theatre before where things like that have happened. Something's gone on in the world. In fact, my wife was at that same theatre the night the Queen died, and it was announced right at the theatre. So I think when there's a big political thing, especially something that feels like there's a mood in the nation, we want to get the Tories out, and then this exit poll says that's going to happen, I kind of expected something, and actually it was very muted, and it was just people shuffling out the theatre, not talking about the election. There were people talking about the election before the theatre at a restaurant, but they were just talking in the abstract about kind of things they'd heard. There was no kind of buzz afterwards, which I found very weird. And then was looking at my phone and got back to the car, and sort of my election experience started to happen. But yeah, it was a kind of muted feeling. I was expecting a bit of celebration or something, but it was a general
That's
sense.
interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
It does feel like the people have been generally kind of muted about the whole election campaign. I still find it amazing to think that it started 6 weeks ago with Rishi Sunak standing in the rain. I still find that quite bizarre that's how it began, and he chose that day, and that we're all sat here 6 weeks later. It just seems it's been a kind of odd time, because when we first thought of doing this election watch along, we kind of thought we might have until September or November to sort it out, and it's been a bit stressful trying to get so many people lined up, but it's worked out okay so far, having enough people. I did worry that I might be here on my own talking, but it's worked out okay in terms of numbers, but it's been a bit of a scramble to do it in time. But I don't get the feeling that this is an election campaign that's set the country alight with ideas and excitement.
No, I mean, my feeling, I think it's indicative of actually the way we are as a culture, that we expect sort of immediate gratification for most things. So when you've got Rishi Sunak standing in the rain saying there's going to be an election, and people are like, brilliant, let's get the Tories out, or all right, let's save the Tories, depending on your political perspective, you kind of want that to happen. And then you've got 6 weeks of people basically digging their heels in, saying, well, this is what we're saying, and we're not really going to go off message for the next 6 weeks. And what we were saying that we're digging our heels in about is nothing you haven't already heard. And so there isn't anything to get excited about, because from the Labour perspective, it was like, we don't want to say anything that's going to upset any possible group of large voters that's not going to suddenly turn against us. I was talking about this with someone today, about the whole position on Gaza for Labour, and how, regardless of your thoughts on that, if you are a party who has been accused of anti-Semitism, and your whole gimmick as Keir Starmer has been, we're going to wipe anti-Semitism out of the party, and we're not that party anymore, because of that association in public media narrative of anti-Israel, anti-Semitism, it doesn't matter what people in the Labour Party actually think about that issue. Of course, they're not going to come out in the way publicly, because that would be an immediate attack line, wouldn't it? Of saying, well, you haven't changed, you're still anti-Semitic. And that was like the one thing he's trying not to do, even before the election was called. But even something like that, that's a live issue that, you could expect some real good debate on. They don't want to touch it. They don't want to say anything. And then from the Conservative point of view, it's sort of like talking too much reminds people of what you've done for 14 years. And any new ideas you have, people are kind of ridiculing because they've already decided you've lost. So nothing happened for 6 weeks other than the same sound bites being repeated.
Yeah.
So as a member of the public, what is there to get excited about? And even like, you know, getting rid of the Tories is getting rid of the Tories. I guess I'm going to vote Labour because they're not the Tories, not I'm going to vote Labour because I really love what they're saying. Or I'm going to vote Lib Dem or Reform or whatever it is, you know, but it's not I'm going to vote them because I really love them, except sadly, maybe the Reform voters who are like, I am really excited about this, but I've been excited about it since Farage said it the first time years ago, and I'm just a racist, basically. That's why they're excited, because they're hearing those lovely racist dog whistles and not so dog whistle ideas being said. So yeah, it seems that they are the most excited voters in this campaign, and everyone else is just sort of like, well, we've kind of been waiting 14 years for the country to work. It's not. Let's hope this next person might do something better. They've said they have. We don't really trust them either, but it's got to be better than this. But that's not really going to get you excited about it.
I was expecting issues like Gaza to actually come up and be discussed and kind of develop as the weeks went on, but I can't recall it ever being mentioned. And I think back to 2010 when they first had the TV debates, and each of the TV debates was about a different topic. They had one on foreign affairs, I can't remember. They might have had one on the NHS, and there was a third. But this time it was just every single debate was general, and they were just asking not only the politicians coming out with the same sound bites, but the journalists asking the same questions throughout. I mean, I was so excited the other day when I found out that Rishi Sunak's favorite meal is a sandwich. You know, I mean, that really added to my life. You know, it's just.
I didn't hear. I missed that one. What's that?
I'm assuming, I don't know what sort of sandwich he likes, cheese and tomato, perhaps. I don't know entirely, but just ludicrous.
We should have given him 5 more years to find out what the filling was.
You know, and we can't even be sure that he really meant it either, can we? Because it's that sort of politics as well. It's just absurd, and yeah, it's just incredibly frustrating. But yeah. It's been a crazy time, I think.
Yeah, I mean the questions asked are indicative as well of, you know, the failing of the media in our democracy as their function to inform us. They're not. None of it's about informing us. Every single debate moderator is really trying to get the moment where they got one of the candidates to squirm and have a gotcha moment, basically, which isn't actually about helping the electorate decide something. It's about going, oh, you know, we got you. Like when you ask something stupid that you know whoever you're interviewing can't own up to because it will look bad, and that soundbite will be all people remember. They're going to obviously do a politics style wiggling answer that doesn't really answer anything, and that's nothing, right? But they go for it every single time because they're hoping they're going to get that viral clip that's going to, you know, get good numbers on social media. But that's not helping anyone decide anything, other than maybe manipulate us a bit into thinking, oh, I shouldn't vote for that person because they said something silly, which is, you know, and how's that going to affect our everyday life on July the 5th? We don't know.
I think you wanted to come in there, Ben, did you?
I'm just going to say good night for a bit. I might not be back, so I just want to thank everyone for their really incisive points and discussion, and for the people online for their comments, and good luck for the rest of the night.
Yeah, if you do decide to come back, feel free. But thank you very much.
Cheers. Bye. See you soon.
I think I might do the same while Ben's going, because I'm just getting exhausted. But I mean, I might also keep this on and watch it for a bit, so there's a chance I'll pop back in.
Yeah, feel free. Thank you very much for your input. It's been great.
Night.
Yeah, thanks,
Thank you.
Bye.
See you all. Bye. How do I
We
leave?
have had another result as well. Labour hold Newcastle Central, and again, Reform are in second place there. Conservatives have gone down 16 percentage points, Reform up 11, and we'll get the swing. Although, as Ben said earlier, it's a little bit disingenuous because they keep showing it as a Labour to Reform swing of 12%. This one, so. Reform in second place in a lot of places is just I find that quite fascinating.
And
not
we've
in a
already
good
had
way.
a Conservative figure, I think it was Leadsom, saying this result shows we haven't been conservative enough. The reform result, she means. And so, in other words, that's gearing up for a big shift to the right, because they want to take those reform votes by becoming reform. So they're going to become even more nakedly nasty and racist.
Which is exactly what Farage did. It's his trick, isn't it? It's exactly what he did with UKIP and the Brexit Party, and the Conservatives keep on falling for it. But also, so do Labour. Labour keep moving to the right as well. So I mean, I had to kind of laugh the other day when I saw. I think it was either the Sunday Times or the Sun in kind of endorsing Labour, talking about Labour, or it might have even been the Evening. I forget which awful rag it was, but they were basically saying that Labour has moved to the centre ground to become electable. It really hasn't. It has moved to the right in quite a dramatic fashion.
Although,
Um,
isn't it true that the centre ground has become the right because of
yeah,
all of this? I mean, I think both things are true. I think Labour have moved to the right to become a centrist party in a nation that has been slowly pulled to the right through
yeah,
the rhetoric, and it's a global thing, isn't it? You see it in. You can look at Trump in America. You can look at France, what's going on. You can look at all kinds of populist movements and things like that. And this idea of populist and right, there's issues there with the word, oh, it's popular because it's
mm,
right, which is kind of telling us that's what people want, that's what the people believe. And you start telling people enough that they believe these things, and all you frame is narratives about the terrible things that immigrants do and all this
yeah.
woke stuff that we need to be prepared to fight back against. And that does sort of corrupt the conversation, so that people who've never thought about this sort of stuff have these like ideas in their head. They don't even know where they came from, where they know there's a problem going on with this thing, or they know that that's an issue, and they don't know where that's coming from, but it's in their mind, and then they just have feelings about it. And I think we actually underestimate a lot the emotional side of politics when it comes to rational thought. It's something I think about a lot. When I say I'm a teacher, I'm a philosophy teacher. We talk a lot about rational argument. And one of the things in philosophy that we also look at is how rational argument often doesn't work to actually convince or persuade anyone. And we're
Mm,
kind of wasting our time in many ways by trying to find facts and reasons and stories work and things that aren't irrational, illogical. And I just think there's something about these tropes from the far right that are obviously having an effect, obviously being repeated and eventually get repeated as fact. Like, this is what people feel, and then even if you don't feel it, it's a thing in the country that people feel, and you know that you're supposed to be concerned about it. And then
mm,
that makes it very easy for someone to come along and say, well, we need to do that. Immigration is the classic example. There's no party out of the main English parties, because I think in Scotland, Wales, things like that, they're talking more openly about some of the benefits of immigration.
yeah.
But from your Conservative, Labour, Reform, Lib Dem, it's all kind of, we've got to do something about immigration. And this idea that maybe we don't, maybe it's fine, is just not coming up.
Dennis, I'm wondering how this kind of manifests itself at a kind of grassroots level. How, with the rise of reform, is that something that is noticeable at a grassroots level? Have you noticed people talking about those sorts of issues, immigration and so on, more and more?
Yeah, I think as it again becomes more normalized, as you were just saying, to have these kind of right-wing views, the more people start talking about the disability community as a general thing, rather than the disabled people's activism movement, which is perhaps a different thing. Um, we our voters will span a range of votes from Reform and Conservative to all the other parties. What we're not seeing is much of a rise of those right-wing views in the movement. The bit I would say we're starting to see more of is probably the transphobic stuff in particular, um, because women's rights activists are in all movements, and some of them at the moment have a particular agenda. So we've had some issue, like for example, as we were talking about academia before, our academics for the disabled people's movement are really important, and we have good connections with lots of activist academics. But what the national kind of disability journal for those academics has been taken over by a TERF. So and their entire editorial team left in order to try and stop this TERF being kept as the editor as an objection. And they just replaced the whole editorial team for people who don't mind it as much, or for less people who mind as much. So there's less dissent in that team. Whereas actually, if you look at our history, we've always been a supporter of the trans community because we follow something called the social model of disability, and the ideas in that lean automatically towards the autonomy of trans people. So we're kind of natural allies. So that's what we've seen more of. But it's only, I would say, academia is the place where they're getting the strongest foothold at the moment. And we've still got other activists in there trying to fight back against that drive. Because we don't want academia to have as its figurehead a transphobe. You know, in the disabled people's movement, there are trans people too, and in our whole wider community, there are lots of trans people. So yeah, so we're not. I wouldn't say we're seeing it in the activism movement so much as in the wider community. We'll be seeing the same shift, right, that everyone else is getting, and I often feel like that disabled people ought to know better because we all experience oppression, but we're in a situation where a lot of people still don't realize what they're experiencing is oppression, and we all think it's to blame on us as individuals, and that then unfortunately leads people to believe that everyone else and the problems they deal with is their own fault as well. So that because it's an idea that we're so used to having put on us all the time, it's quite pervasive and it's difficult to fight, and it fits in, unfortunately, with some of these current rhetorics, you know.
Yeah,
And the whole thing about the right wing is to get us to fight like cats in a sack for a few crumbs. So they'll be like, "Oh, look out! That refugee is going to take your disability benefits," instead of thinking, "Well, actually, it's the tax evaders who are taking the money that would have gone to disability benefits." And that's how they get people who are immigrants or the children of immigrants to vote for harsh laws to stop these newcomers from taking stuff. And it's horrible. They racialize and stigmatize issues which are actually class issues.
They do, and they target the communities sometimes a little bit the way they do other communities. And the right wing communities you think they wouldn't really target. So they were starting to make not reform, but Nigel's previous entity, whichever one that was, they were we had some problems a number of years back with deaf people coming back to deaf communities saying, "Oh, we need to, we've got to do something about immigration." And the deaf community, like the disability community, is completely diverse. The issues that affect us affect all communities. And so where even in our communities, we're used to all being together, people weren't necessarily challenging it. And then what we were finding was that other deaf activists were kind of having to go in and correct this work that was being done by right-wing movements, exactly for this reason, because they can say that they want us all fighting over the same crumbs instead of knocking their dinner off the table, eating their dinner and then eating them, which is what we ought to be doing. Sorry.
And I could say that something horrible that is that a lot of the voters in continental Europe for the far right are people on long-term disability and the unemployed, and so they prey on the most vulnerable and say, "Look, the whole system is awful. Let's kick it down. Let's get these liberal elites."
Yeah. Whereas what we need is equality. Is equal rights for everyone. Everyone should be getting enough food, not going in and debating, whether food banks need to be tweaked slightly. And I think I suppose as anarchists, we're all probably going to agree on the wider issue that just all we've got here is lots of people tweaking around the edges the very same identical thing instead of going in and making radical systemic change to how we do everything. But I do just think, we can do a better job ourselves. And in a lot of cases, we do. So the social movements that we have that support people, we carry on. Like I said, we'll be supporting people tomorrow, just like we were yesterday. And the shape of who we need to support might change, and it may get slightly more or slightly less, but nothing's going to be radically changed by this Labour government, especially this one. So it's a real shame, really, because I think people are getting that idea of change. They're being given the feeling of this massive change, but I feel like it's a much smaller change than it would have been in the past to this particular Labour government.
I think you're right.
Well, it's like change was used with Obama with hope and change, and it's that word that you can plug into it whatever you want it to mean. And so I think you could say there's actually radical change if the rhetoric of Keir Starmer is correct, that we're not going to be corrupt like the Tories, who did all these like Partygate scandals and overt lies to the public and things like that. And that might be enough of a change for some people, and they're like, brilliant, that's what we want. We want an honest politician. But yeah, if you're wanting actual radical social change, it's not going to be that. But change as a word feels very like, oh, exciting. But
and right at the beginning of the campaign, Keir Starmer was saying, we're going to bring stability, which is change.
Yeah.
So they're saying both at the same time.
Yeah.
I mean, can't
well, it's changed, but it's not scary, because that's their big thing. We don't want to scare you with any of our I mean, you're talking about trans phobia, and like that's one of the big things with Labour. They've said things that basically are sort of saying to trans people, yeah, we're not going to be protecting you. We would have women only spaces that don't recognize trans people as women, stuff like that. But then there's this other argument that sort of I've been trying to make to trans people about that says, true, definitely, I'd be worried, but maybe there's wiggle room with this Labour government and the sort of things that they say, because when they do say that, they're sort of saying it to try and appease transphobic people and also say, but we also need to care about trans people. Whereas the current government, or the previous government, as the exit poll says, we're just like, well, we just don't recognize trans people. We don't care about trans people and don't talk about them in school and, forget trans people. So to me, it's kind of, I could get, as a trans person, the concern of like what the change with Labour would mean, but it's also that thing of actually reading between the lines and going, you've got to sort of take a risk on that empty change that could mean anything, because the place it's coming from rhetorically, even if it's not factually going to change things radically, is a place that has to sort of care about trans people, whereas where it's coming from the Conservatives, it doesn't even have to pretend to care. It's just like, we don't care and we're not even trying, and we're actively opposed to recognizing trans people. So I think all kinds of issues like that, but that's another one where that change is very vague, and their policies have been harmful to groups because they've been trying to appeal to everyone and no one all at the same time. So you can say like, oh, they're great because they said this wonderful thing about trans people, and then in the next sentence they're sort of say, oh yeah, but we don't want trans people here and we don't recognize them. So it's kind of, the idea is basically, and it's the Labour version of attacking minorities, which is it's a minority vote thing. So we can upset a few people here or there because it's not going to affect our majority share of the vote. But I do think there is an important difference, that because of their sort of rhetoric of being, caring and liberal and compassionate, they kind of are then able to have their feet held to the fire and go, well, you're doing this horrible thing that's, marginalizing people. And they kind of have to respond to that because they've said that they care about things like that. Whereas with the Tories, they never said they cared, and they actively said they didn't, so they can't even be held accountable for it. So yeah, I still think it's a positive change, even though it's an empty and vacuous one that can't be.
Let me just feed in a comment on this, which I think is really helpful, or it poses questions for us actually. Someone said we've got a fantastic assessment of how bigotry creeps into social movements, but the question is, what's to be done? Obviously, we're failing somewhere to build a bulwark of defense against hate. How do we improve that situation? Because that is a really tricky thing. And we are proving tonight, or the British people are proving tonight, that there is more than a conservative tendency going on here. There is a potentially far right tendency, and a tendency for bigotry in the two main parties. How do we ward against it? How do we fight back?
I'm not sure it's just a movement thing, because as you say, it's the country. I mean, well, to talk not about anarchist movement where there is also bigotry and things that occur. I think of my own situation in a school. And the reason I'm thinking about that is because, unlike an anarchist grassroots movement, a school is a state-based institution that is actively saying we are trying to make sure young people don't grow up to be racist, transphobic, homophobic. You know, we've got all of that policies. We've got advice on what to teach and PSHE lessons to teach it. And despite that, that stuff is creeping in to very young children, you know, and it's easy to say because of the internet, social media, but it is true. And we kind of dismiss that concern, I think, at our peril, that I see very young people parroting the rhetoric. I mean, many of my current year 8 and 9 students have signed up, ironically, to the Reform campaign newsletters and things like that, right? It's like a joke. Oh, because they're the horrible racist party. But they're getting that into their inbox, right? And they're, you know, 12 and 13-year-olds. And they're hearing all this stuff. And we are, you know, designed as a school to try and combat it and tackle it. And with all the power of a school and all the hierarchical authority and sanctions that we have to stamp out racism, homophobia, sexism, etc., we don't and we can't. So when you've got all that taken away and you're a, you know, horizontally organized anarchist grassroots movement without any of that, it's unsurprising that it's happening. But maybe we're better placed to do something about it, because one of the things that definitely counters the school's approach of having a kind of these are the rules is, as soon as you say that rules say that you shouldn't do this, that immediately makes people kind of think, oh, it's kind of cool and exciting to do that kind of edgy stuff that is a little bit racist, a little bit transphobic, etc. Let's be sexist, ironically, that sort of behavior. And I think what the model of the, you know, all the power of the state trying to stamp it out while it actually grows and grows and grows shows is the way to not deal with it is probably to have, here are the rules, this is the banned stuff. And it's to have actual, you know, engagement with people and look at their concerns. And, you know, kind of like Dennis was saying earlier, there's usually a real problem behind whatever the scapegoated target is. And I think, from my experience, the more you talk to someone who is expressing that kind of bigotry or whatever, and get to the bottom of, like, what is your actual complaint? Like, what's the problem? What's the problem with these people that you think they are doing that makes you hate them? You start to unpick some of those myths and lies and, you know, misconceptions. And it's probably something you can only do one-on-one, maybe, you know, 2-on-1 or something like that. But the more you have those conversations and the more you kind of expose that it's based on misconception, etc., the more it kind of loses its foundation and doesn't sustain. But I think ultimately it's that thing of movements come from societies, and our society has got this racism, sexism, homophobia, transphobia, biphobia, etc., baked into it on structural, systemic levels. And a fundamental part of that is people not knowing that they have it themselves. You know, I'd include all of us in this. We've probably at some point in our life thought we're brilliant, we're very, you know, open-minded, anarchist, liberal people, and then, oh, I've just done something or said something or thought something that is massively racist, transphobic, sexist, whatever. I didn't realize that this way of thinking or this thing I do that I didn't even think about, you know, has marginalized someone or undermined someone or whatever. And it's having the sort of open-mindedness and self-criticism to be able to counter that in yourself. And from my experience outside of the school system, in activist things or just like professional things with other adults who are, you know, not being explicitly policed about these things, we don't like to admit that there's blind spots we have or bigotries that we have, and do the self-work that you kind of need to do and listen to people who are telling you that what you said is racist, sexist, etc. And it just, you know, and I think until we do that with ourselves, and we're constantly trying to address the societal things, it's going to be a problem in the movement. But it's no bigger problem in our movement than it is in the rest of society. And I hope and I think that we're better placed to tackle it because we're not adding that additional level of it's also cool to be that.
Have you got anything to add on that, Dennis?
So many different things. I mean, yeah, it's so I've got 3 young people in my life that have just hit adulthood, and it was amazing how the class went from between, I think, literally the ages of 6 and 7. At the age of 6, our kids had always had two mums when they were in school. No one really thought anything of it. Oh, they're Stan and Roman, they have two mums. And then all of a sudden, the next year, the homophobic insults came out, and again, the complete, not real, having no understanding of it. So calling our child a lesbian, or no, a gay. So then they corrected them because our kids are just like that. Like, my mums are not gay. My mums are lesbians, or whatever. So they have this debate in the playground. But then all that happens is they get called a lesbian the next day instead. And again, they have that issue of bringing it into school. It got taken back into the school and the child was talked to. But I think it is really very difficult to address because they're hearing some of this stuff at home in social media. But saying all that, then I got my kids, I brought them out of school, one at 7 and one at 9, to do home education. We did unschooling, which is a really kind of very open and free way of educating children, supporting children to learn. And what was interesting was even in that community, there was still a little bit of it, but not quite as much. And I don't know how much of that is because children, so our children were self-directed learners already at that age. So what I don't know is how much self-directed learning plays into that. And I'm quite curious, again, once it's taken out of being authoritarian and it becomes, I read the internet, I read different kinds of news, I read different kinds of history, like, are children more able to pick up something maybe more realistic about the scope of the world? I don't know. Because I think I know parents have a lot of worries about the internet and especially gaming, but I do think it's kind of amazing that our kids often by the time they're 8 have access to more information than perhaps I had in my whole childhood. I'm 50. So I don't know. So I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's because only certain kinds of families end up home educating. So there may be a bias there that's literally just coming from families downwards. But yeah.
I think there's something else as well about the way we organize. If we organize things in an anarchist way, we're organizing things in such a way that we shouldn't be, or we should be trying to iron out any kind of oppression, which means we can't necessarily direct things down a particular route. And so I think oppression from others can sometimes creep in because they're not anarchists. We can't control necessarily the processes once we set up a non-hierarchical organization and make it public. We're not trying to convince everybody to be anarchists, are we? We're trying to get people to be able to make more decisions about their life themselves in some way. And that necessarily means that we're going to open the doors to people, and those people might not have our own views. And that is a continual problem, I think, for anarchists to deal with. But also, you hope that the organizations that you're creating are full of warmth as well, and are full of understanding and intelligence and knowledge, and that will ward against it. And I think it's incredibly hard. It's really tough work, but I can't think of a way around it without becoming hierarchical. You can't just simply banish people. Well, you can, but you are then at risk of creating a hierarchy. And I think that is a factor. We haven't quite worked. We're all works in progress ourselves individually, but also so are our movements, and that makes it quite tricky. There's a couple of things I wanted to say that I've known about for a while. I haven't been able to mention because the discussion was good. One is a rumor going around that by the Labour Party, so they might be saying this. They might have a reason for saying this, but there are some predictions coming out from the Labour Party that Jeremy Corbyn is going to win in Islington North, which I think will be very interesting indeed. Yeah. and there was something else, but it's gone out of my head now. It will come back at some point. Well, I've just seen another update that there's a possibility that Yvette Cooper, the current Shadow Home Secretary for Labour, is potentially going to lose to Reform. So that would be totally unexpected. I didn't have Labour losing any seats on my bingo card tonight. So we'll have to look out for that. Yeah, and I think I might have mentioned already that I think I did mention already that there's a chance that Reform could take both Barnsley seats, and one of them will be to somebody who has been thrown out of the Reform Party because they're that bad. But I think I did mention that earlier. And we've reached that stage now where all of a sudden we could get a flurry of announcements. But it's amazing that we've only had 6, I think, so far. Or 7, actually, I think. But yeah, Yvette Cooper losing, that would be mad, wouldn't it?
I mean, I think we already know that Starmer's going to be running scared of Reform, even with a huge majority, and this is just going to accentuate the fact that he's going to be carrying on this shadow boxing with this ghost threat, which is going to drive him to be even more right wing and authoritarian.
Yeah, I don't
So
know what to say
sad
about that.
and disappointing, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the sad thing, of course, is that Reform are the story of the night, aren't they? Really, the main story of the night, and that is what's going to get the attention, and it's going to get the headlines beyond today, and it's going to mean basically 5 years of Farage and others lots of attention. And the one thing that they haven't had, and they don't have yet, is an infrastructure of their party. They're not a party; they are a company. And Farage is going to be able to create a party out of this. There's going to be a parliamentary party, and there's the chance that they will grow in at a local level, at a grassroots level, because parties require that. Parties cannot sustain themselves without just on a company level like they have been doing. But presumably they carry on after tonight and grow, and they will want local councillors as well.
But I think there's a possibility that they're a flash in the pan. They get these MPs, but the long-term effect is that they drive the fascistization of Labour and of the Conservatives, and that they make the centre ground something which has got more elements of fascism in it, even if Reform as a party end up disappearing again.
Yeah, that is a possibility. I mean, Nigel Farage, though, has said he wants to replace the Conservative Party. He doesn't. He doesn't want to. He doesn't think it's a flash in the pan. And I think if you've got 15 people, 13 people in Parliament, then you've basically got the nugget of something there. They are there for 5 years, and you coalesce around that as a party and try to turn it into something bigger. It might be that they're a flash in the pan in terms of the electorate, that's for sure. But we've got 5 years to find that out.
Isn't it possible, as Lucas said, though, that they are a flash in the pan, and he does want to change the Conservative Party? Both things are true. The flash in the pan changes the Conservative Party into Reform, which, Farage has had all these different parties, and they've all said the same thing, because that's really what he wants, is to whip up that propaganda, that viewpoint. And he's consistently made the Conservatives go more and more to the right on all these different reboots of the same idea, which have always been said, oh, they're going to be a threat and they're going to do this. This is his best electoral, actual getting some seats in Parliament showing. But that doesn't necessarily mean Reform's the thing. Reform is the vehicle to show the Conservatives, you're lost. We've got to go this way. Because, as we've been saying, Labour have also shifted right. So the Conservatives don't really have a choice to go left, because they'd end up being Labour. They stay where they are, where they got wiped out. and the message is this is where your voters are. And I think that's the thing. It's like one of the problems with the party political system and talking about it the way we have to in our system is, again, it's like pointing at trans people, pointing at immigrants. It's missing the point of like, why are our electorate, why are there so many people who are susceptible to this? Why are they whipped up by these things? Why is that message hitting? You know, especially in some of these constituencies where they might make gains, which don't have particular problems that even they are saying is caused by immigration. It's more this notional idea of like immigration and other people. And it's like addressing that is what we really need to do, because possibly it's a confluence of lots of things where you've got the political discussion in a media that's aimed at making sort of money and stuff rather than at informing us. And all of these things come together. So messages get amplified, messages get repeated, and things are being said and done that sort of all at the same time kind of just lead to a false perception of reality, basically, with most of the electorate. So even if you look out your window and see that there is no problem that you're being told there is, you know it's happening on another street round the corner somewhere because you've been told it enough times. And I think that's the thing that, like, reform has always been there. You know, they've just had different names. That's always been there. Sometimes it's been in the Conservative Party, sometimes it's been in the Labour Party. That has always been there. And the big problem is, why is it growing to the point that now there are three parties basically causing that kind of voter, because that's the majority voter of the UK. What's happened to the electorate of the UK?
Given but hang on, it doesn't need to be the majority voter, because what we're seeing here are electoral strategies. Starmer is about to get the biggest majority Labour ever, but on the same amount or fewer votes that Corbyn votes got in 2017. So Starmer's going to be patting himself on the back of doing an incredibly clever little body swerve, but it's always about picking out these few key voters. And it gives the impression that the country has changed, that this is what the country thinks. But I think we need to be careful about giving it too much weight.
Yeah, but what I was going to say is I totally agree with that. And I was going to say, with only, I think it's like 51% voter turnout in some places and things like that, which, back to the earlier point, that what the media keeps telling us is what we believe to be reality. That's what the message is. Like, no one ever talks about those percentages after tonight. It just becomes, it was a landslide, it was this. And that's the message. This is what the people think. And we're already seeing, if you're watching any of, like, I've got a screen on over here with what's going on, they seem to constantly be talking about things like reform and immigration. That's the story. That's already the narrative shift. So the main story tonight is Labour won, but the real story that's going to be talked about, because no one wants to talk about Labour winning because they don't really know what that means. There's no policies to talk about. So what they're talking about is, reform and that, and we're doing it too, becomes the narrative, and that creates the perception. And it doesn't matter what the reality is. But you're right, the reality is it is a very small percentage of a small percentage of voters compared to the whole population in particular areas. But that amplification is shown as that's the picture. And that's something we need to counteract, because, again, back to what I said earlier, our facts and our arguments don't necessarily counter that to those vast majorities of people who think that is
exactly. And I think that was a very important point you made there, that like, philosophically, we exist in the world before we perceive and describe the world. So it is the material lived reality of people that they often express and then justify after they've expressed it. And that is why historically the engine of equality and democracy has been things like the Labour movement, because people living together and working together, and they win successes by being together, that creates togetherness. So even if I'm a racist, you're a racist, you're a transphobe, whatever, we all have to work together, because otherwise we're going to lose. And by winning, we win benefits and we build our organization, and it keeps on rolling. This isn't some intellectual exercise that we can all train ourselves to become enlightened, Vulcans. We are, if we want to help, we need to create these motors, these engines, these dynamics of solidarity. And the only way I can see it is through winning through forms of collective bargaining, which aren't necessarily in the workplace, but, for example, in disability. As disabled people, if we stick together, we win. We literally survive if we stick together.
We did have a question why are we doing so badly? No insurgent left-wing anger, which is an interesting question. And they followed it up with, the same person followed up with, why are you pretending to be centrist pundits?
I did
I am a
suggest that
centrist pundit,
that
and
we
my
eat
name
their
is
dinner
Jeremy
then eat
Paxton.
them.
So, well, I mean, maybe we've come across as centrist pundits for some reason, but I don't think we are. But there we are. But why is there no insurgent left-wing anger? It's a really good question. I mean, I've got my own views on it, but this night isn't about my views particularly. Has anybody got any ideas?
Probably the Labour voters will have the answer to that one. I mean, everyone I know that was voting Labour was kind of saying, vote Labour, but get ready to fight. Like that to them seemed to be the main saving grace for Labour, was that they felt there was some chance if we fight Labour. But it was a lot of fighting last time, and they were better on some things. But yeah, not necessarily others. And I don't think because they're Labour, it follows that they'll change anything for the better. Again, there's probably more noise about changing things for the better than there is reality. And then sometimes this element of people just thinking something's happening because it's being talked about, like we were saying earlier, that just it's being said again and again, therefore it must be true.
I think an awful lot of people understandably put a lot of faith in Labour when they saw it moving to the left under Corbyn. I know a lot of people who call themselves anarchists who got excited by that. I didn't personally, but I know people who did, and I can understand it. And the Labour Party grew in in large numbers, and the movement momentum was a big part of that as well, getting a lot of people involved. And it got people involved not just in trying to get Labour elected, but also provided them with a grassroots network as well. And I think that did sap up anger. If people wanted to see anger, I don't think it's anger isn't something you can create. People get angry, and certainly you can see how people can manipulate anger. But I do feel as though some of the anger was put into momentum and the Labour Party as movements to get an elected outcome. And Jeremy Corbyn being sidelined by the Labour Party, that's not a simplistic thing, because some of the people have sticked with the Labour Party. They've stayed with the Labour Party. A lot of people, of course, have left it and moved on to Greens, or maybe just left party politics completely, and maybe haven't found a place yet. But there will be people who are still wedded to the idea of Labour and perhaps wanting to shift it leftwards at some point. So I do feel as though the anger, it's a long time since we've had riots in this country. It's a long time. And of course, since we've last had widespread riots where people were angry, like you look at the young people in 2011 and the student movement a few months before that, the policing situation has transformed. The protest rights that we have now are not like what they were. And so, people can be locked up for blocking a road, which wasn't, people can be locked up for peaceful protest, which it used to be the case that peaceful protest, generally speaking, would be okay. You think about how organizations like Greenpeace just don't do the things they used to do. They just don't do them. And then you look at organizations like Just Stop Oil, who are, there's news about their activists in the court and in prison every single day. So things have changed a lot. Anger might come back at some point, but yeah, I think it's been sapped up with the hope of getting a more left-wing government in place. And what we've actually ended up with is a Labour Party that has shifted to the right.
Do others of you find that, so in the disabled people's movement, one thing I always notice when there's like general elections going on is that we seem to lose a swathe of activists into the Labour Party activism and party activism in general, not just Labour Party, obviously, because we've got people that are involved in other parties as well. And I think as someone who has never been involved in party politics and barely understands it, I've always found that really frustrating, that these other movements, which certainly compared to the disabled people's movement itself, are massive, you know, they're giant, and we are tiny and very under-resourced. So why, come any election, are they sapping our activists' energy? And when they're going to share some back, you know? I'd like to find out the answer to that one. So I find that very almost kind of counterproductive, that then the amount of radical peer activists, for example, like myself, halve in number just immediately as soon as there's anything like an election going on. And it means in real terms that disabled people are suffering further because it affects our grassroots activism so heavily.
I mean, I've got a theory about it, because I was going to say a few things about the question about insurgent leftist anger, and it kind of links to that. Because to me, I mean, I think anger is not a helpful guide to our strategies and our ways of being. You know, anger is the thing that often clouds us, and I think anger is an important emotion, and obviously a response to things that are happening. And I think the anger can be there even if your actions don't seem to be done out of anger. You know, I'm a huge, you know, prison abolitionist, get rid of prisons. The big problem with why we have people in prisons is because people think our anger about crime is a legitimate reason to then lock people away, because we need to service that anger and get some, you know, some vengeance or whatever. And I think anger, even if it's for a good, you know, I'm angry about the right things, it's still the wrong thing to be guiding us. And I think there's two things that go on at the same time, and it certainly is true for me. I am hugely angry about what goes on in the world, not just in our country, and fundamentally disagree with our political system, with everything. You know, that's why I'm an anarchist. But it is the political system we live in, and it is the world we live in. My feeling on this has always been that there's the ideal and there's the thing I might work for and do some activism or long-term thing that's like it. I know it's not going to happen today, tomorrow. It's small steps that are going to lead to a better future, or it might be something that's in a small way doing some difference for real today. But I also know that everyone is living in the country, and that there are certain policies that are in place or not in place, and the narrative of the mainstream political system and the different political parties, that is what's going to determine the real lived experiences of the majority of people in the country. So for me, if I was involved in some activism and for a 6-week election campaign decided that my prioritizing my time, because I've also got to live a life and kind of be sane, I can't spread myself too thin, is okay, I still believe in the thing I'm doing the activism about. I'll come back to that in 6 weeks. But now it's either these people or these people, because of our first past the post system and, you know, rubbish lack of representation. With these people in power, a lot of people are suffering for a range of reasons. And with these people in power, it's possible and even likely a few of them will have their burden eased and there'll be some slightly better conditions. And to me, that's really important, because whatever my personal kind of long-term goals are, that's something I feel I actually call it, you know, I feel I have a moral responsibility, that for me to ignore that and just go, well, you guys suffer for 14 years, right? If I'm not every election trying to get rid of that threat to those people in a very tangible and real way, then I am neglecting something more important maybe than my personal, and you know, we talk a lot in anarchism about individual versus collective, and that idea of, you know, personal autonomy, but also we're interdependent and mutual aid and all. And I really feel it's where we get quite short-sighted with our own movements and our own beliefs. Sometimes we're like, this is my thing, this is what I want, this is my perfect vision of the world. And sometimes I think it's important to sacrifice that for the imperfect world that we're in, that will actually make some actual change, and not see it as a zero sum, oh, that's taken energy away from the movement, that's lost you're not a pure anarchist, or that movement's ruined, as long as at the same time you are coming back to it when it's not the 6 weeks of the election. I think if you decide to focus your entire time on the Labour Party or whatever, you've probably maybe lost direction a bit there. But then I'd even say I'd rather that Labour person working, because that person with that background from anarchism is maybe going to make real change, and the word change will mean something. And we would like a few more of those people rather than Keir Starmer type people running the Labour Party or in the Labour Party. So I kind of just think it's like we should be happy with all the different approaches to making the world better than it currently is, whether that's the long-term goal of brilliant anarchist stuff and the things we're working on in different areas, all that sort of less brilliant but still marginally better, and importantly, we're talking real life, being people dying, people being cut off benefits, or people not getting houses, or whatever it is. And that is a really important thing to not lose sight of, even though it's like there's still going to be people cut off benefits, there's still going to be people without houses. And I think it's easy to dismiss it because we know better, and we know the whole system's broken and it's all stupid. But I don't think you can dismiss those lives for your own sort of ideological goals that are other goals that can coexist with those goals at the same time within one lifetime. Because we're probably not in our, this is my sort of cynical, I don't think in my lifetime I'm ever going to live in the anarchist utopia I want to live in, right? Because I think it's a fundamental issue of anarchism. You can't coerce it into being. So to get people who, as we're saying today, are in their many thousands voting for people like Reform, or people in France, or people who vote for Trump, and these are the people in the world that we have, as well as people who are anarchists. We need to be able to convince them to choose autonomously and freely anarchism. We can't force it on them, otherwise it stops being anarchism, and that's going to take generations. So I want to do something now in my own lifetime to make the world edge towards that, so that it does happen eventually, and get the cracks of what I can do in this lifetime to do those little flourishes of anarchism that are possible. But I don't think it has to be either or.
No, we're not a political party. We're not trying to get more recruits. We're not trying to convince everybody to become anarchists. We don't need everybody to become anarchists. I have a little phrase, anarchism is the answer, which I trot out occasionally, but it doesn't mean that we've got everything right, and it doesn't mean that we can predict the future or know how it's all going to pan out. But what we can do is talk to people about how we organize and try to include people. And yeah, I think what you said was right about anger as well, is that it can be incredibly counterproductive. It's not. It can also be a little bit boring as well at times. Like I'm incredibly angry, but then I think I've got to write an article at some point about British politics. I can't just write the whole system stinks, it's shit, let's get rid of it, because I could do that every month, and what's the point? You have to try to and I have real trouble with this. I have to try to write about what's been going on and analyze it, and I think maybe sometimes that could mean that you look a little bit centrist. Maybe it's not so radical to think, how do you, at some point I'm going to have to write about this election. And at this stage, I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to say. It might be stuff that we've already said tonight. It might be shaping things now, or it might change in a few days, and I'll think of something else. But I can't just write, it's all gone to buggery. How awful. That might be how I feel, though.
That's what Twitter's for.
Yeah, well, that's true. Yeah. I think if you're writing an article for Freedom, it's got to be a bit more detailed than that, hasn't it? Yeah, but it's hard. It's also, I'm actually quite pleased that I've got a different government, a different party to moan about for a change, because I've spent the last 10 years moaning mainly about the Tories. I'm going to be moaning about the same stuff, I think. It's just that the party's changed, but it gives us a whole fresh set of stuff to get our teeth into, and to try to show that we have got some answers. Yeah, I think that's really important. I also wanted to ask you, Dana, you wrote about democracy as well, didn't you?
Yeah.
So So I wondered what you wrote about authentic democracy, and I wondered whether you could really briefly explain what you mean by authentic democracy.
Anarchism. That's the brief version. I mean, the book is again, we're talking about centrists, and I want to make, like I said, many people realize that anarchism, as you said, or anarchy is the answer. And what I try to do with authentic democracy, which sort of came out of my PhD, is make the case using the framework of traditional arguments for sort of Western liberal democracy as the sort of pinnacle achievement of everything, and look at the arguments that support it morally, as to why this is this great system, doesn't get us to what we have today. The thing we're talking about tonight, this is not democracy, right?
Yeah.
This is on a very fundamental level. We're talking about parties, so already we're not having the will of the people represented. We're having pick a side out of 5 flavors of people you can choose, who pre-write manifestos and tell you this is what your choices are. So we don't have that. Then we've got the fact they represent these giant constituencies. They don't actually know what's going on, and they don't represent the constituency either. They represent the party again. So there's those elements. It's a kind of ritualistic sort of mirage of democracy. So it's not good democracy. It's not what democracy should be. But I basically make the argument that for democracy to do the thing it's supposed to, and on the grounds on which it's justified, which is that the sort of a fundamental argument within democratic theory that we the people have rights to our own self-sovereignty and autonomy, but we choose to give it to these leaders because they're going to represent it for us and make life better for us than it would be without. My sort of philosophical bit is the idea that we have we acknowledge we have that self-power, and we choose to give it up for a reason, and that reason is we think it would be better to give these people the power to make life better than it would be if we just kept it for ourselves and self-organized. And on that sort of promise of what democracy is supposed to do, the type of democracy we've currently got around the world demonstrably fails. It doesn't make life better. In fact, it is inherently linked to the capitalist system, and it's not authentic democracy, it's capitalist democracy. It's representative democracy, not direct democracy. So it doesn't actually do the job of what it's supposed to do and what it's kind of justified on. And so once you break that down, I basically made the argument, what is it we're trying to do? Well, where would you have a system where the people kind of keep their self-sovereignty and autonomy, but can also do collective things together when they want to, in a way that maintains that sovereign power and doesn't give it up for no reason, but can give it up temporarily and in limited ways for achieving certain things, and basically make the case, well, that's not democracy, that's anarchism. So authentic democracy is anarchism, and basically everything we've got that's not anarchism is a pale imitation and also not ethically justified. The arguments we use to justify the systems we have justify anarchism, not what we have. So that what we are talking about today would definitely not count as an authentic democracy by my sort of terminology.
No, and we've been fed the idea that to hold these people to account, we vote them out if we don't like them. That's not really holding them to account, is it? Because they're there for 5 years, and so you can't really hold them to account regularly and continuously through their term. There's very little chance of recalling MPs and things like that. So we're encouraged that this is the way to get great leaders, great representatives, find the future prime ministers and ministers in general, and so on and so forth. But actually, it fails on multiple levels, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And this idea of sort of kicking people out as we've talked about, I mentioned Twitter as a place to vent your anger in futility. That's another great example. And I think it was maybe Lucas was talking about Jeremy Corbyn, or maybe it was you, I can't remember. Someone talks about Jeremy Corbyn as maybe where some of the anger went, and we're like, instead of being angry, we're gonna be angry by fighting against the Tories with Jeremy Corbyn, and oh, it didn't work. Basically, there's lots of these mechanisms within democracies that we currently have to sort of give you a dead end to make your complaints. There's a great book by Sarah Ahmed, called complaint. It's actually about sort of how institutions tend to have complaint procedures that are designed to ignore the complaint, essentially, and basically make it more hard work for you to ever make the complaint, and you just waste your time doing that. And that is what democracy is, right? So there's problems. We don't have the things we need, but there's a mechanism for dealing with it, which is take it to the ballot box, lobby your MP, write a letter to your MP, and you do all that stuff, and nothing happens. And at best, in 5 years, maybe something will change. But if you put your effort into that, then you're not taking to the streets and you're not using that anger in a more constructive way. So, yeah, definitely, it's part of the function of our current sort of story of democracy is that it is there to sort of funnel and channel our various efforts into these kind of futile ways, which that's kind of the tension with what I was saying earlier about supporting someone like the Labour Party against the Conservative Party. And for me, it's about, really importantly, not channeling your anger into futile ways. So, for example, the Green Party, who way more would align with many of my beliefs, I'm not going to vote for the Green Party, and I'm not going to campaign for the Green Party, because the writing on the wall of where I live, in particular my constituency, is there is no chance at all in this election of the Green Party winning. So me putting all my effort into that kind of activism would be a waste of my time. It will not affect anything, and it will probably be futile. It'll be a way of funneling all that energy into some dead end. Whereas funneling some kind of well-chosen energies into the lesser of two evils that might make an actual difference, whilst also doing other things, kind of makes some sense. So it's kind of recognizing the way that the current system is designed to de-democratize you, take away that sort of political voice through its false channels, and do what you can with it, and ignore the bits that you can't do. So, like, I don't care a lot, for example, tonight about all the various political horse races and is this person going to lose their seat and all that. It's fun and it's exciting, but that's soap opera. That's really kind of, again, turning it into an entertainment thing rather than a democratic thing. It's exciting in the same way that I watch entertainment, but it's not politics. And I think, I've got lots of friends who are political scientists and things like that who really care about this stuff, and that's great, but it's something different than what the function of this thing is as part of our expression of our political will as a people. And it's not about that. So I just think you've got to be kind of aware of the traps and the pitfalls within the system, and try not to be lured into wasting time with it, and spend effort where it counts, if that makes sense.
The Liberal Democrats have, thank you. Yeah, that's great. Sorry. The Liberal Democrats have taken a seat away from the Tories, Harrogate and Knaresborough, and Reform were third. The Liberal Democrat vote went up 9.9 percentage points. The Conservatives went down nearly 22, and Reform went up 10.9 because they didn't exist before. But yeah, so the Liberal Democrats have taken a seat from the Tories.
An extremely rich area.
Mm.
So this is Tory disaffected Tories, but this is also tactical voting because Labour vote was down slightly.
Yes, I think that makes sense, doesn't it? Yeah, absolutely. I'm just taking a look at the have a swing. 67% turnout as well, which is much higher than some of those seats we saw early on. Yeah.
Again, rich areas tend to have far higher turnouts. So what would be interesting would be the comparison between last time to see if anything's changed there.
Yes, I couldn't see that on the page I was looking at, but yeah, we'll get a clearer indication as more results come in, I think, of turnout in general. Also saw a prediction for London, which saw Labour winning every seat apart from Islington North. So the Tories potentially not winning at all in London, which that would be interesting. That would mean that the person I stood against in 2015, Chris Philp, has lost Croydon South, which would be quite interesting. I would be very satisfied. to see him kicked out of Parliament. It would be wonderful. Currently policing minister, I think, at the Home Office. So that would be quite interesting if it comes about. I'm just seeing on the screen as well, Lee Anderson, the Reform candidate, expecting him to win again in Ashfield. This time for Reform, whereas he was Tory before, and prior to that, he's been a Labour councillor. He seems to manage to change his parties every so often.
Yeah, I think the jumping from party to party, especially this election with some of the people who joined Labour from the Conservative, it just sort of shows that there is this sort of, they're all the same to various degrees of what your personal limit is, basically. And that is something that is, the fact that certain people can feel comfortable in all three of those parties tells you there's something very wrong with the idea that these three parties are very radically different from each other.
One of you was saying before that I think that it looks like some of them change parties depending on what party they think they're most likely to get voted in through. Was it so that if they thought they're more likely to get to become an MP if they're a Liberal Democrat, then they move to that?
I see.
That's what one of you was saying. I'd love it if you said more about that, because I don't really know about it.
Who was that? Because I didn't say it.
Oh, maybe it's someone who's already gone, and that's why you all look confused.
Yeah.
But the Conservatives who've come to Labour, for example, they're standing down. So this isn't about trying to get re-elected. I'm not sure that anyone's doing that, apart from that Reform guy.
Yeah,
Lee Anderson is certainly trying to get re-elected. I kind of horrified by. If he's the standard, it's quite horrific, because he is very basic and simple, but that is not a surprise, I suppose. I'm just trying to see what other results have come in, if we've got any more yet.
Labour gained Stroud from the Conservatives.
Okay.
Stroud is a funny place. It used to have an anarchist commune in it. I read a police report from the 1920s. They sent someone over there and he was like, there's a bunch of weirdo anarchists in Stroud and they preach free love.
Interesting.
I don't think they're dangerous.
One of them is now the Labour leader of no.
Yes.
Yeah, it's always slow, this weird time of like waiting for these counts to go, and even that is weird. Like the counts are kind of, we don't care about the democracy of are they actually counting the votes. They are doing it as fast as possible to get the votes in. I don't know, there's protections to try and make sure they do actually care about counting them, but it is very bizarre the way we report on elections in this country and in America, where it's all based on, we're talking about an exit poll that is not necessarily true, seems to be bearing out a bit so far, but we've had like 10, 12 actual results, and we're just kind of like waiting while people count, and the people counting are rushing to try and count as quickly as possible so we can talk about it, instead of just going, you know what, we voted, the polls closed, it's 10 o'clock, let's all go to bed and we'll wake up at 7 and it will be announced, there'll be an embargo and you just put
absolutely. The tension is entirely fake, isn't it?
Yeah.
The decisions were taken by 10 o'clock last night.
Yes.
And we're just waiting. I wonder whether it would be more exciting if we didn't have the exit poll, if we were just waiting for results without knowing the possibilities.
Certainly on years where the Tories have won, the exit poll has been a real kick in the balls. That kind of ruins the night before anything. You've got no hope and you're just sat there being depressed all night. Whereas,
I was at the count when in 2015 when I stood in Croydon, and we were at Croydon Clock Tower where there was a cinema which had the BBC News on, and so we were watching that for updates all night, and we were expecting to get a result at 4 a.m, but it didn't actually come until 6, and it was a long time, and I'd had this idea just to annoy everybody. I was going to demand a recount. But I looked at the sad faces And I could tell that they were looking at me as well, thinking, is he really gonna do this? We don't want to count all of these things again. And of course, by 6 o'clock, I just wanted to go and have a sleep, you
Yeah.
know. But yeah, it's a bizarre process. There's so many ways that it could be improved. We could have all of this, but we could have it on Saturday morning instead, couldn't we? We could not open any of the ballot box. We might not have to stay up all night.
Yeah.
There's lots
Can't
of
it all be
ways.
digital and just added up at once? People
I've
take
got to
the
say, here in Sweden, we are superior in every way, and you get the full result by about 10 o'clock in the evening, and you
Yeah,
can have a
there you
reasonable
go.
bedtime.
Yeah.
Sorted. But it wouldn't be as interesting as what we've got, right?
I'm sure there's
Is
some
it done
draconian
digitally?
ancient procedure that they have to go through.
Is it done digitally in Sweden, or is it done physically and
You know, I'm
counted?
not sure. I mean, the actual voting is by paper, but it might all get read digitally by
Yeah.
computer. An interesting thing about Sweden is everything is digitized and mechanized as much as possible because the unions are so strong. So labor costs are so huge. It always makes sense to do capital investment to bring down
Yeah.
labor costs, which makes everything more convenient as well.
You know, that's I mean, I think this whole process when you watch it is, and if you've been involved in it as well, it is so clearly not the best way of doing it, but it's become a thing that we do, that we watch, it's tradition. And yeah, like all these weird rituals that we have as humans, it's a it's a strange British model, I guess, that you watch.
We're kind of stuck with it. Once again, for anything to improve, you've got to have the main party in power wanting to change it, haven't you? And I imagine that this, for some reason, will appeal to people. I don't know. We've got a nice comment. That's good. Got to say thanks to all taking part in this live discussion for keeping an interesting conversation going for several hours and following along. Much appreciated. That is really nice to know. Because yeah, I mean, there's, to be honest, there's so much we can talk about, isn't there, with British politics, and it's going to be a bizarre 5 years, and I know I've said already that I don't like predicting the future because I get it wrong, and I think there are a range of possibilities, and I've heard a lot of ideas about what Labour are going to be like in power tonight, and I agree with some of them. But I also want to put out the alternative ideas as well. And everybody's been very down on the idea that Labour could have any kind of progressive qualities at all. And I have a feeling that there will be some things that we end up liking and agreeing with because as anarchists obviously we don't like the state and we don't agree with hierarchical government, but I think it would be wrong if we said government does everything terribly and everything it does is terrible. I don't think we would be arguing for getting rid of the NHS, for example. We might want reform to it, but in a different way to what Keir Starmer's planning. But I do think there is the potential and I'm in no way saying this is going to happen, but I do think there is the potential for Labour to do some things which are progressive, and we might see uh, some things change for the better. There was a really interesting comment actually I remember from when we did a trial run of this discussion 3 weeks ago when we had current Freedom editor Uri Gordon on, and he made the point that, uh, and I'm sorry if I paraphrase and get this slightly mangled, but he made the point that generally speaking, things are a little bit easier to organize under a Labour government. That things are harder, therefore, under a Conservative or a more right-wing government. So there are possibilities, perhaps, for organising at a grassroots level, which are opened up by the attitude of the government. And one of the things I find fascinating about British politics, when I was growing up, the first election I properly paid attention to was 1992, and then I was studying politics when 1997 came along. And one of the things I noticed with 1997 was that the country felt like a different place almost immediately. I don't think on this occasion that we are going to win the Eurovision Song Contest 2 days later, because it's not taking place on Saturday. But I feel as though that Labour victory in '97 contributed to us actually winning the Eurovision Song Contest.
It's
And
the
I'm going to.
quarterfinals of the Euros on Saturday, so
Oh,
they might that might be the Eurovision of
hey,
2024.
maybe. And Harold Wilson did say that we only ever win the World Cup with a Labour government. so we could.
They only won the
Starmer could.
Rugby World Cup under a Labour government as well.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. That's Yeah. So we'll see what happens there. But things could feel very different. I joked online what is now yesterday. I went to a chip shop yesterday, and I had my last plate of chips under the Tories, and I joked that they would taste better if I was having them on Friday. But literally, there will be quite a change of mood. And if you remember from 1997, they bussed in Labour supporters with Union flags to Downing Street and stuff like that. So I have a feeling that, and also just to build this argument. Sorry, I'm talking a lot, and it's not my show, but I just want to bring this in. Rishi Sunak is going to have to go to Buckingham Palace later on today. And I think it's around about 11 o'clock that Keir Starmer will be going there to become Prime Minister. And he goes into Downing Street, where Rishi Sunak's stuff has already been packed up and sent away, presumably, because they will have predicted this. And Keir Starmer is going to start work straight away by not only appointing members of his cabinet, but also doing stuff that he can do without parliamentary approval. And we don't know yet what sorts of things he might do. I know that Jeremy Corbyn, if he'd won in 2017, was going to announce that homelessness was going to end. There's going to be some announcements, and suddenly you've got a different set of people in charge, a different agenda, and I think the country will feel different. But I don't know yet how, is what I'm saying. It's very difficult to predict what this government is going to do in the next few hours. But within a few hours, it's going to be doing stuff. Some of it might not be terrible. I just wanted to say that.
Well, this is this whole tone of oppression thing that I've been talking about for forever, which is exactly that if you accept that whatever form of state government is oppression, right? We can either have really bad oppression or oppression that feels good.
Yeah.
And the tone of our oppression does count. I mean, I do think, and I keep making this case because I think it is important for a sustainable anarchist movement that we can balance our activism and our ideals with actually living a good life as best as we can now, without just being angry all the time and wanting everything to be different. You have to kind of reach that balance. And my experience is that under the previous Labour government, there were things that, because of the tone of the country and because of the tone of the government, and I talk about the rhetoric, if we said that they're lying about things, if the rhetoric they use is a rhetoric of inclusivity, of compassion, of reasoned argument about things, of trying to do the right thing, all that stuff, that sends a message that that's what they're trying to do. Now, it might be false, but it feels like someone is there trying to do the right thing, and it kind of sends the message that that's what we should be doing. So as a country, we all should be maybe trying to act inclusively and with compassion and do the right thing. Whereas if you have a government whose whole message is we're fucked and they took the money and they're coming and taking your jobs and we don't like those people and these people are taking that from you and you should be jealous of those people, which is basically what we've had for the last 14 years, that corrodes the country. That creates a lack of solidarity between people, divisiveness between people, a feeling of uncertainty and insecurity, and it makes you just, that's the tone. I mean, I've had some really interesting discussions over the last few weeks with my students who basically, it's sort of come to my realization that the way the world is or has been for the last 14 years, I teach 11 to 18-year-olds, the vast majority of them, it's all they've known. So they don't know it's bad. Yeah. They don't know that this is all broken and messed up and that even under the state system, we've had a better version of this country before, because in their lifetime, or at least their conscious lifetime, for even the older ones who've been alive for more than 14 years, this is how things are. People are at food banks. There's homeless people in the streets. There's, you don't have an NHS that functions. It's hard to get a job. There's loads of, prejudice and discrimination, and you got to fight against woke people. That's life. That's the way the world has always been, and that is a really worrying thing to think about for people who are older than that, because if you know that there's a different world possible, let alone anarchist utopian worlds, there's just within crappy oppressive worlds, there's better versions of that. You can actually go, right, we need to make some changes. But certainly my students are scared of change. There are many of them who go, well, maybe Rishi Sunak should be given more of a chance. He's trying his best. It's those other people who messed up and they've all gone now, because from their perception of the world, the government, who should try and make things better, have been doing their best under really bad circumstances. There's been a pandemic and there's been all these things that have always been wrong with the country, and they've been trying to fix them. And the guys who failed have been kicked out, and now this new guy's got a plan, and we've got to trust his plan. So that's their perception, and it's a totally reasonable perception if you suddenly remember that they've not known anything else.
Yeah, absolutely. I find the same with my students. I tutor A-level government and politics online, and yeah, even politics students don't, even though they've they're learning the history of politics as well as part of that, and yeah, they don't know anything else. And I remember what that was like, growing up in the 80s and 90s. I was 3 when Margaret Thatcher came to power. I wasn't really paying much attention to politics then. I mean, I'm a geek on it, but not that bad. So it was.
Labour holds Barnsley North.
Oh, sorry, say that again.
Labour holds Barnsley North.
Wow.
So that means no reform there, which is good news.
That is not what we were expecting. That's brilliant. Yeah. So I think it was Barnsley South. No, I'm going to get my Barnsleys mixed up. I won't say it. So yeah, Barnsley North, Labour hold. Knowsley, Labour hold. Stroud, Labour gain. I think they had Nuneaton as a gain and Darlington as a gain as well. Rachel Reeves is just winning in Leeds West and Pudsey, convincingly. Reform, where are they in this? 3rd place?
3rd.
Yeah.
Just.
So that's not a surprise. I'm imagining that Rachel Reeves is going to be Chancellor tomorrow at some point. And again, if you remember when Gordon Brown became Chancellor, it was within at least a couple of days. It might have been his first working day, maybe the Monday, or it might have been over the weekend even, where he gave independence to the Bank of England.
It was very
so that Labour government in 1997 started really quickly doing things that, I don't know whether that makes a huge difference, but doing things that kind of set the tone and changed the mood. And I've got a feeling that we'll get announcements from her possibly before the end of Friday. But I don't know what they're going to be.
Well, it's just after they're elected that they have the most political capital. They're most powerful, so they should try and do as much as they can, including they should try and get done most of the unpopular things, so tax rises and stuff, because then they can ride it out. So if they don't dare to do anything that's unpopular, but we know that they need to do, then that's going to be worrying. But yes, let's hope they do a lot of good stuff that sets a good tone.
Yeah, that's a really interesting point. I agree. I'm just wondering how these lukewarm Tory rags that have kind of subtly endorsed Labour, how long of a honeymoon they're going to give this new government. I think it's going to be quite short. One of the things that is true of 97 is the economy was in a much better state than it is now. I don't know where economic growth is going to come from, apart from the fact that the economy is in such a bad state. Perhaps it could grow just because it's decreased so badly, and it's been stagnant since the financial crash, really. So there is a chance that
That's
they
one of the
get in
reasons
quicker.
Labour's been talking so much about stability, because they know that the Conservatives have been so chaotic recently, especially chaotic in their relationship to the biggest trading partner, the EU. So I think a lot of what Labour's hoping is that if they just actually give long-term stability, that quite a lot of investment will flood in that's been holding off.
Yeah, yeah. So I wonder if Barnsley North was one of the predicted 13 reform seats. And now that will need to be revised down to 12, which makes me feel a bit more positive, a little, a tiny bit. Got to take what crumbs you can. But I mean, we will see how that plays out. These exit polls are really accurate, but there's always a few which go awry. Normally, it goes awry in the direction of the Conservatives doing better than predicted. I remember in 2015 watching in that cinema in Croydon that it started off suggesting we were going to have a hung parliament, and David Cameron ended up getting a majority by the end of the night. And I did a speech at my count talking about how the Tories were kind of looking like they'd lost, and yet they didn't. So that didn't stand the test of time. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this works. The Liberal Democrats have gained Eastleigh. On
And just
the
to confirm, yeah, the exit poll had a 99% chance of Barnsley North for reform, but Labour have held it. So
Interesting.
it could be that reform were overestimated in the
Yeah.
exit poll, which would be great. Because, like we were talking about,
Good.
tone matters. And if you have an MP for an area like that who's going out and normalising horrendous things, you're going to have more violence on the streets. You're going to have more normalisation of people being brutal. So I'm glad that people of Barnsley are not going to have to endure that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It'll be interesting to see what happens in the other Barnsley seat, which I think is the one where the Reform candidate was so bad he was disowned by Reform. So we'll see what happens there when it gets to that count. But yeah, that's
What happens in that
Jesus,
case?
they held
Like,
Barnsley North by 8,000 votes. Sorry, go on.
no, just what is it? Did they just become a de facto independent rather than a reform?
well, what will be interesting is, yes, in theory, but what if Nigel Farage says all is forgiven, you've won?
Yeah, I mean
You know,
that's true. Yeah,
so if I were, if I was Nigel Farage, what a terrible thing to say.
if I was Nigel Farage, I would
I'd
commit
be
myself.
very annoyed with myself.
Yeah.
Oh, you're showing us the sunshine, showing
Yeah,
us
the
the
sun's already up
daytime.
in Sweden, by the way.
Ah,
Nice.
It barely got dark at all.
I think we'll be getting some sunshine soon enough here, actually. But yeah, so I think Nigel Farage will be, if that person gets in, technically they're an independent until Nigel Farage says you can take the whip. And then presumably there is some kind of media scrutiny that then dies down and nobody cares.
yeah.
That is what I think would happen.
An interesting thing, because we were talking about whether Reform will manage to put together an actual organisation, but each MP is elected on an individual mandate. So the party can't just get rid of them as an MP. So suddenly, instead of it being the Farage show, you've got all these like 12 or 10 independent centres of power who can then bargain with Farage, which could also lead to more of an implosion because they're a victim of their own success.
Mm. Yeah, it's one of those things again with the political party system of you are voting for a party and you've got this individual kind of wiggle room, but you still don't quite know what you're going to get. You vote on a party line and you end up with someone who, I mean, in this case, sadly, because of the sort of thing that Reform voters are probably looking for, maybe they're not disappointed with that kind of reveal, but you do not quite know what you're going to get just because someone has a particular coloured rosette on.
Yeah. Well, someone's asked us about predictions on recalls. Well, there could be some. I think let's wait for the scandals to roll in first. It probably won't be long. And we've seen how Starmer has been brutal in opposition with MPs that have done things on his side that he doesn't like. So presumably he carries on doing that. He might not. We don't know. I think there's a range of possibilities as well with regard to Farage and those reforming. I feel sorry for Lucas. Every time he predicts something, I say, "Oh, I've got another idea that could happen." But
Well, that's good. It's good to test hypotheses against each
yeah,
other.
yeah,
So it's
yeah.
good to formulate them at all so that they can be tested.
Yeah, yeah. I think there's a range of possibilities. So I think you're right that there will be people in the Reform Party in Parliament who challenge Farage. But at the moment, I would also suggest that they're going to be incredibly thankful for him because he's won them the seats, hasn't he? Rather than them winning themselves. And so at the moment, I think he's an emperor in reform. But at some point, that might change. Um, but I don't know. I don't know what would cause that to come about. Every time a reform person
Greed and
says,
evil.
yeah, 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 possibly. Every time a reform person says something terrible, the automatic response is to defend them unless it's so bad that they have to sack them. But when we say so bad, we're talking about really, really bad stuff, really terrible homophobia, misogyny, racism. Um, for some reason, Nigel Farage tracks them, doesn't he? It's
Yeah.
really weird for such a nice man.
I
I
was
don't
saying
know how he
this
does it.
to students the other day who were sort of like, I said, like, Reform are basically just a terrible racist party. And they're like, you can't say that, sir. You're not supposed to be biased and have political, because there's all this stuff at schools that you're not supposed to be overtly persuasively political or whatever. And I just said, look, he is a racist. He's had his whole career saying racist things and run a
Yeah,
range of differently named racist parties where lots of people who run in those parties end up saying or doing incredibly racist things.
yeah,
So I'm going to call him a racist
yeah.
because he is. And
Well, that's interesting because I think we might have kind of similar approaches to our teaching, but I'm lucky enough not to be kind of regulated by the government on my tutoring, so I can be a bit more free. But I just think even though I'm teaching politics and people might expect you to be neutral, I explain that there's no such thing, and also if I think something is true, I'm going to say it. So I have called out Reform as a racist party, and I think maybe that has I run the risk of that being uncomfortable for students and parents, but I'm not going to sit and lie to people.
Yeah, I think it's important. I mean, I've got this whole position, which is what I've always, Labour have held Barnsley South. So
Oh wow,
let's just come in.
wow.
All right.
Well, that's where my
Good
partner's
news for
from
Barnsley.
originally. She's going to be very happy on that front because she's also a Labour Party member. So um, yeah, amazing. Amazing. That is not what we were thinking is going to happen.
No, so that's good news, hopefully, with some of these reform predictions. We'll see.
So I think we're going to maybe have to kind of reassess exactly how many seats reform are going to get. And Nigel Farage is going to be spitting, isn't he? He's going to be so angry. You
Well, I was
promised us.
thinking there's been this whole like he's definitely going to win Clacton, and there was this whole narrative, and obviously it's been proven to be true so far. But the whole narrative, well, Labour are going to win the election, and people say maybe that's being used as a strategy to make people not vote and or to rally the troops to come out against them or whatever. And it hasn't worked here. But I was thinking maybe that does happen in Clacton, right? Because everyone has said, well, he's definitely going to do that.
Yeah.
So is it possible that enough people have heard that he's definitely going to win it, and they don't want that the people of Clacton come out and sort of send a message to Farage? That would be my dream scenario.
That would
Whether
be
that's
amazing.
likely to happen, I doubt, because everyone tells me it's he's definitely going to win it. But
I'm in no way an expert on how polls are conducted, but I'm imagining it's harder to predict when you've got so many marginal seats, particularly when you're trying to predict how a party that didn't exist 5 years ago might do. Because normally what they're doing is they are comparing how people have said they voted today in comparison to how they voted last time. And that is tricky if you if the party didn't exist. Do you compare it to the Brexit party, which did exist? Last election was almost entirely about Brexit. So I imagine that it's quite a tricky thing for the exit poll to predict with any
Mm.
accuracy.
Absolutely.
I imagine. But wow, I mean, it would be very pleasing if we are beginning to see reform not do so well.
Because in terms of progressive politics, you'll probably be good to exchange 20 Labour seats for there being no reform seats. Because Keir Starmer can do what he wants with a decent majority, and he doesn't need a huge majority. But if you've got these like 13-10 poisonous reform MPs, then they can do a huge amount of damage to the discourse.
Yeah, I agree. Right. Brilliant.
Rachel, picking up on what you were saying about starting hitting the ground running, Rachel Reeves is saying a lot about how this is giving us the mandate to make the real changes, blah, blah, blah. So they're certainly not pushing down expectations there.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
she's the one who's going to be making the real changes.
Oh, yeah. And that brings me to talk about something that's quite interesting in this coming Parliament. A big Labour Party and Rachel Reeves and other people in the current shadow cabinet are part of a think tank called Labour Together, and they campaigned for Starmer to become leader of the Labour Party. And I think there's going to be tensions. I think there's going to be tensions within the Labour cabinet, even, and fairly quickly, because those people made him. Those people made him, and they will expect him to do the things that they want. So we've had with this outgoing Conservative government a whole load of right-wing libertarian neoliberal think tanks, Brexit supporting think tanks, all housed in the same building. Sorry, I think you were going to say it. Tufton Street, 55 Tufton Street. Liz Truss even brought some of them into Downing Street with her. Several of them actually have worked in Downing Street with various prime ministers. I think that's a model that Labour's going to carry on. They will. I'm imagining that there are people from left-leaning think tanks who are going to be joining Keir Starmer in Downing Street tomorrow and beyond, and they're going to expect a similar sort of treatment, that they get to influence things the way they want them to be. They're not actually think tanks. Think tanks are organizations that do research and try to kind of be helpful in some way to policy formulators. What they really are is lobbyists. They're lobbying companies that want a particular type of society. And Labour Together is one that has formed around a number of Labour MPs. Those MPs as well are going to want stuff from Starmer because they made him. So that's going to be interesting. And it's not the sort of thing we've seen from Starmer in terms of he's been able to get on with things as leader and control matters. But there are other people behind the scenes who will be pulling strings. The relationship between the Prime Minister and the Chancellor is always tricky. Who's ever had problems with their neighbours? But they live next door, and everybody around the cabinet table is going to want money for projects, and Rachel Reeves is going to be saying no, and so there's going to be tension, and it might not take long to surface. So it's going to be quite interesting on that regard.
I think they've always got think tanks, like every political party,
Yeah.
whether it's a formal, like nowadays it's pretty much a formal organization, but certainly there's always ideological players in the background who are coming up with policy. And I think the most important thing to note with that sort of thing is that a lot of their work is already done. So what a lot of Labour Together will have done is prepare us for the arguments that Keir Starmer is going to publicly make by putting op-eds out and getting people talking on podcasts and various things about the various talking points that they're going to then send Keir out to solve those problems. Because that's the playbook, isn't it? We've seen this massively with neoliberal project of let's send all these economic ideas and ideas out there into the world in all kinds of different formats, then politicians will tell us that this is the only option and there's no alternative. So I think that's the bigger worry is whatever the political party, think tanks, if you worry about it, and I think what the worry is the secretness of it and the hiddenness of it. Because we all have we have anarchist think tanks essentially, don't we? We've got anarchist propagandists, we've got anarchist people who go, this is some idea, and we've talked about activism. Someone's had an idea, we've bought into it, we've all organized, and we've gone and done something to kind of spread that idea. So that's how ideas kind of work.
Yeah.
But it's about kind of, I guess, citing your sources and going, what we tend not to have is a politician saying, so we've had this great suggestion from think tank X. We agree with them. You can read their documents. They've put some papers out in these different newspapers, and that person you saw talking on the Sunday
this is who
morning,
they're funded by.
Yeah, they're funded by. So all of that, if that was open, that'd be great. To their credit, actually, a lot of the Republicans in America do often say this is from the Heritage Foundation quite openly, and you've got this Project 2025 thing coming up with Trump at the moment, them saying, like, this is our plan, we have put it together, we are a think tank, this is what we want him to do. So I think actually, we know about Tufton Street as well. I think it's becoming more open, and the worrying thing is it's becoming open now, and we don't really care, and we just we kind of just accept, well, they're all going to have their various think tanks. And I think it's like the magician's misdirection. If they're telling you about the like, what are the things they don't tell you about? So if they've told you that Labour Together have done A, B, and C, what did Labour Together also do to get us to the point where A, B, and C works? And that's the kind of sort of more sinister think tanky ideology stuff that I think the dark arts stuff that we need to worry about, because that they are lobbyists, but it's where they're lobbying and how they're lobbying that we don't see, I think is quite worrying. Because it could be they're so good and they're all on the same page, there's no internal conflict at all. They've all decided, like, these are the things we wanted you to do, Keir, and Keir's like,
true.
That's the plan.
I just think it's just incredibly dodgy that we end up with an awful lot of unelected people with a great deal of power. Reform have got their first seat. Lee Anderson in Ashfield, who defected from the Tories to Reform, has won. 38.
Where is Ashfield? I'm so sorry. I'm a Londoner. I'm very provincial. Where is Ashfield? In Nottinghamshire.
Yeah.
Oh, I wonder if it's an old mining area.
It is, I think. Yeah.
Well, we all know about Nottingham miners, don't we?
Yeah.
Sorry.
My great grandfather was a miner in Nottinghamshire, but before all of that, so yeah, some of my family came from the Ashfield area, actually. So that is a seat to Reform. They're currently getting around about 21% of the vote. Colchester, a Labour gain. Norwich South, a Labour hold. So
Blackpool South, a Labour gain.
Blackpool South. That was recently a by-election, wasn't it? That the Tories had won in 2019.
Can I say another blast from the past? Because Neil Kinnock's been going around saying "rejoice, rejoice," and that's him directly taking the piss out of Thatcher, because that's what she said when when they sunk the Belgrado or something. She was like, "Rejoice, rejoice," and so he's like, "Ha ha! I outlasted you. My lot of one."
Yeah. Well, that sort of thing is kind of good on nights like this, but then Labour have a tendency of losing election after election, don't they? As he well knows. But yeah, that's quite interesting. I didn't know that. It's good. Yeah, goodness.
It's depressing that Reform have won at least one seat, but
yeah. but this guy's likely to go independent to be a maverick, right? So let's hope that they're just concerned with their own internal fighting.
Well, I was thinking that if he wins and if Farage wins, it's interesting that the two sort of guaranteed reform possible MPs are all people known outside of reform. It's not the reform label, it's their own previous record or personality from a prior career in politics that's kind of the thing. And if Corbyn wins as well, it's a similar idea. And it's kind of maybe reminding people that is the thing, that for good or for bad, maybe, that we vote for. We vote for familiar faces. We vote for people we feel we've got a relationship with as an electorate, whether that's your team of a particular party, or if it's just like, oh yeah, it's Nigel, I like him on the telly, or oh, Jeremy, he's been good, I like give him a chance. And that's maybe something that needs to be kind of used more as a sort of thing of, rather than a lot of these kind of faceless MP candidates being sort of shipped into different constituencies to run, just go like, that doesn't fly. Like, you need people who are actually part of a community, who people know, or you need these media personality types. And I think that way madness lies. But the other way, where it's sort of, there is a local familiarity at least, I think the personality politics, again, back to that idea that we don't always vote with our heads, we vote often with some feeling about something. It's something to think about. What is it that we're voting for when we vote? Are we just voting because it's the guy off the telly?
Lots of MPs do work really hard for their constituency. They hold surgeries. They're constantly like being the tribune, passing problems up the chain, and so they'll have gathered a lot of goodwill. And as far as I understand, Corbyn does an awful lot of that, as well. And that's how you build up that kind of local base.
Oh, got an email telling me I've won a prize with the National Lottery. I'm tempted to take a look.
Live.
If I'm a millionaire, what do we do? Do I have to sit down?
Britannia, take two.
So someone's asked us on YouTube about an international dimension to this, which I think is interesting because, I mean, in terms of foreign affairs, this superficial election campaign hasn't given us anything about that really. An international dimension, I was wondering whether this election might influence things, because technically, and I know we've talked all night about how the country hasn't swung leftwards just because Labour's winning, but technically it looks like we have, doesn't it? It looks like we've chosen the left-wing party out of the two main. Does that influence things when the rest of the world is going rightwards? I suspect I've answered the question already by the fact that we haven't gone leftwards. But
well, it is still going leftwards somewhat. I mean, part of the thing is the Conservatives were so extremely right wing. They were so right wing, they were actually damaging to capitalism. They were actually damaging to a lot of the infrastructure and the rule of law and the international rule of law that capitalism needs for its functioning. So if Labour just sort of like edges back into the mainstream, that's also going to be interesting. And so, for example, things like votes in the UN Security Council, abstaining on things, I think that we could see not huge changes, but something that could mean something in terms of lives.
Yeah, it's tricky. I wonder whether it will have some kind of influence on the US election scene, even just kind of like in a minor way. Does it embolden the Democrats? Does it
Nah, they don't care about us. We're obsessed with them. They're not obsessed with us.
I do think it's worrying that we could look at this as what's this going to lead to the international. That's got that very, again, British view that what we do is important, and a lot of the world haven't really followed too much of this election because we're not that important anymore. And you could look at it the other way. We're following, and this is that moment where Trump loses the election and Biden wins. Which doesn't solve any of the problems, doesn't eliminate the far right threat, and we just have a term of a sort of caretaker placeholder who's basically given a poison chalice of a broken country that you can then use as a political campaign in 2024
Exactly.
and say, well, we gave them a chance and they fucked it up and they didn't do that and they
Exactly.
said they do this and they didn't do, and we end up with something worse. We get Farage takes the total lead, becomes the reform becomes the majority party, or Boris Johnson comes back from the dead for one more scream, whatever it is, like Trump, you think you got rid of them and then they're back.
Yeah.
So you could look at it like that, and I think this has been a thing across bits of Europe as well, where there's been a kind of, we stopped the threat of far right populism, and then it came back much bigger and emboldened because the slightly left leaning or centrist party that ended up in power couldn't really do anything. And if you think about it in that long-term picture of sort of like really pulling out as kind of, is capitalism protecting itself? Is there some sort of powerful kind of idea of like, what is it we're trying to protect when we talk about power, protecting power? Sometimes you have to throw the people a bone and go, look, we gave you the chance. We showed you an example of why leftist politics don't work or whatever. And, we know that this is a very right-wing Labour Party, but the narrative is still there. I know conservative voters who are like, I couldn't vote Labour, they're so left-wing. So there are people who think this is a left-wing government, and if they don't do things that bring back jobs or solve the economy and whatever it is that they're looking for, it just is fuel to the fire for someone like Farage to say, look, they don't know what they're doing, and we gave them the power and they didn't do what they said they do. So I worry about that, because I think that's what we're seeing around the world happening quite a lot. And it's kind of, in a way, a matter of time before all the pieces of the puzzle sort of align and we end up with these quite dangerous far right leaders in a sort of critical mass of countries, and to me, very worrying consequences. So I've got my kind of hopeful, this is going to be great. There's going to be a better tone of our oppression. There's going to be some surprises. Maybe there'll be some, some genuine change. But the worry is, I remember, I'm an American citizen as well. I vote in the US elections too. I remember being so happy we got rid of Trump and thinking, great, we can get back to normal. And we're in a much worse situation now in America than we were 4 years ago. So yeah, I worry a lot that this is kind of the calm before the storm, as it has been in other countries.
Some interesting things internationally coming up as well. Once next week is out of the way, in terms of Parliament coming back, I think on Tuesday, Starmer will be due to go to Washington for a NATO summit, I think, or it might be a G7 summit, one or the other. And then there's a wider European summit as well coming up in a few weeks' time, which Macron has organised, which is beyond the EU countries. I can't remember the name of that organisation is. Do you know, Lucas?
It's called something like the European Community or something like that.
Right,
but yeah, it's Macron's thing of trying to gather together the people who aren't in the EU, and make a sort of extra layer so they can do other cooperation, like on things like security.
So Starmer is going to be very soon thrust into this international community where he is going to be. I'm sure that Biden is going to find him easier to work with than Sunak, and I think EU countries are going to be really pleased to have him to talk to, rather than the Conservatives. And so I'm assuming he's going to make a good impression on those people, because I can't imagine him not doing. So that changes things, doesn't it, in terms of Britain's standing in the world, I suppose. For what it's worth. I don't know what we do with that, but things aren't going to stay still on that front. And it'll be interesting to see how relations go. Because obviously, like, making good relations with the EU sounds like a great idea, but actually he's going to be criticised for it, isn't he? And the right-wing press are going to see it as a threat. Nigel Farage is going to criticise him for having good relations with people. How dare he? And so on and so forth. So it'll be interesting to see how that all pans out. And, really not sure how much Biden is really kind of in control of things, which is really sad as well. On a human level, I find it difficult to work out what's happening there. and whether he's going to be around much longer, either because he's not the candidate for November or that he gets defeated by Trump again. Sorry, for the first time. We'll see.
I mean, not to go off this election, but I think he's got to go, because I think, again, back to perception and reality, the narrative around him is he's too old for this job, and there's all kinds of ageism and problems with that, and the whole idea that you can have one bad day in a terrible debate format, and that means you can't be president, when he's been president for X amount of years, and you could point to things, but we don't trust people who work with him because they're his aides and they're going to be, you can criticize that as much as you want, but perception becomes reality in these formats. And when you've got someone who is basically, you have been told this person can't run, that becomes the narrative. And so I think it's kind of like you need to bail him out and put someone else in. But I think it is, again, a damning indictment of sort of just the whole conversation. And I'd include Trump in this, and I hate Trump, and I don't want him to be running for president. But the idea that these two old men can't do it because they're so old, it's sort of, there's no kind of, what if the fact that these two old people might be very wise and experienced because of their age?
Age should not come into it. Whether Biden's fit or not is a different matter.
You could make a case that
you can be unfit at any age. So
you can make a case because maybe an 81-year-old person shouldn't be doing this 2-hour standing debate format at all, because it's not, but that doesn't mean that they can't have a debate about the election. They just have a debate in a different format.
Why are they stood up? I mean, some of this is disableism in the first place as well, kind of, and how that relates to ageism and is part of it. This kind of notion that you must be able to stand up for 2 hours at all. Like, where has that even come from? It's not one of the qualities we need in particular for a prime minister or a president. And yet, we will see that sort of prejudice, I guess.
With this whole conceptualization they always use of any politician, any country, they look weak. It's like, what does that mean? They look weak. It means they look not the norm of physical healthiness, which means you're out of the running if you've got any kind of physical problem that makes you weaker seeming than other people. And it's an immediate barrier that whole language is really destructive.
I think it was Bob Dole back in was it 96 maybe? Bob Dole stood against Clinton and tripped on a campaign rally. He fell down a small flight of stairs, like 3 steps up to a stage or something, and he was out of the running from the moment that he tripped, because how can you be president if you fall down a small flight of stairs?
I mean, stairs are just stupid though. Come on, someone should just get rid of the whole concept of stairs. Like, what's wrong with having a ramp on the stage? Like, when we have an event, we have a ramp on ours or a lift. Like, if you can't go up the steps, you go another way, or you just have a whole other entrance. Some of these things are just not accessible in the first place. I mean, stairs are dangerous for everyone, aren't they? But again, the idea, if you're not perfect in every way, and in the way the public sees themselves, at least, then you're not good enough.
Can I say, Dennis, as well, when I watched your hustings that you had the other day, was it just yesterday? Sorry, not yesterday. Was it Wednesday?
The day before yesterday. Yesterday.
You had a YouTube thing going on for your hustings in Manchester, and you had sign language on it, and you had subtitles coming up instantly. And I thought, wow, I can't do that. I can't do that on Thursday night. How did you get all of that organized? Because I thought that was really impressive.
Well, it's just how we always do everything. So, any event that's staged, that's run through. So the groups that ran that was Greater Manchester Coalition of Disabled People hosted it at the People's History Museum here in Manchester. And so their stage there is an accessible stage because they're an accessible place. I won't say building, but it's not really the building, it's the people that make it accessible, as well as the infrastructure. And they've got all sorts of stuff there that supports our community. So it's about picking a venue that's got what you need, making sure the stage has got a ramp instead of stairs. We hire interpreters, and they're available all around the UK. and people can find those by looking up British Sign Language interpretation. And then there's also organisations that do live subtitles, and type those up. And in fact, the interpreters we had at that event, traditionally, the interpreters that you see at most things are hearing people who are interpreting from English, listening to the English and then interpreting into sign language. And for this event, what we had was deaf interpreters who were relay signing. So they were signing from the typed up information, and just that those, it just means that we've got people signing in their own first language instead of translators, basically, which just makes it all the better. So it meant our hustings was run entirely by people who were deaf or disabled. It was also, in fact, all four candidates we had there were disabled people as well, including the Shadow Minister for Disabled People, who I think will hopefully become our Minister for Disabled People now. And everyone's very pleased. Justin Tomlinson just lost his MP status, so he will not be in the shadow government, at least, either as Minister for Disabled People, which we're very glad about. Yeah.
So yeah, I keep wondering how we could get that sort of thing on a broadcast like this, a much longer thing, which is quite hard, but maybe not impossible. We should certainly think to.
So we have
Obviously, we
live
need to make-
interpreters that work on Zoom and
Yeah.
do live stream and stuff like that. Yeah.
We need to make it as accessible as we can, don't we, really? And
isn't there some sort of automatic subtitles you can turn on? And
There
then
is
if we
on
make sure that we
YouTube.
speak really clearly, it'll pick it up.
Yeah.
YouTube
Okay.
has its own auto subtitles, although it's worth just mentioning at this point that not all deaf people use subtitles. So
Yeah.
about 250,000 deaf people, their first language is sign language, and that's it's not English in signs, it's a whole separate language. So it's still kind of important where we can that we've got interpreters as well as, but for small organizations, that's not always viable. So, obviously, like the BBC, we expect them to pay for it, but not everybody can do that on their channel. So I think everyone is in general quite happy. We've at least got some subtitles now through YouTube, which is pretty good. Yeah.
I've seen it recently also with things like podcasts where companies are automatically providing a transcript nowadays to podcasts, which is really helpful as well. But yeah, things to think about if we ever try to do more of these broadcasts and how to make them.
There is an AI on Zoom there's something that does a transcript of a Zoom session. Because when I've done tutoring on Zoom, I've discovered afterwards that I've got a whole transcript of the session, which I didn't know it was doing, in a kind of creepy AI kind of way. But that can be quite useful if this whole thing in the back end was being transcribed, even though you look at it, it's very good, a lot of it, but some of it's not quite what you actually said, but it's close enough. I think that's something, again, you do generate quite easily to send to anyone who needs it, but the problem is you can only do it afterwards. But
it makes meeting notes a lot easier as well. So we lift our notes from that sometimes, or that we use it to help make the minutes. But like you say, you do have to check them because they don't always get everything that we say.
Yeah, that's the big one.
Yes, so we are getting more results through. Hartlepool has gone to Labour, and it was expected possibly to be a reform. So looking again at a chance there where Reform are not picking up a seat. So that is pretty helpful. And I also saw earlier that George Galloway is not expected to win in Rochdale.
Labour got Rochdale. I'm seeing here.
And I think what we've got at the moment on the TV is live from Chessington. It happens to be Ed Davies' seat. I thought maybe we would see him riding some kind of ride at the theme park, but there we go. So Ed Davies has won his seat, not a surprise. Leader of the Liberal Democrats, winning there in large numbers, really, but I expected he was going to. Reform in third place, though. So,
Fourth place.
oh no, yes, it's
Labour
gone
have
down
just
now.
come in,
Sorry. Yeah, I spoke too soon. Yeah. This is the thing also when you're trying to do something and all of the information I'm getting is through the internet, through streaming. So I'm probably already a minute late, and you might be ahead of me. Anyway, I'm doing what I can, which has been the whole theme of the evening, really. So yeah, Labour on 46 at the moment, Liberal Democrats on in second place on three seats, Conservatives on 2, and Reform on 1. But 598 still to declare, and Labour are, I think, 290 off a majority at the moment. But between now and 4 is when I'm expecting the vast majority of seats, and I'm assuming we will get a Labour majority around about 4 a.m. We might not get, well, we might actually get Rishi Sunak's seat declared around about that time as well. And we don't yet know whether he's won his seat. I'm assuming he will.
I was of the opinion it would be nice if he lost it, until someone at work today said he hopes he keeps it, because then he's got to sit and be a MP for another 5 years, when he probably would be happy to just go go to America or whatever and be rich and happy somewhere. So he kind of liked the idea of him being forced to have to
Yeah.
carry out his term.
Although we have seen plenty of MPs not really attend the Commons very much. Maybe just, they can probably get their staff to do the letters that they send to constituents and stuff. So I wouldn't be surprised if he took a step back quite quickly. One of the things he's got to do, of course, is he's got to, well, he doesn't have to stay around as leader of the Conservative Party until they find a new leader, but it's kind of customary that the outgoing leader is still kind of there. But being leader of the opposition after such a defeat is hard.
Yeah.
And also, his party, the party members and the people who are losing their seats are going to blame him for it.
Yeah.
And already we've seen this idea that the Conservative Party, or at least some of them, Jacob Rees-Mogg, I think it was saying that the ousting of Boris Johnson was the problem. Well, who engineered that? Who started that? It was Rishi Sunak with his resignation in the summer of 2022, I think I want to say. I was on holiday and I spent 2 days watching the news as all of these dozens of resignations came in to force him out. Things happen when I go on holiday. So Rishi Sunak's going to have quite a hard time. It's going to hurt, and
we can imagine there'll be a lot of open or dog whistle racism towards him. Oh, look, he's the guy who ruined the Conservatives because he wasn't white enough.
Yeah, there was hints of that during the leadership election with Liz Truss, and there was a suggestion that she won because she was the white candidate. It's quite tricky to prove, but there has been some polling that kind of hinted at it. Because obviously, if you ask Conservative members, "Are you racist?" they're not going to say yes. But there was some polling done by YouGov which asked people's attitudes about issues to do with race, and it kind of indicated that there were hints of that going on.
There was a really interesting experiment done by a bunch of political researchers a few years ago. It was when Corbyn was leader, I remember. They sent the same question to different councillors about some sort of random local matter, and they did it in 3 different groups. One was signed with some sort of Anglo-Saxon name, one with a Jewish name, one with a Muslim name, and they found out that all of the parties tended to prioritize the white-sounding name more, but the Conservatives were worse, and they treated people with Jewish or Muslim names much worse, especially the Muslim names.
Yeah, that's interesting. Not a surprise either.
No.
Well,
but it was also interesting. Sorry, what?
What I said earlier about Keir Starmer being offered the poison chalice of 5 years to have a broken country. Similar thing with Rishi Sunak finally becoming Prime Minister. from the Conservatives. It's like, okay, give it to him now when we've already done so much that we're probably not going to win the next election. You know, literally, Liz Truss has crashed the economy after the last prime minister was caught breaking the law. You know, it's a disaster. Give him the country now, because then for exactly those racist reasons, you can say, oh well, we're not racist. You know, we had this prime minister that were the first in the country, but unfortunately, you know, messed up the country and got kicked out. Terrible loss at the 2024 election. You just feel there's some sinister machinations in the background.
Sorry, I look so spooky. I just went with natural lighting instead because the sun's come
Oh,
up so much.
yes.
So what time is it there?
Oh, here, I'm just an hour ahead of you.
That's
So
what I
it's
thought. It's just an hour ahead. Yeah.
yes.
So I thought I've got some friends who live in Sweden. I was like, I'm sure it's just an hour, but it does feel like it's. But yeah.
Angela Rayner's won her seat, not a surprise again. And again, we're expecting her to be announced as the Deputy Prime Minister in a few hours. And she's an interesting one because I get the sense that her and Starmer get on okay, but also there's that tension. And one of the interesting things about the tension is that she isn't appointed by him. She is directly elected by the Labour members.
Yeah.
So he can't simply get rid of her. He's got to find something to do with her. So getting on with her is probably quite important. But if she is made deputy prime minister, she'll probably get a nice country house, I think, as well, which is all right. There's lots of lots of perks to the job. I think when John Prescott was deputy prime minister, he got Admiralty Arch, which is right at the end
Sounds
of
fancy.
the Mall, as his grace and favour home, which is quite a building. It's quite an impressive place near Trafalgar Square. Yeah, it must have been difficult for him to know whether he was having sex with his secretary in the office or whether it was in his grace and favour home, because there were, probably adjacent doors, But there we go. As a trade unionist, I once defended a couple of people who had been caught having sex in the Home Office,
What?
and it ended up they got sacked by the Home Office, and it ended up going to a tribunal at the Cabinet Office, which I
Gosh.
represented them at. And the Home Office were just basically arguing that this is disgraceful and blah blah blah. The only evidence that they had that these two people had been enjoying themselves was three witnesses who all claimed different things that they'd seen and heard through frosted glass. And I just basically I just ripped it to shreds. And the tribunal was made up of a business leader, like all of them retired. There was a business leader who had been on the board of Barclays Bank. There was a senior retired civil servant and a senior retired trade unionist. And the senior retired civil servant basically said, "You do realize that we're holding this meeting in the very room where John Prescott had sex with his secretary." Did John Prescott get sacked? And I thought, the moment that happened, I thought, I've won this one. I've won this case. And it was quite nice. The one of the people, that neither of them wanted their jobs back. They just wanted a bit of compensation. And one of them was working at Toby Carvery. So for a while, I could go into Toby Carvery and just get a free meal because I helped out. That's mutual aid for you in action.
Yeah.
But that was, yeah, that was a lifetime ago, a different world. But one of the more interesting trade union cases that I dealt with.
And that was in the PCS, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and it was at
And
a time.
go on,
Sorry, go
sorry.
on. No, you
I was
go.
just going to say about 20 years ago, I had a pretty stern argument with some anarchists and punks because I was saying they should support the PCS strike. And they were like, no, these are the people who staff the dole centers and cut us off. These are the enemy, man. And I was like, well, no, if we don't stick together and help each other out, then yeah, it's just divide and rule. And I got super upset with their nihilistic attitude.
Yeah, I can understand the argument, and you know, it's a source of frustration as well, though, because being a radical in the Home Office, and you know, I can't exactly remember when I became an anarchist or when I realised I was an anarchist. Um, so it's difficult to know at what point I was kind of beginning to realise I didn't quite fit in the civil service. But yeah, I mean, in the Home Office, of course, PCS organises border force officials as well. So all of the terrible stuff that goes on with the immigration service. And I remember in 2012, we were hoping to disrupt the Olympics, the London Olympics, by going on strike, and it was called off the night before. And I was so frustrated. One of the reasons it was called off is because people working in the border force are not particularly radical. They don't want to disrupt the Olympics. They,
Yeah.
you know, so trying to, so, you know, so I can understand the frustration. There are people working in the civil service who are really not trade unionists, but they join the trade union because it's like a staff association, you know, and in fact, it used to be a staff association before it got
Yeah.
union status. But yeah, it's crazy.
We have that in teaching as well, where everyone has to join a union. It's kind of like you're told you need to do this for all kinds of reasons. So people do it, but they don't really do it because they believe in it. They do it because it's just like part of the job. You do this, you do your training, you join a union, and then there's so much hand wringing over any kind of industrial action or strategy, not even striking or anything like that. Just all the union have done this, and if it's something they recognise, like collective bargaining on pay deals and things, they're sort of into the idea in principle, but as soon as it becomes right, we need to do something collectively to get the pay deal. There are those of us who sort of understand what this is and why we're doing that, and then there's always a lot of people in every school I've been at where they're sort of, I feel bad about this. What about the children's education? What about this? And it's like,
Yeah.
You're not getting it. Like, the children's education is going to suffer if we don't get paid for the job and have good conditions and stuff like that. And we're trying to get that by doing things or threatening things or whatever. And yeah, if you don't understand it, it just seems like this radical and unreasonable thing. And the amount of teachers I've worked with over the years who, if there's been strikes or something, have had to figure out, like, well, how can I still teach the students, or how can I still basically work while striking?
Yeah.
And you're like, no, that's not how it works.
We now think that Corbyn has won, but we haven't had it officially announced yet.
Okay.
So that is going to be a really interesting thing. And like I said, there's an outside. I don't know if this outside chance still exists, but there's an outside chance that he could become the father of the house if Edward Lee loses Gainsborough and Peter Bottomley loses wherever he stands. And if he becomes the father of the house, that's quite interesting because that gives him a certain amount of kudos.
Yeah.
That makes it hard for Keir Starmer to say things like, I've changed the Labour Party, I got rid of Corbyn, all that sort of stuff. But we will see. Gainsborough is the constituency I grew up in. It's been Conservative forever. And I would be surprised if Edward Lee loses it, but it would be brilliant if that constituency shifted. If it does shift, it will go to Labour. So I suppose it's going to depend on how much reform have taken from his vote. And I'm seeing Richard Tice, what is he, the chairman of Reform. He owns the company because it's not really a political party. And there's Nigel Farage on the TV as well. I don't want to see these things at 2:56 in the morning. I don't want to see these two people. Labour on 43% of the vote at the moment. The Conservatives in second place on 19, and Reform on 18. But those percentages will change as we get more seats announced. And I can't believe we've not really had many so far. Counting seems to take longer these days. Back in 97, I think Labour had won their majority by about 3.5, I think. Something like that, if my memory serves.
Yeah.
Turnout is down 8% so far.
Well, that's the crazy thing. There are lots of conservative voters. I know. I happen to, because of, as I've said, trying to bring anarchism to the places where anarchism isn't. I end up talking to quite a lot of people who are my natural political counterparts, in that they are conservative, and have these conversations. And I've been surprised by the amount of conservative people who have just said they're not going to vote. Basically, they've said, we know we don't like what the party have done recently. So they're basically from Truss onwards. I think some of them don't mind Boris. Some of them were not happy with Boris Johnson either. But they've basically gone, but I can't vote for Labour because, you know, team sports, and Liberal Democrats are not, you know, they're not doing it. So they're just sort of gone, I won't vote at all. And I found it such a strange take to be like, I know this party are bad. I don't want to vote for them. So I want them to go, but I'm not going to help them on their way. I'm just going to sort of abstain. So I do think some of the low turnout is going to be people who maybe voted in 2019 for Brexit, like get Brexit done, and they're not happy with what they bought, but they don't really want to vote for anyone else, so they're just stop voting now.
Just to counter that, I saw a guy on Sky News the other day who was saying, I'm really annoyed with the Conservatives. I normally vote for them, really not sure where I stand now. And then by the end of the interview, he confessed to having a postal ballot and voting for the Conservatives weeks ago. You know, I'm not sure we can trust our fellow citizens too much. Holborn and St Pancras is declaring at the moment that is Keir Starmer's seat. Any prediction on, is Keir Starmer going to win his seat? What do we think?
He might.
I think he is. He's going to be okay, isn't he? There's lots of independents standing there, presumably to get a bit of attention.
So you know the cameras are there if Keir's the guy.
Well, there's even a UKIP candidate. I think I saw there. Did I see that? Now it's gone off the screen. But we're going to assume that he's going to win this. Liberal Democrats have gained Chelmsford. So there we go. Labour have gained Bolsover.
It's looking good for Keir Starmer. Oh, there you go.
So we're getting, and Keir Starmer surprisingly has won his seat in Holborn and St Pancras. Turnout 54%. Again, some of these Labour holds have a really low turnout, don't they?
Yeah.
All of that stuff about the Labour Party worrying that their vote might not come out because they were so far ahead in the polls seems to be a little bit true, a little bit.
Well, there's a sort of, if you keep getting told, it did seem certain. I mean, literally, my the place where I work sent us a email about 4:30, 5 o'clock today. We've got a meeting tomorrow morning, and this is a member of the sort of management team of the school. You know, the heads, and this guy sort of says, we'll be having this meeting tomorrow for the first time under a Labour government since 2010. And it's like, you know, we haven't even finished the voting yet, and he's sent that message. It seemed so inevitable to people that I do think, even though they kept trying to counter that message by saying, well, it's not going to change unless you vote for it, and there will be enough people who have just been like, seriously though, they're going to win. I don't need to do this. Because I think that's another thing, you know, we talked about earlier what authentic democracy is. It is difficult to vote. You talked about having it on a Saturday. If you've got a job and you just don't have time with doing everything you've got to do in your life to get to the polling station.
Yeah.
And you know Labour's going to, it's sort of like, it's all good and well if you're really worried about it and you're invested and you've got time and to do that vote. But if going to the polling station is going to take real time out of your day to do things, and it's going to cause massive stress, and it's pointless because they're going to win, or they're not going to win, whoever you want to vote for, you can absolutely see why you wouldn't do it, because we don't make it easy. You know, we could have a national holiday on every election day, and the only thing you got to do today is vote, right? That could be the thing. I'd much rather that than for a royal wedding or a royal funeral. Do it for voting, but we don't do that.
Yeah, that's true. One thing Labour's planning to do is, I believe, automatically register people onto the electoral register from the age of 16, because of course they're lowering
Yeah.
16 and 17-year-olds. I think that's a positive move, at least in trying to make it easier for young people, because certainly what I've noticed for a while I lived on campus at Loughborough University, and in 2019 and 2017, I noticed lots of young people engaged, especially with Corbyn. They kind of wanted to support him, and all of them were excited to vote for the first time. And then got to the Friday, and I spoke to people again, and they said, "Oh, I forgot. Oh, was the election yesterday? Was it? Or other ones would just say, "Oh, I just couldn't find the time. I was too busy revising." Yeah,
Yeah.
of course you were.
We had a thing in the school last election, 2019. We did the whole school election. They got the students voting to sort of see how the school would vote. And one of our sixth formers, who was 18 and eligible to vote, didn't realise that our school election wasn't the election, because he'd been told, you vote in schools. They've got polling stations in
Oh
schools.
yeah, of course.
So
Yeah.
his school tells him, here's a ballot, here's a polling. We make it look all real because it's a fun exercise in student democracy. And the thing was, in my school, Labour won that election, and obviously in 2019 Labour didn't win that election. So this guy was really confused because he'd been watching on the news all night or all morning that Labour had lost, and then came to school and we were all like, "But Labour won our election," and he was like, "But they didn't. What you talking?" And that was the moment he realised that the vote he'd cast was not a real vote, and it was just one of those things where you suddenly feel terrible and realise this thing that is a fun symbolic thing for students, you've actually got to remember to tell everyone it's not the real vote. So yeah.
Keir Starmer is currently addressing his count where he's won, and he is talking about reform, I think.
The party or the ones he's going to make to the system. He could be talking about reform either way.
Yes, that's true. Yeah, it did have a capital R, but even then, maybe that's the way he talks about it. Reading subtitles, I wasn't sure that it was actually his words or not either, so it wasn't entirely clear. I was trying to listen to what you were saying too. I'm trying to multitask like crazy tonight. I don't know how I've survived so long doing this.
Here's a statistic I'm going to be really interested in. Is the absolute share of the two main parties going to be the lowest ever? Because it's split among quite a lot of people, of parties, and also turnout is low. So this could be one of those like historically small squeezes for the centre.
Yeah,
that seems really likely to me. And like I say, I think in constituencies like ours, there's a certain amount of people who would normally vote Labour that are voting otherwise to show Labour that they're going in the wrong direction nationally, and it's the only way we can in these sort of constituencies.
I just looked at Ashton underline details, and there was a total of 15% for Workers' Party and Green. So that's Labour voters protesting, basically. So it'll be interesting to see how big their totals end up being.
And that was Angela Rayner's seat, wasn't it?
Yes, exactly. So because it'll be in the safe Labour ones that you'll see that sort of protest.
Yes.
Yeah, I think we're definitely going to see more for the Greens. I wondered about the Workers' Party because I've got our twins are 19, so this is the first time they've voted in an election, and they were looking a lot at what the manifesto said, and one of them was saying, the Workers' Party manifesto looks pretty good to them, but then we had to then let them know that George Galloway hasn't spoken favourably about some of the issues that are really, really important to the child. Again, they're from this young generation that's queerer than ever, and they're not going to tolerate phobias against the LGBTQ community. Full stop. So Yeah, I don't know how they voted in the end. I haven't asked them yet, but we'll find out.
Yeah, interesting. Voting for the first time, I remember that. I actually the first time I voted was in a European election, and
Oh.
I voted Labour, and it was a woman called Veronica Hardstaff, and I think she ended up going on to be the person who was in charge of all of the cutting down of trees in Sheffield, if you know about that a few
Oh
years.
gosh, yes, I know about that.
I think she was partly responsible for that in the end. I might be wrong. I'm saying I might be wrong just in case someone knows her and listens and I get the chance of being sued. But yeah, so I'm hedging my bets a little bit, but I'm fairly sure that's right. I started her career by getting her into the European Parliament.
So that would have been in 96 or 95?
94.
My
94
word.
was the European elections. And my school in Lincolnshire took us to, so I was studying government and politics at A level, took us to a debate of candidates at Hull University. We were going for the day, and it was the day that John Smith, the Labour leader, died.
Oh, wow.
And so we got to Hull to find that all campaigning had been
Oh wow.
broken. So we went to Hull for no reason. It's crazy.
I love that kind of
To,
school
to,
trip.
There we
We
go.
went to
Hull
Hull
and
for no
back.
reason.
That was 94. That was around about May 1994. First general election I voted in was 97, where I spoilt my paper. And I actually bumped into Edward Lee, the Conservative MP, who's been the Conservative MP in Gainsborough since 1983, and told him what I was going to do. I engaged with him, and he actually spent a lot of time talking to me, even though he knew he couldn't convince me to vote for him, which was quite interesting. It was quite an interesting discussion, because he could have just been chatting to old ladies, which was his plan. But he actually spent time to try to convince me that spoiling my paper was a waste of time. I still did it.
I take that as a sign of a nice person, regardless of their politics. And it's a weird thing. Elizabeth Warren, the American former presidential candidate, when she was campaigning for the I guess it was whatever the seat was in Massachusetts. That's where my mom lived in her last days, but she didn't vote in America because she was actually, by the time she went back to live in America, she was a British citizen and didn't vote in the US elections. And Elizabeth Warren was doing some campaigning and started chatting to us because my mom was dying at the time of a cancer and was going through loads of crazy expensive treatment in America that was all free because of the NHS, and she votes for the NHS. She votes in the UK. So Elizabeth Warren kind of figured this out. She was talking to her and could have easily gone, right, you're not going to get my vote either way. It doesn't matter. I'm going to leave. But carried on having a long chat with her that wasn't just a sort of let's talk about you being ill, and she just had a sort of very human chat for a while. And clearly
Yeah.
she had managers around her wanting her to move on, and she didn't. And I was like, I like her, even if she may not be
Yeah.
perfect. There was just a humanity to it that was quite nice.
Yes, I've met a few politicians that turned out to be nice, but not many. Edward Lee, I wouldn't count, even though he was nice to me that day. I wouldn't count him as one of the nice ones. He's voted against every
Grant
progressive
Shapps is out. Shapps is
policy.
out.
He has. He has.
Arsenis Shapps.
I was just going to come to that. I was just going to come to
Sorry,
yeah.
sorry.
No, that's okay. Grant Shapps is our first Portillo moment.
Yeah.
The first cabinet minister gone in the night. So that is big news. I think he's defense secretary, isn't he? Or at least he was.
Yeah, exactly.
So that is big news. Amazing.
Well in Hatfield. I used to go to the sports centre there.
Oh, we've got Chingford declaring now. This is Ian
Oh,
Duncan
blimey.
Smith's seat.
So this is
Class
where
stood
Labour
against
kicking
him.
out somebody.
We are
172 for Ian Duncan Smith.
what? That can't be right.
Is he out?
172. He's got to be out.
That can't be right.
Please say he's out.
We don't know
The
yet.
Labour vote is split there because they kicked out their candidate and she's standing as an independent. So I'll be surprised if she.
So maybe they messed up because they've taken the stats off the screen and there's a.
They have. That can't be correct. That stat.
No.
Class War stood against him. in 2015 with Lisa McKenzie.
Good on him. Nasty, brutal man.
Yes,
He's
indeed.
particularly hated in the disability community, obviously, because of his effect on the benefits system and the massive levels of hostility that it was climbing to under him, and still is now.
Well, that's one of the reasons we stood against him in 2015 as well.
They've cut away from his.
Yeah, so we're going to have to wait for that result.
Yeah.
So yeah,
that's disappointing. That means that his 172 votes, I guess, was a
that would have been
error.
That couldn't possibly have been right, could it? Really. But yeah.
This is bizarre. A Conservative gain from Labour, Leicester East. Could there be a mass abstention there over Gaza, for example?
I wonder whether that might be that's possible. Leicester's not far from me, and it is really diverse. I'm wondering whether so we've heard a lot about the Bangladeshi community and the Bangladeshi vote. I'm wondering whether that is a factor in Leicester East. I don't know for sure.
I'm going to check the detailed.
Yeah, I mean, Afzal Khan's been doing a good job of trying to sort of persuade people of why it's worth staying in parties and not completely abandoning Labour. But I think it's very difficult for the Muslim community to support this Labour, as it is for a lot of us, for the same reason. Because, while we've got a probable future prime minister who's supporting genocide, it's just not. I think it's been a hard limit for a lot of people who've just got to that point where they've gone, I can't in good conscience vote Labour. I've been quite worried about that. I suppose, thank goodness, they've had more right-wing people vote for them, helping make up that vote. We don't.
Sorry. In Leicester East, the Labour vote absolutely collapsed, fell by almost 30%. So even though the Conservatives were also down, they took it. That's incredible. My God. Sorry, go on.
Who was the Labour candidate?
Labour candidate, Rajesh Agrawal. And Keith Vaz stood and took 8%. Reform got hardly anything. No Workers' Party. Lib Dems 13%. So basically, yeah, people really turned off Labour is what happened.
Meanwhile, Labour have gained Lothian East from the SNP with Douglas Alexander, who used to be a minister in the previous Labour government a long way back. And there's rumours that he might end up being Foreign Secretary, which would be, I think, problematic for Keir Starmer because the current shadow Foreign Secretary is David Lammy. So replacing Lammy for Douglas Alexander, I think that looks odd. I think if everybody else keeps their job, but David Lammy has to go for this white guy, basically. That looks a little bit tricky. So, but I still think that's what Keir Starmer wants to do because that's been the rumor for a few weeks. So how he
we
goes,
all know he's pretty ruthless with regards to that.
Yeah. But whether he waits a little while and waits for his first reshuffle instead, I don't know. But
which post did you say it's about? Which ministerial post is it about?
Foreign Secretary.
Foreign Secretary.
I mean, you can't just have someone playing around in that job for a few weeks and know that you're going to knife him in the back. It's an open secret. He's got to do that.
You think he's got to do it straight away?
He's got to do it right. Yeah, because if he does it right away, no one will remember in a few weeks anyway. Whereas if it drags out and Lammy knows that he's going to get the chop, it's just going to be horrible.
But it could look really odd at a time when I imagine Keir Starmer is going to be wanting to build a really diverse cabinet.
I've not heard the rumour. I thought Lammy was kind of a shoo-in. I've obviously missed that sort of rumour about it.
We'll see what happens. I mean, it's just something that I've heard on the kind of sidelines, being obsessed with every twist and turn of politics because
Oh yeah, I'm sure those rumors exist. I just have I
yeah,
try
no,
to sort of avoid some of the
but the trouble with these things is you're never quite sure where they're kind of coming from, especially
yeah.
these days. Like I get a lot of my stuff on Twitter, so I'm really careful with what sources I look at, but you still can't be entirely sure.
Yeah.
Grant Shapps is speaking, saying, "I've lost. How terrible." He looks increasingly. The more that time goes on, I think he looks more like Lee Anderson.
Yeah, I can see that.
Seems to have aged dramatically in the last few months.
Seems to have aged dramatically tonight.
Keir Starmer, of course, will look very different in just a few months' time, only because prime ministers age really quickly all of a sudden, and then they stay looking like they've aged for years. It's really weird.
It's because they get replaced
Yeah.
with the Madame Tussauds dummy at some point for all public appearances.
Hmm.
Plaid Cymru have taken one off the Conservatives. That's interesting. Ah, Duncan Smith holds on to Chingford, is what BBC is saying.
Oh,
Well,
so happy with 172 votes. Oh well.
I was happy with that score too.
Yeah.
that was the seat that Winston Churchill had. So it would have been quite interesting for Labour to take that seat.
Well, they could have if they hadn't split the vote, I think. I think when we look at the results, that we'll probably see the total Labour was more. It's just that they kicked her out and she ran as an independent.
So we've got a question. What live coverage are you watching? Well, I'm watching the BBC. I don't know, I don't know what anybody else is watching.
Yeah, I've got the BBC
my
on.
mates.
I've got the BBC on and a bit of the different news apps on my phone, sort of giving me alerts as well.
Yeah, yeah. And isn't there a permanent government anyway, from an anarchist perspective? Well, government never stops, does it? And there's a permanent civil service who are in charge at the moment during the election campaign, apart from the ministers. The cabinet ministers led by Rishi Sunak have been in power for the last 6 weeks on the basis of their previous election win in 2019. But all of that is going to change. There's one interesting moment, I think, in the handover, which is going to happen in a few hours' time, where Rishi Sunak has to go to Buckingham Palace to resign, and then Keir Starmer has to go. And there's like a 10-minute to 15-minute moment where there isn't a prime minister. And I always wonder what would happen if the monarch died at that moment. And so you've got no prime minister and no monarch for at least 15 minutes. Like then, presumably William is waiting just in case, right? Or maybe he's somewhere else at the Euros enjoying a freebie. His whole life is a freebie. And maybe they have to ship him in quickly. But I always wonder these constitutional moments, these constitutional crises that could happen but obviously never do.
But they could. That excitement is what makes us watch what's going to happen.
And maybe we'd have true anarchy for 5 minutes, would we?
Yeah.
No government, no monarch.
Yeah.
Well, that would be my flip side to the question isn't there permanent anarchy? Because we've always got that sort of freedom to say no, basically, to what's going on. There's permanent government and permanent anarchy at the same time.
We've got to 321 and we're saying we've got permanent anarchy. This is fantastic. And I haven't seen anybody with a drop of alcohol either. So we're doing well. I am going to take just a step back for a few minutes. So I'll be back in a few minutes. If you can entertain yourselves for the next few minutes, that would be great.
Well, I'm very interested in these Chingford and Woodford Green results. And as I thought, yes, the Labour vote was split and the two Labour candidates both got 25%. So if there'd only been one Labour candidate, they would have beaten IDS, who got 35. So it's because, Labour, they kicked out their candidate at the last minute. She stood as an independent, and that's why IDS held on. A bit of a sorry business.
Well, it's one of those things with the it's that idea of personal values and personal beliefs versus what the system actually is. And I totally understand going, I want to run as an independent because I feel I've got something better to offer than the party I was part of, which is probably why I get kicked out, because I've said something that's out of party line, right? But if you know that doing that splits the vote, and it's none of us are going to win now, you are basically doing a sort of selfish takedown of you both and letting something that's definitely worse in. And that to me is, I mean, it works both ways. There's near where I live, one of the constituencies, there's two in Solihull. One of them has the former sort of MP Julian Knight, who had the whip taken off him, is running as an independent against the Conservative. You know, so it can work when it's Conservatives too. But to give them a charitable interpretation, you know, they obviously would think a Labour government is much worse. So it's the same principle. You're going, we know we're going to split the vote. We're going to let the people we think are terrible in, so terrible that I'm willing to run independently and break the party whip. It just doesn't make any sense to me, other than sort of personal vanity and ego and sort of I was right. It makes sense when it's sort of someone, you could say like a Jeremy Corbyn, who is so radically different from the party and has always been the MP and has been kicked out. And you sort of go, right, you want to sort of continue doing what you're doing, like we said, for that community where you've made bonds, where in a way you go, you're not actually splitting the vote, because you are the Labour vote, you know, you are the Conservative vote, whoever you are, you're the person that community votes for. But if you know it's going to split the vote, if you absolutely know that, it just seems like one of those things where you can't really morally justify it, and it's astounding how frequently it happens across different.
I think it takes a certain kind of person to stand as a candidate, especially because many of these people have stood again and again just to get a slightly better and a slightly better chance. It's like a reincarnation. You just get you get reincarnated as a slightly bigger animal each time. So you've got all these people who are these crazy egotists with this incredibly delusional belief in themselves, but you need them also to be just good enough to work as a team. And so it's this incredible balance.
Yeah, the psychology of the sort of person who wants to be a professional politician is exactly probably the wrong psychology for someone to be in charge.
Yeah, it's like they say, isn't it? Usually the people who want the power are the wrong ones.
Yeah, they should do that on election day. They do the count, right? You guys, you won, but unfortunately, everyone who is here today, you failed the test when you nominated yourself, when you applied.
We're going to pick someone else at random.
Exactly. We've taken your 5 names out of the hat. Everyone else's name is in, and the winner is they're our representative.
Well, that's one of the models, isn't it? It's like doing it by like jury service, and I think that one of the Greek republics used to do that.
I'd really like to see a system more like that. I think there's some mileage in it, you know, just because then we'd have a much more varied kind of people doing it, full stop. And what would the difference be? Because we've always had civil servants who do the job, whoever's in power. So what's the difference? Would they not just be facilitating us to do it?
Well, they'd have vastly more power though, because they'd get these total newbies who they could. It wouldn't be like Sir Humphrey versus an elected guy with his own staff. It would be Sir Humphrey and then some random person wandering in. I don't know where the toilets are. I've got no idea. This is in Latin. What? So it would be a huge imbalance. So you'd have to sort that out somehow.
Well, I think Corbyn's place is declaring currently. So it's,
yeah. I think he's got it in the bag. I think this is a Ken Livingstone type situation where he knows he can swing it, so it's not totally selfish for him to stand.
We've got 24,120 votes, which sounds pretty
nice,
pretty thumping. But we'll see. I don't know how big the constituency numbers are, but that seems like a majority.
So if he gets this seat, like, can he fight to be leader of the Labour Party again?
I think he can fight to be leader of some new movement. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, that's one thing that we can take maybe some hope from Farage and Reform and all that, is saying, well, if you do get the momentum to have a particular political party or new position that's not being represented, we're not necessarily stuck in that 2-party or 3-party system anymore. You can take that message to the people and get some results. And if the far right can do it, then maybe the left can do it as well.
But he wouldn't be able to be leader of the Labour Party because he's not.
He's an
yeah, so he wouldn't be. But I'm saying he could start a new Corbyn movement.
I keep forgetting he's an independent now.
What did you say? Sorry.
Labour got 16,873 to his 24,000.
That's pretty emphatic, isn't it?
Mhm.
There is a difference between the Ken Livingstone situation and this, in that Tony Blair welcomed Ken Livingstone back to the Labour Party, a kind of reconciliatory move. I can't see Starmer doing that.
No.
No.
So, having so ruthlessly got rid of him. So there's a slightly
I
different.
wonder how Corbyn will get on with the Greens. There's going to be like two Greens in Parliament. Will they caucus together? Will they try to have a bit of a bigger voice, or is he just too much of a one-off? That Corbyn is Corbyn, and you can't do anything more than that.
I don't know. I don't know. I think we just have to wait and see on that front. But there's certainly some overlap in his views, isn't there, with the
Yeah.
Greens?
And a lot of Corbynites went into the Greens. A lot of people who directly got purged out of Labour, the Greens welcomed them.
So I think a lot of it is about branding now with new generations of voters and things like that. And, you know, the Greens are a party, like I say, that have got loads of really nice policies and things, but something about that name, that brand has been around for a while and hasn't taken off. And I think the idea of a new party like Reform has shown you could start something new tomorrow that wasn't a thing. And we've got a different sort of politics now. We've got a different kind of media now. We've got the ability for those kind of new ideas of parties to exist. So
Now we've got
because we were talking about. Sorry,
we've got Clacton declaring Nigel Farage looks happy.
Oh,
21,225 votes.
Well, there we go. I think that will be that.
He's finally got his dream.
So does that mean he'll sit in Parliament now, right?
Yeah,
that's correct. Yeah.
Good grief. Good grief.
Yeah.
Who will sit next to him, I wonder?
Leander's I guess.
In the Swedish Parliament, you have to sit in a particular chair depending on where you were elected. So all the parties are jumbled up together.
Oh, interesting.
I mean, that's a big victory as well. That's not even remotely close.
Yeah, there's 12,000 Conservative. 21,000.
Big difference.
Well, that's a grim note to see Farage win. I was just about to say I'm going to have to start thinking of going. So I've got work tomorrow morning. I've got to be in school at 8:30. And
well done. Well done for lasting this long.
Yeah, and we've got an open evening as well. So it's going to be a long day. Yeah.
Oh no!
Sports day and an open evening. It's going to be a busy one.
You've done very well. Thank you very much.
I was hoping to go to bed on something positive, but it was all it was all going well, and then Farage win. So I'll be having nightmares.
It was awesome to meet you, Dan.
Yeah, it was really nice talking to you guys and meeting you all. So especially John, I've obviously spoken to you on Twitter before, and not
yeah,
it's still not in real life, but it's in virtual real life, so it's closer.
We're as close as we can.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure. It's been a really interesting discussion all the way from 9:45 last night, and we're still going. I can't believe it. That's nearly 6 hours, right? Yeah, we're doing all right. Brilliant.
Well, I will leave you with the dulcet tones of Nigel Farage if you want to listen to that. But,
no way. Thanks very much, Dan.
All right, cheers. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
So we carry on. We carry on as long as we want to. I was kind of hoping to carry on until Labour are definitely the winners. But I don't know when that's going to be happening.
Well, the seats are going to start coming faster and faster and faster now, I think.
They will. Yes, it's very. But I'm glad I can't hear Nigel Farage. I can just see his.
You don't want to do that.
Facial gap opening and closing. That's the best way to describe it. I don't know. Yeah. So he is. Oh, he's saying, well, he's moaning about the exit poll, I think.
He's going to invade Poland.
I was wondering earlier whether he'd ask for a recount like his mate, but given that he's winning, he probably ought to quit while he's ahead.
Yeah, I think you'll just accept that. Yeah, my partner just texted me to say that her cat did a really stinky poo just as Farage won.
Inspirational.
A dirty protest from Loughborough there. Goodness. What a
Your
naughty
cat
boy.
deserves fresh fish tomorrow as a thank you for that comment.
So, yeah, Labour on 40% at the moment. Conservatives on 21%. That is down 19% on 5 years ago.
It's a huge difference, isn't it?
Yes, it's a historic kicking.
It is. That's the other thing. I mean, obviously, Reform winning seats is going to take headlines, but also the situation for the Tories is really bleak. They might actually feel quite happy that it's not as bleak as some of the predictions. It might feel a little bit like a win.
I'm hearing Corbyn's in. That he's won his seat.
Yes, he has.
Looks like Kebby Badenoch has won, I think, for the Tories in Saffron Walden.
Mm. And the Lib Dems are taking quite a few off the Conservatives as well. That's just coming boom, 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 loads and loads.
Ah,
So now the
yes.
Lib Dems are on 16 right now, and all the ones I've seen them take have been off the Conservatives.
Yes, that's right. And with the Conservative seats are often coming in later on these election nights because a lot of them are so rural,
Mm.
and Liberal Democrats are only 2 seats behind them at the moment, and they're also winning in rural seats. So
Yeah.
at the moment it looks pretty good for the Lib Dems. Obviously, the Tories will break ahead quite quickly soon. 130 seats for Labour now.
Mm.
And Reform only with 2 seats. I'd imagined we'd have more by now if they were going to win 13, but I'm assuming that
Which were the other ones they were predicted on then? We knew that about the Barnsleys.
Hartlepool, I think, was one,
Oh, yes, of course, Hartlepool.
and there was another. There's been 4 that were predicted and they haven't.
Oh.
Yeah, I also didn't. I wasn't sure that Jeremy Corbyn would win. Were you? Were you convinced that he would do this?
I thought it was overwhelmingly likely. Because he's got such a strong local base,
Yeah,
such a strong local reputation, and the local Labour Party itself was secretly canvassing for
of
him
course.
and having to get disciplined for it.
I think he has been treated appallingly by Starmer. So it's quite nice, and it would be really easy for him to just say, "I don't want to be part of this anymore," to have kind of given over,
Yeah,
given in, kind of thing. So it'd be interesting to see what role he plays in the new parliament.
yes. I mean, he's going to have to make some speeches about Gaza, I should think, he's going to want to enter a lot of stuff into the parliamentary record, and he can use parliamentary privilege to say what he likes and not libel anybody.
Yeah. Yes. Gaza.
Really have a good influence him being in there. I think, just given that at least he's a bit further left than the Labour Party.
It's going to be a very interesting parliament, actually. I think with the I say an interesting parliament because I'm just thinking about the diversity of opinions in there. But
Yes.
I'm not looking forward to the interesting things that Nigel Farage and Lee Anderson might have to say.
No. We were talking before about how the Northern Ireland results aren't going to come out, but I was looking at some of the counts look bad for the DUP in 3 different areas, losing to the Alliance or losing to the Ulster Unionist Party, the less radical Unionist Party. So that's good to see those guys. They don't believe in dinosaurs, but they have become dinosaurs.
Yeah, absolutely. I've heard that there's and I haven't looked into it in any detail, but I've heard that there's a Farage-like figure in Northern Ireland politics that has emerged as a kind of more radical unionist party that is taking votes away from them.
Yeah, the TUV, and that's so the DUP has been split because its real headbangers, the real fundamentalists, have gone to TUV, while the people who are Protestant but don't feel this huge emotional connection to sectarian politics have drifted into the Alliance, which is non-denominational. So the DUP has been split in this way, a bit like the Conservatives in Britain.
Yeah, with Reform.
Yeah, exactly. Losing to Reform on one hand, losing to the Lib Dems on the other hand.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's like, is that likely to produce more Sinn Féin MPs then, do you think?
I mean, maybe, but they won't take their seats anyway because they refuse to swear the oath of loyalty to the British Crown. But I don't know whether it'll mean more seats for them. But probably the Alliance will have a really good time, and I guess the Alliance does sit, and they're going to be a more sort of liberally type of centrist party.
So the BBC are now forecasting how many seats each party has on the basis of the results so far, and it's slightly different from the exit poll because they're predicting 405 for Labour now.
Interesting, and only 4 for Reform. Interestingly, I can see that.
Good.
Oh, but they're predicting SNP 6. Is that for real? Am I reading it wrong? Because of my sleep deprivation?
6 for the SNP. It was 10 earlier, wasn't it?
That's ridiculous. 6. God, down from like what, 50 or something, wasn't it?
And what are they predicting for Reform then?
4.
So that's dramatically different, isn't it? And much more reassuring.
Yes.
Wow. Okay. So what they were, I think, I can't remember what the original figure was for the Conservatives, but I've got it in our chat somewhere, haven't I?
It was like 130 or something, wasn't it?
The original Conservative figure was 131.
There you go.
So what's happening now is that they are predicting upwards for the Conservatives. The Conservatives, once again in an exit poll, have been downplayed. This has happened on several occasions where the Conservative number of seats is better once the votes start to be counted.
Hell, a new independent has won in Leicester South.
Oh wow!
Who is this? So, an independent from Labour. Who? And this must be a Gaza thing. I'm thinking.
It must be.
This is someone called Shokat Adam, who got 35%. Labour on 32. Yikes! Conservatives nowhere. Green not particularly anywhere. So wow. Who is this person?
Who was the Labour candidate?
Jonathan Ashworth.
Jonathan Ashworth. He's in the shadow cabinet.
What? Loser.
So we've got a kind of reverse Portillo moment.
This is incredible. So this is incredible.
That is incredible.
This should be as big news as Reform, really.
Yes.
It won't be, but yeah, this is clearly. Let's Google who Shokat Adam is then, and find out what. I shouldn't say his because I don't know whether it's his or hers or what's. Shokat Adam, healthcare professional, peace activist. There you go. It's a Gaza thing.
Nice.
Wow, that's incredible, and it's totally off the radar, right? I
It's
have literally
astonishing.
never heard about this.
It's
Well
astonishing.
done, well done for informing us. Not.
What I'm slightly frustrated by how the Conservative Party are suddenly doing an awful lot better. If we'd known yesterday that they were likely to get 150 seats or more, that would have been very
Yeah.
different, wouldn't it? Because they were predicted potentially to get less than 100,
Yes, like
and they've actually
60 is
ended
the
up.
lowest thing. But I think I said this earlier. I think it's fine. As I think what's better is that there's less reform, because
Yeah, I agree, but I wanted
there
them
would
to
have been
pick up.
a fascistification,
Yeah.
so I'm glad we've avoided that. And now we've got this independent guy. He's going to be talking about Gaza. He's going to
Mm.
be getting together with Corbyn and talking about this. I'm looking at his website. It looks very professional, and it's got climate emergency on it. It's got NHS and healthcare, cost of living. He's got endorsements from Yorkshire cricketers. I mean, hello.
Oh, good luck to them.
So I think this is incredible. This guy's flown under the radar, and he swooped in with 35% to Labour's like 34.
It's astonishing.
Bonkers,
Absolutely
bonkers.
crazy. Um,
What an interesting grassroots success.
and this is one of the things with election night. You do get these little stories that
Yes,
crop up. There's always some surprises.
yes. When
Um,
the rubber meets the road, it's like actually, yeah. It's no longer polls and theory. It's like actual power. Well, well, well. And
I mean,
Jonathan Ashworth was in the shadow cabinet. Wow.
yeah, no, I mean, he has been on the news a lot over the campaign period, and he's on the news a lot because he's seen as a good communicator within the Labour Party. And I'm quite surprised that because
Incredible.
Leicester I think has three or four constituencies and all of them are Labour, and
He
it
was the
looks like they're
incumbent.
really suffering.
And he was shadow paymaster general. He was the incumbent. I mean, I hope this scares Labour into doing something about Gaza, because they should realise that they're bleeding votes on it.
Good.
Because
Yeah.
I don't think
Yeah,
they'll do it because they're wonderful people, but I think they could be scared into doing it
Mm.
by realising that they're going to lose votes. Wow.
Well, they're going to need to just do their maths a bit more carefully next time when they say, when they think going right will get us more votes, they're going to have to think a bit
Yes.
harder about how many votes they're going to lose.
Yes.
Good,
Yes.
good. I'm
and
glad they're
then
taking dents in a few places, but
and
not enough
then
to stop them ousting the Tories, obviously.
No.
the majority is
Wow.
now projected to be 160 rather than 170.
I think we can live with that. Oh shit! This election sees the lowest turnout on record, says BBC.
I think that
Wow.
reflects really what we're hearing the public are sort of saying in general about really looking at these two parties and how awful they've been
Yeah.
through the campaign trail for this election. And they've really been seen as a pair of bickering kids. And similar when it's been other representatives, it's not even just when it's them. I watched that seven-party debate where they had other representatives there, and the Conservative and the Labour representative were bickering with each other the whole time then as well. So I think I'm not surprised it's a low turnout.
Yeah,
Um,
I agree.
you know,
And
Um,
people have got less faith in politics than ever before. So in a way, this is the anarchist moment, because before we've been like, oh well, people still believe in politics. They have false consciousness. Now everyone knows it's shit. So in a way, people are actually switched on to the reality of the situation, that this kind of politics is meaningless and is just a facade. So there's this huge vacuum. But the problem is that nobody's got the actual organizational capacity to move into this vacuum.
right, pick up that sort of momentum really and use it.
Yeah,
Is
and
it
people
what
are
we
crying
need?
out for
New
something credible.
parties, other parties? Is it that we need or something else?
Well, I don't think the solution is in political parties as such, but I think we need social organisations and social organising that can deliver gains and actually, like I don't think that we should try to get elected and take power, but I think we should try to have the kind of power so we can scare the people who are elected. Because the only way a politician will do the right thing is if they are pushed and scared or bought, and we're not going to buy them. So you've got to be able to push them from the ground up, so that they realise it's more trouble than it's worth to keep on ignoring us.
Yeah, that's it.
Somebody has asked which anarchists refused to or declined to take part in this election analysis. Nobody. Pretty much everybody that was asked wanted to be part of it. But some people got closer to the night, or so, yeah, some people got closer to the evening and found that they couldn't, or decided that they didn't want to for whatever reason. Others were taken by surprise because we weren't expecting the election to be now. Everybody was thinking it was going to be in the autumn. But generally speaking, everybody, I was surprised that everybody I contacted was up for it, because knowing what anarchists think about elections, I kind of thought I might be the only one that's really interested in doing this sort of thing. But I've been really surprised, pleasantly surprised, that lots of people wanted to take part and get involved, and it's brilliant that everybody has. It's really tricky sometimes to get these things organised. Um,
Reform have
so
just taken Great Yarmouth.
yes,
So that's number 3, is it? Third MP.
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah.
And Labour have taken another Burnley. How many Burnleys are there?
and Lichfield as well. Very narrow majority of 810. There's going to
For
be a
who?
lot of, sorry,
Who took it?
Labour.
Oh wow.
There's going to be a lot of really marginal constituencies in 5 years' time that Labour are going to really struggle to keep hold of. And this
Yes.
result is nowhere near as bad as what people were predicting for the Conservatives. They're going to feel like they've done okay, I think. Like in 2017, when Labour did well, it was almost like a victory for Corbyn because everybody thought he was going to be annihilated. It is a little bit like that. And so I think, despite the losses, I think the Tories are going to feel not as terrible as they thought they would feel.
Yes. Oh, also in Lichfield, the one who's lost is Michael Fabricant, the one who's got the hair that looks like a
Of
wig.
course, yes.
And it's funny because his hair looks fabricated and he's called Fabricant.
And again, that's another constituency that Class War stood in 2015. He's been an MP for a long time as well.
He
Mhm.
has. And what was I going to say? Oh yeah, your point about the Conservatives feeling they did okay. If you
Mm,
will pardon a historical throwback, back in the 30s, Labour only had 154 seats, yet they were able to push out what's his face, the appeasing guy, the
Chamberlain.
appease. Exactly, they were able to push out Chamberlain in that vote of confidence because his own party was so internally weak that even though Labour
Right.
were quite small, they could exercise a lot of influence. So likewise, the Conservatives probably think, okay, 150, that's enough for us to marshal together to actually do something, which
Mm,
means that the Conservative election leadership contest now, there's going to be higher stakes because it's not going to be for the ruins of a burnt out,
yeah.
shattered party with only a few dozen members. It's going to be for a party that could actually get somewhere and has a credible chance of getting back into government quite soon. So that will also shape how things go.
Yes.
And I think it means they'll keep Farage a bit more of an arm's length. Because if they were tiny, they might be desperate to bring him on board just to bring up their number of MPs. But right now, they probably feel that they can grow again without him.
Yeah, with him only having 4 MPs instead of 13,
Yeah.
uh, he's not quite as powerful as everybody thought. Although he is still going to be able to say, "Well, look at how many tens of thousands of votes we've got." I guess. Um, oh, Suella Braverman. I'm assuming she won in Fareham. She's doing a speech, so I'm guessing she must have done.
Oh.
And oh God, what was I going to say?
Oh, the Greens have got Bristol Central.
Nice.
So there we go. They're the only party that has doubled their seats. I think
That wasn't difficult though.
so. Yeah, that is quite something. The SNP down to 6. 6 is the number that the SNP got in 1997 before devolution. So that is, I think we can safely say that Scottish independence is not going to be on the agenda, perhaps, for decades now.
But what will be interesting is the next Holyrood election, because it could be that, like how British voters used to see the European election as a way of just giving a kick without it actually meaning anything.
Yeah.
Likewise, Scottish people could be thinking, well, this is just our chance of pissing off the SNP with a Westminster election. But when it comes down to who we want running our services, our local government, they're going to go back to the SNP.
Possibly, yeah. We will wait and see. I suppose, again, you've had a situation where the SNP has been in government for a long time in Holyrood. So people might also be fed up of them.
Yes.
So we've got David Lammy doing a speech as well. I'm assuming he's won in Tottenham Hale, I think is his constituency. And it's Carla Denyer, the co-leader of the Greens, that's won in Bristol Central.
I think though that their Brighton seat is still a little bit iffy, so they might not hold on to that. So they might end up just swapping one for one. But well, we'll see. How big was her share in Bristol? I wonder, because if it was convincing, then maybe that's a good sign.
Certainly, at the moment, the BBC are still predicting the Greens to get 2.
Yeah. Bristol, Brizzle. What did they
You're
get?
doing some live research.
I am. Oh wow, she got 56%. That's crazy.
Really?
That is like the Green People's Republic of Central Bristol, isn't it? That's ridiculous.
But they're not expected to do as well in the other Bristol seats.
I don't know what the other Bristol seats are, though.
No, there must be some kind of overlap in support, though, you would have thought. There we go. Labour are now on 171, so they're edging towards this 326 figure that they need to form a government.
Well.
And the Conservatives have so far lost 84 seats.
Oh, Labour takes Isle of Wight. That's Bob Seeley out.
And that was one of the
possible... Wow, that's impressive.
That's one of the possible places where the Greens might have done well again.
Isle of Wight.
On and off for a while. It was it's a very conservative place in general.
It's like going back in time going there, isn't it? It's like
it is. I didn't want to say that in case anyone on the Isle of Wight's watching, but that's how it felt for me. Everywhere I went in my wheelchair, people were like, "Oh, it's so good to see you out," which is just
a
little bit behind maybe where we're at in Manchester.
Yes. Yeah. If there is anybody from the Isle of Wight, please do get in touch. Tell us, convince us that you're not behind the times. We'll see. There's a challenge. There's a challenge for people.
Heartening to know they've moved slightly left, although it's not much left under this Labour. But
well, that's quite convincing. The Conservative vote on the Isle of Wight was down 25 points. 25 points. So it was almost halved. Whereas Labour won it on 38, Reform on 17. Oh, Greens were down. Their share was down.
Oh.
But Lib Dems are up. But it could be very personal. It could be that they had a new candidate or something. Well.
So someone's asked, will Starmer's Labour release the Northern Territories to the Republic of Ireland? You can
Or
wait
Scotland.
until you're blue in the face.
Or Scotland.
Frankly, I think on that front.
Yeah, Andy Burnham would like to make Manchester a little republic of its own.
Oh, really?
Yeah, not
Yeah.
well, not quite, but
Little
he's working quite
anarchist.
hard on trying to transfer power more locally, which is interesting, and I've found that quite an interesting thing to hear from him. And when I heard him talk about how he would like control of the benefits money that are here, that when people get benefits, that the way he was interpreting how to improve it was really good. But
Yeah, one of the
stuff with
interesting
whoever
Labour
you've got.
policies is this. Sorry, I interrupted. Sorry.
No, it's fine. I'd finished.
Like this whole thing that Starmer's talking about, well, Labour really, about English devolution and building up a layer of devolution. So you'd have people like Burnham and other regional people all talking together. So you'd have this sort of like council of mayors and of regional governments all working together to coordinate stuff. And so that would build up like another layer of government for doing stuff. And yeah, devolving powers and control over money. So that would be quite a radical shake-up.
Yeah, it would, and that's quite interesting as well in the fact that the metro mayors are just much more likely to be Labour, aren't they? Because of the types of area where you get a metro mayor. They're built up urban areas with large working class communities. So it's kind of safe in a way. Doesn't mean you're going to win all of them, but it does mean that you've got a majority of Labour voices in whatever body you create, which is quite an interesting way of doing it. Also, I mean, in some ways, it looks democratic because you're devolving power to the local level. But these
Yes.
metro mayors have huge budgets, huge amounts of power, and hardly any kind of opposition or checks and balances. There's very little that anyone can do to properly assess what they're doing and hold them to account. So it's like little fiefdoms, isn't it? It's like little kingdoms, all of their own. Ultimately, I think all of this could also bite Starmer on the bum a bit as well, because people like Andy Burnham are not going to like it when Starmer says you can't do this and you can't do that and we haven't got money for X, Y, Z, because he wants to prove that he's delivered things for Greater Manchester, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. I think, and our councils will, expect quite a lot as well. I hope, because sort of they talk a lot in northern councils. They talk a lot about how they're kind of under supported really by government. And yeah, I mean, I don't know whether devolution is the answer itself or what, because obviously I still think this whole system is a complete load of bollocks. But I guess anything that starts breaking down that like one body with all the power over everything all the time has got to be slightly better. But I don't really know. I'm really curious what you both think would happen if we had more of that local power in regions rather than it or because like in Scotland they have that, don't they? But how so? And some things are way better in Scotland, like they have free social care in Scotland, but I guess you're still stuck with what I was saying at the end of what I said before, is that the only thing with that is then you're stuck with whoever you've got. So like say it's Andy Burnham this week and Andy Burnham's good, that's great, but what about next time? What if it's a Tory?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fundamentally democratic to have decisions made at a more local level, but I just don't like the power structures that these metro mayors have. They just have far too much power. You see it with the London Assembly as well. It's got no teeth to hold the London mayor to account, and that's the model that's kind of being replicated, not quite in the same way, throughout England. It's not the same as the Scottish Parliament or the Welsh Senate, where you've got a large body holding whoever's got the reins of power. So in that respect, what's being created is like city states almost with a big budget of money that then kind of ends up trickling down. So in a way, it's quite neoliberal too. So it's I'm not a big fan. I think in an ideal world they could work better, but I don't think there's any I don't think there's any appetite amongst the two main parties, or certainly not the Labour Party, to improve it, because on the whole they benefit from it.
Right,
They,
yeah, of course.
they tend to get the mayors in power, and they want the budget, and they want to show that they're making a difference in some way. So yeah. I mean, I think there are chances of constitutional reform, though, that could be positive. I mean, they have in the past, Starmer talked about reforming the House of Lords in a more well, in fact, scrapping the House of Lords and replacing it with an elected chamber. But that has disappeared as a policy. And now the policy is that they're wanting the hereditaries to just kind of basically die out and not be replaced. So at the moment, there's 92 hereditaries, and when one dies or resigns, retires, they can be replaced from those hereditary families. But now the suggestion is that they'll retire when they get to 80, and that'll be that, no, not replaced. It's not quite as radical as I was kind of hoping for with regards to an unelected chamber in our parliament. But there is a chance that they might, excuse me, well, the first cough of the night. There is a chance, it's all downhill from here. There's a chance that they might get more radical with the House of Lords, but we'll see. And now we're getting the result in Boston, where Richard Tice is standing for reform.
Oh.
And I think we're expecting this to go to reform, but I might be wrong. We will see. The BBC is saying they're going to win 4 seats. I don't know if this is one of them now that they've downplayed the amount of seats that they've been predicting.
Oh, I'm too tired to watch moving pictures.
Keep going, keep going. It's going to be fun. Oh, I don't know if our video is going now. I think it might have turned off. Oh no, it's still there.
Oh, it says it's streaming live.
Yeah, that's good. I was a little bit worried for a moment there.
It feels absolutely strange to see all these results and see all these areas that I know of as deeply conservative, middle-class areas in the South just going Labour, 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 Labour.
Yes.
Hemel Hempstead, Leighton Buzzard.
Colchester surprised me. That's where some of my family live, and it's a really well, it's different to here. Let's just say that.
Yes, indeed.
And I'm not just being northern about it. I was surprised to hear that's Labour seat changing, but not from Conservatives to Labour. I'd have thought it would be somewhere more towards the middle. So that's quite a surprise.
So Reform have won in Boston. Richard Tice is going to be the MP there. He sounds so similar to Nigel Farage.
That's funny.
You can tell that they've spent a lot of time down the pub together. The way he talks, they talk in an almost identical way, which is very interesting. I suppose it's just something I've noticed.
2 nasty little scroats then.
Yeah. Oh, yawny one.
There are more Labour gains coming in. Stirling, Gedling.
And Glasgow North. So they're really eating into what was when the SNP could take the Glasgow working class voters, that's when they really broke the back of Labour in Scotland. Mm-hmm. So now they've lost them again. Because, like we said with the SNP, they became the government, and so they had to do things like put down strikes, enforce austerity, and so they were then the face of unfairness for the people of Glasgow.
Oh, you become the person in power and the enemy in that sense.
Yeah.
Portsmouth, Penny Mordaunt's seat, current leader of the House of Commons, She's smiling, so I'm not sure whether she's won. Who knows? Labour have now got over 200 seats, so we are beginning to get there. Got another 376 seats to declare. And I half expected us to have already had a result by now. But there we go. She's smiling, so I don't know whether that means she's won or not. Now I'm sounding like David Dimbleby. I remember him saying things like that when I was watching.
Maybe she just wants some time off.
I think there'll be a lot of Tories who want some time off. But actually, now that they're forecast to win 154 seats, it's not
They'll
that
have some
bad.
time off.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of people out of a job, but also a much larger group left in Parliament than they were expecting. So
still going to feel like quite a mob, aren't they? Whereas before they'd have been a little bit like the parties that aren't them might have been slightly closer in size, but now they won't. They're going to be just two obvious huge bodies again, aren't they?
There are very divided parties, so it depends who's left on the opposition benches as to whether they can stick together and coalesce behind someone for leader. I don't know. We will see. We're just waiting for Penny Mordaunt's result now, I think. Oh, yes,
was there a recount? Was it delayed for some reason?
Education Secretary Gillian Keegan has lost to the Liberal Democrats. Missed that one. I don't know if how much earlier that was, but that's another cabinet minister has gone.
Oh, yes. What do you think? Ian Duncan Smith, caretaker leader? It could happen. Imagine doing it that twice.
That would be quite a comeback, wouldn't it? The quiet man would be really quite loud.
He's quiet because of all the something sandwich he's had to eat.
Penny Mordaunt's lost.
Oh, yeah.
Good.
So she was doing a grin of
I haven't seen the reform.
Bye, Penny. Don't let the door hit your ass.
It must be a loss to Labour, that, I think.
Goodness gracious me. And which constituency was it?
This is Portsmouth. She was expected to be running for the leadership. So
this is that's a real Portillo moment then, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And it's another very small majority for Labour, 780. Oof. So it's the sort of seat that will swing back to the Tories very easily at the next election.
Hey, I'm hearing the first bird singing, which means the sun's coming.
Wonderful.
Just trying to catch up with Lucas now. I want some daylight.
Yes, it's broad daylight outside now.
Yeah, it looks nice and bright.
It's difficult though. In the summer, it's hard for me to sleep.
An 18% swing to Labour from the Conservatives in Portsmouth North.
Goodness gracious me.
Laura Koenigsberg on the BBC looks absolutely distraught.
All of her contacts that she's built up over 20 years, there's no vanished. She's not in any of the WhatsApp chats anymore.
I think she'll be all right.
I think so. Portsmouth North, eh? Oh, okay. After the recount in Basildon, the Conservatives hold it.
Oh.
Well.
Labour gain in Aldershot.
Wow, Aldershot and Colchester. Look out.
That's quite something. They did
All
well
the
in
army
Aldershot.
towns? That's just,
Yeah.
I'm
Exactly.
sorry, I'm baffled. I'm an army brat.
Yeah.
There's no, I didn't know there was any other parties till I left home, you know? I just thought it'd always been Thatcher and the Tories.
Well, Labour did well in Aldershot in the local elections a few months back. And it was one of those moments where people were saying, "Watch out for the general election." But sure enough, they have gained in Livingston, in Coatbridge, and in Tamworth as well.
And they took Barrow and Furness as well. So they've got the soldiers and they've got the nukes.
Oh, crikey. Oh, crikey.
The Liberal Democrats have gained Ely. Wasn't expecting that one.
I didn't think I'd enjoy this so much, but I'm really enjoying hearing every time we have another Tory kicked out of their seat. Like, yeah, I'm not necessarily excited about what's coming in, but I'm kind of glad to see who's going out.
Labour gained Bury North, Blackpool North, Ely. I kind of just thought the Liberal Democrats were going to be doing well in the southwest, but they're doing well there, and they've just won in Mid Dunbartonshire as well. So Liberal Democrats up to 56 by the end of the night. That is, it's amazing what you can do by jumping off slides and bungee jumping and various other things that Ed Davey was doing over the campaign. Astonishing.
Well, an interesting historical fact about the Lib Dems in the southwest is it used to be that the Liberal Party was the main opposition to the Conservatives, and the Liberal Party had a lot of poorer voters as well. And then in the 20th century, Labour took away all those industrial voters, but lots of areas like in the southwest, there weren't any factory workers who voted Labour. So Lib Dems stayed on as that traditional opposition party. They've got old roots there. But in other places, like what we've just seen here, what was that place they've just taken? Ely. They're doing their slippery thing, where they're all things to all people. If they're in a Conservative seat, they'll be more left wing. If they're in a Labour seat, they'll be more right wing, and that's why their vote is stable in some places, but then super variable in other places. The Highlands of Scotland as well is their other place where they tend to hang on.
Yes. So in Portsmouth, again, it's one of these things where the Tories have really lost out to the Reform vote. Reform increased by 20%, and the Conservatives went down by a similar amount. Keir Starmer said, "You have voted, we must now deliver." Right, okay. We'll wait and see.
I mean, it sounds like he's very well aware that if the government doesn't deliver, they will get punished very quickly. But what will he actually do? Because he's got to find ways to deliver that doesn't cost anything.
I think so. Well, I think the answer to that is something that will either happen or it won't, and the answer is economic growth. If they get economic growth, they'll be able to deliver things without having to raise taxes. But
Yes.
it depends on how much economic growth you get, and I'm not even sure that economic growth is something that is possible. It really does. Really, it hasn't been possible over the last 15 years or so. So it's difficult to say, really. Plymouth, Moorview, Labour gain. Gloucester, Labour gain.
It happened a while ago, but Labour took Workington, and Workington Man was the
Right.
was the image of the Conservatives breaking into the Labour voter. Workington Man, White Van Man,
Yeah.
flips to Conservatives, and now he has gone back to Labour. Okay, so Tice has taken Boston, so now that is Reform on 4. Let's hope it stop the count, as they said in America. Let's hope that Reform don't go any higher.
Yeah, we don't need more than a handful. I
No,
was trying
thank
to
you. Four is
imagine
fine.
like 12, 14 of them earlier today, and I just
Oh,
thought that's
God.
quite a lot when if they all want to pick up on a
Yes.
subject, isn't it? And I mean, you wouldn't want to meet 12 or 13 of them down a dark alley.
No.
Got much more
And
of a
with 12
chance
or 13.
of 4. There's only 3 of us.
Yes.
Glasgow East goes to Labour. Walsall and Bloxwich. I've never
Goodness
heard
me.
of Bloxwich before, but there we go. Labour again. That's just my ignorance. I'm sorry for the
Walsall
Bloxwich
went
people.
Labour.
Sorry?
Did you say Walsall went Labour?
Walsall, yes. Walsall and
Really
Bloxwich.
Where's
interesting.
that then?
Walsall's a bit outside Birmingham.
Oh, yes, of course. Oops, I should have remembered that.
Yeah, it's sort of it's a little bit countryside-ish, I guess, in
Yes.
parts, but it's a town as well. But some of it's more sort of cottagey, so a bit of both.
Well, well, well. So are there any other interesting ones we're thinking about? It'll be fun when London comes in a rush. Boof, 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 boof.
Starting
I
to
didn't.
actually get some Northern Ireland seats as well.
Yes, I saw one for the Alliance already.
Yeah. Alliance have got one, Sinn Féin have got one, and the DUP have one so
Oh,
far. Croydon South, where I stood, Conservative hold. Very disappointing. That
tut,
means
tut.
that 5 more years of Chris Philp. Maybe he would go for the leadership. That would be fun. Not. I wouldn't want that. But there we
Who
go.
is that? Who's the MP? Crystal, did you say?
Chris Philp.
Chris Flip. Chris
Philp.
Phip? Philp.
Philp.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's right. Filton, a Labour game. Eltham, a Labour game.
It's
I'll
funny
be
because
very
we were talking
interested.
about.
Sorry, go on.
Sorry. We were talking about like what sort of thing holds back fascism, and usually it seems to be that big cities hold back fascism because in these metropolitan areas, where people actually, a lot of us are actual immigrants, you get very few fascists. But what's the difference with somewhere like Croydon, which is just as urbanized
Yeah.
as London or something, but somehow it's got that sort of semi-urban thing about it that means that it can be more right wing.
Yeah, I think it's so certainly Croydon South is areas of Croydon South are quite built up, but also it
Yeah.
goes all the way to the M25, I think. And so there are some quite rural areas too. And historically, it's been quite well to do. It's been quite middle class
Of course.
areas. So back in the day, back in the early 70s and 60s and so on, it's kind of like rather than being part of London, it's part of Surrey.
Yes, yes.
So it's
Like
it's got that
Guildford.
history to it too.
And some parts of London used to be like that. Like all these, London is going in completely red now, but it has got lots of like places which are like suburbs edging into the countryside. We've got the super rich people. Talking of super rich people, Labour have just taken Mid Cheshire, which has to be one of those rich places. Where is Alderley Edge?
Is Mid Cheshire where all of the footballers live? Is that that sort of area?
I don't know. It could be the bit with Stockport in, of course, but
Hmm.
Labour took it. Oh, the Conservative vote just collapsed, just
Wow.
halved. Reform third. All right, good.
Suffolk Coastal, I know people who live there, has gone to Labour. Therese Coffey has lost. Therese got
Nice.
another former minister has lost.
Interesting.
Yay.
Quite horrific, and I'm glad she's gone.
And what was she minister for?
She was Minister for Work and Pensions and one of Liz Truss's closest friends. I remember there was a really good story about her because she kept being reported on in the press for saying stupid things at cabinet meetings. And she complained at cabinet. She said, I'm fed up.
How are people leaking?
Fed up of people leaking what we're saying. And the only reason we know that is because someone leaks it. And the press told the world that she said it. So But we've got a really interesting system on cabinet leaks because it's always been part of our system. Before we were democratic, the Prime Minister would hold cabinet meetings in different people's houses, basically. It would be on rotation.
Ah,
One cabinet member would hold it in their house one week and it would go to another house the next. And in all of these cabinet meetings, they were over dinner, so they were all getting drunk.
yeah,
We used to have a very drunk cabinet. We might still do, I don't know.
still do.
It
If you
used to
read
be,
Alan Clark's diaries,
there used to be people outside the cabinet meeting, wherever it was being held, ready to hear from the butlers and the serving staff what had been said. So it's always been part. I mean, there's a rumor that when England went to war. Now, which war was it? It will come back to me. A war with Russia way back in the 1800s. What's that called?
Crimean War.
Yes, the Crimean War. Apparently, half of the cabinet were asleep, kind of sleeping off the effects of alcohol when the
Jesus,
decision was made to go to war.
good gosh.
That's the kind of country.
Yeah, yeah.
Why don't they teach us that history at school? Why is it always positive? Why don't we know those things?
Well,
It's
people
always these
pay
really
attention.
clean living, censorious people like Gladstone who would just walk around drinking tonic water and saving fallen women. But check out, look, Wes Streeting in Ilford North
Yeah.
barely held on to his seat. Now, Ilford, you think, okay, Essex,
Mm.
Essex man, was it Reform? No, it wasn't. It was an independent called Leanne Mohammed who took 32%. She almost took the seat off him. And again, this
Nice.
is the Gaza thing. This should be a big wake-up call to
Good.
Labour, because Conservatives on 20, Reform just on 7. So this, yeah, Leanne Mohammed took almost half of the Labour vote.
I've got a feeling it
So is
won't be
she
a
another
wake-up call.
Labour member?
Well, she's an independent, so she might be networked with that guy who won in Leicester, for example. I'm glad that none of them are in the Workers' Party because I don't want them to be giving more kudos to that awful homophobe, misogynist George Galloway.
Yeah.
So it's nice to see this coming from elsewhere.
Yeah.
Altrincham, another Labour gain.
Really? Altrincham. Oh my goodness.
Mm.
Is that another army place?
No, I don't think so, but it's near here, near Manchester.
Oh, Finchley and Golders Green goes Labour, not Lib Dem, Labour. Oh shit! You know this is going to be very, very pivotal for Starmer's saying, I have changed the party. This is no longer Corbyn's party, because, wow, that's going to be huge.
Because was that a Tory area?
It went Conservative. And Golders Green is the area of the UK with the highest Jewish population.
Yeah.
I come from very close to there. And yeah, a lot of people just absolutely didn't feel safe with Corbyn, would not vote for him. And so Starmer will be able to be very proud and say, look, I have exercised the demon of Corbynism. But that's very interesting because I thought that was going to go to the Lib Dems. Wow. That's very
Surprising how
interesting.
many places are jumping from Conservative straight over to Labour.
Yes.
But yeah, strong comment there from Golders Green, I think.
Sorry, strong what?
Said that they wouldn't want to
Just a
meet.
strong comment, really, from the Jewish community, I guess, kind of.
It is. It's a vote of confidence, really is.
Yeah.
Oh wow, Lib Dems only took 6%. Maybe I was. Wow, they're down 25 points. So this was a only Lib Dems can win here place, and they got absolutely rinsed by Sarah Sackman. She must have had a really good campaign. Wow, because she just doubled the Labour vote. Bloody heck!
Someone
Reform
has said
almost
that
nowhere.
they
That's good.
wouldn't want to meet a Reform candidate. No, nor would I. Came close to seeing some campaigners and having a chance to interact with them the other day. They were at a roundabout in Loughborough for Reform, holding out placards, and they looked like a pretty crestfallen bunch, to be honest. but I decided not to argue with them. I just thought, oh, my life's too short for this. So I just drove past instead of winding the window down and giving them hell. But then I felt bad. I felt I should have given them hell. But there we are. I was hoping that somebody would come to my door and try to convince me to vote for them, but nobody has ever knocked on my door. Apart from once, I think I had a Labour candidate when I lived in Croydon knock on my door one year. I think for the I think it was 2001 or 2001 election, I think, or it could have been 2005. So what happened with Chris Philp winning? It was close. It was close. Chris Philp got 19,759 votes, and Labour's Ben Taylor got 17,444. It's not bad. I mean, I only got 65 against Chris Philp, so well done, Ben Taylor.
Now here's a London result. Wimbledon has gone to the Lib Dems. I'm sorry, West London is not real London. Confirmed. I'm taking away your London card, Wimbledon. You cannot do this. Go yellow.
Earlier on, we were expecting Labour to get every London seat apart from Islington North, and that's not panned out to be true either. Then.
No, well, but as I just explained, Wimbledon is not actually in London anymore. We've dug a little channel around it and pushed it off
Right.
into the
Okay.
sea.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
But I looked at the detailed results, and Labour weren't actually very close even. So that's crazy.
Labour now on 256, so we're getting closer to the point where they can be declared winner. Oh, I hope that we're going to get Rishi Sunak's seat at some point, because it would be interesting to hear what he's got to say, wouldn't it? It would be interesting to know how he's going to frame this. Presumably, he's going to be disappointed, but also kind of happy that it's not been as bad as everybody thought.
Really, he can say that he pulled them out of a death spiral.
Yeah. I'm not sure. I'm not sure it's going to be enough to save him, is it?
I mean, look at it. Sorry, go on.
I was just going to wonder when is he going to announce his resignation? Will it be? I can't imagine it being like at his count. That would be unusual. Presumably, he's going to go to London at some point and meet with Conservative headquarters and the staff there and all the rest of it. And of course, he's got to go to London, hasn't he? Because he's got to go and see the King in a few hours' time.
Stop talking about all three of them being in the same building, because I keep wanting to say things that we can't say on here.
Yeah, we do need to
That's
be.
all I'm
Sure,
saying.
I've got no idea what you're talking about.
Exactly.
Well,
I'm glad no one has any idea what I mean.
No idea.
I'm not sure that they're all in the same building at the same time. What happens is Rishi Sunak's car will pull up and he'll go inside, and then he will resign and he'll go back out and be taken away, and then Starmer will turn up. So there's like a kind of 5 to 10 minute gap, basically. All of that is due to take place around about 11 o'clock this morning, when we will have given up all of this, won't we?
And so that'll be the 10 minutes when he said we kind of technically don't have a prime minister.
Yeah, that 10 minutes is an interesting thing. What happens in that 10 minutes? What would you do with it? Now, if something crazy happens, I'm going to get the blame, aren't I? If something really weird happens, it's going to be, I'm going to be investigated for it. So, Bury South is a Labour gain.
Glastonbury's gone to the Lib Dems, hippies.
Yeah, Bury's been a real problem, so it's good to see them moving left.
Poplar and Limehouse.
So BBC is reporting West Streeting only held on by 500 votes. I mean, that should be a big story. Big story.
That's amazing. And the BBC is showing pictures of a London skyline that's getting brighter. Sleep. I remember that.
No sleep. No need.
Not going to happen, is it?
Sleep no more, Macbeth hath murdered sleep.
Oh, well, the BBC have got their swingometer out. I should have spent more time creating one, shouldn't I?
Or colouring in the Conservatives behind you.
Yeah, I haven't done that, have I? There's
But
a
you
couple
can
of
do them all
marks.
tomorrow, and then we
Yeah,
can.
I'm going to
we
have
can have
to. Maybe I'll post a picture online or something. But yeah, I would have been getting up every 5 seconds.
Yes. You should have had a stamp. Then you could be like, bam, 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 bingo.
Oh dear.
Deary, deary me.
Well, I was hoping we might see more cabinet ministers lose their positions, but I suppose we've had 2 or 3, which is pretty good.
Yes, and I think that Jeremy Hunt is hanging on very narrowly,
Oh,
so there might be
really?
recounting there. Yeah, I think there just might be a handful of votes in it.
Labour gained
Oh,
St Edmunds in Suffolk, been Conservative since 1820.
Bury St
bloody heck.
Edmunds. Oh yeah, wow. Labour got it. That's
Oh, and I
another
just
jump straight
realised,
to Labour. I'm so surprised places like
yeah,
that.
Yeah,
and I didn't
I mean,
realise.
Bury St Edmunds is super twee, you know, really, really
yeah,
like middle class and yeah.
I noticed earlier that Plymouth Moor View had gone to Labour. I didn't realise that it was Johnny Mercer's seat. And Johnny Mercer, his wife was in the news a couple of days ago for calling the police on a protest, basically, that was just basically a group of people holding up placards criticising her husband. And she called the police on them, bizarrely. But he's been kicked out. So
good.
it's another Tory gone.
I think in some of these places there must have been a de facto pact with the Lib Dems not agreeing not to try. Because I looked at Wimbledon, and Labour did not increase their vote at all on last time, so they must have like handed that to the Lib Dems in some tacit way.
Right.
And so the
Maybe
Lib Dems have. Sorry, go on.
I was going to say maybe they've really just been working on marginal seats, and that's. Although sorry, I can't remember that was a marginal seat, and I'm saying that, but maybe that's what you know. It just might explain why the kind of Labour seem to be losing votes in places where they'd normally have a bigger majority, and at the same time they're taking seats in Conservative areas. It's pretty amazing.
Well, certainly in a marginal seat here, I didn't receive anything from the Liberal Democrats because it would only be Tories or Labour winning here. I didn't actually receive anything from the Tories. I think they gave up here. So I'm imagining my former MP Jane Hunt will lose to Labour. But I think there has been an agreement, generally speaking, that the parties, the Labour Party and the Liberal Democrats, are not campaigning against each other.
Yeah.
They are both kind of campaigning against the Tories. That's the way it's worked, I think.
Yeah, if you look at Glastonbury, the Labour vote went down in Glastonbury, so they just gave that one up for dead, and let the Lib Dems have it, because the Lib Dems were on 30 something, but the Conservatives used to be on like almost 60%, and then so that's just absolutely crazy. The Lib Dems are just like, wow, what a huge swing! It's just what crazy, wow.
I'm just watching them interviewing Carla Denyer from the Green Party in Bristol Central, and it's just astonishing her victory
Yes,
against quite a prominent Labour politician. Um, it's amazing,
yes.
really. 28% swing from Labour to Greens.
And they've been working on that a long time. The Greens have this strategy where they embed themselves with lots of councillors. They get lots of councillors, and then they build up slowly. Whereas with Reform, it's the opposite. They come swooping in. They get an MP, but they fail to put down roots. This was the same with Galloway as well. It failed to actually put down roots with councillors, and so yeah, they can just vanish again.
Well, and I think those local councillors, well, and the MPs, you know, they do. I think they create a lot of sway. You know, I like this constituency where I am, that's usually Labour at the moment, did have a Lib Dems MP for quite a while, and I think he was transcending people's normal votes, to be honest, because he was just a good MP. He was great at everything. So people that would normally vote for Tory and for Labour were casting votes for him, I think, for a bit. But then obviously it swung back left, as most places do.
York Outer has gone to Labour, and so has Hastings and Rye. I mean, that's the other thing here. When you've got a big victory for a party, you're seeing Labour win in lots of different types of kind of parts of the country, which is kind of what we saw in the run-up to the election at by-elections over the last few years. And also now Rishi Sunak has arrived at his count. And I also noticed Count Binface is there as well. So I don't like Count Binface. I don't like that kind of jokey candidate.
I don't know who that is. Who's that?
That is someone dressed as a bin, basically.
Okay. Are they an independent?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I don't think they are. Yeah, they're their own thing, basically. Yeah, they're having a bit of fun.
Right.
I'm not going to come down too heavy on them having a bit of fun, but I think, and it's a good way of getting publicity. But why not get publicity for some good cause, or
yeah, or
some project that you're doing?
Or just having great campaigns and things that make people's lives better.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and maybe, I mean, I've tried to avoid anything to do with Count Binface, so it might be that they are doing something like that. But I just find it silly, so I've avoided it. And Jeremy Hunt is having his declaration at any moment as well. So let's see. Hopefully, in the next few minutes, we will get Rishi Sunak's declaration as well.
Oh, I hope he
We'll
gets.
see. Labour on
Looking at all these results, you've got to wonder, does Labour have a heartland anymore? Are there any actually safe Labour seats anymore? Because a lot of the Labour seats that they've taken now, they've taken from the Conservatives, and they know they can swing back. And then these traditional Labour seats, they're seeing these huge votes for reform or for these independent candidates. So the thing I was talking about before about seeing a scared Starmer, even with a huge majority, still going to be scared Starmer. He's going to still feel like he's walking on thin ice.
Yes, and he's talked about a decade of national renewal. Well, that only works if you win again. And we've seen that, even though the Conservatives got an 80-seat majority in 2019, we've seen that disappear. So we kind of now know we can chop and change our governments, can't we? It used to be the case not that long ago that we had 18 years of the Tories, followed by 13 years of Labour, followed by 14 years of the Conservatives. I wonder whether we're only looking at 5 years rather than a decade of national renewal. It might be, well, you've got half of your renewal and you have to put up with the Conservatives again. We'll have to wait and see.
I hope not.
And we've got Rishi Sunak's count coming up, I think, from Northallerton. So this will be interesting.
BBC saying there's a rumour that Liz Truss could lose.
Oh,
so
good.
That'd be good fun.
That would be fun. That would be fun. Lettuce at standby.
Diggity darn. Jeremy Hunt and Rishi. Yes. Oh, God.
Rishi Sunak. What have you got?
Come on, come on, come on.
Oh, I think he's going to be fine,
Oh, I am starting to feel unwell. Oh.
You all right?
No.
Count Binface got 308 votes.
My word.
Sunak does not look happy, but I'm not surprised. I mean, he's just lost an election, even if he's kept his own seat. He looks
Yeah,
really
it wouldn't be good for him to be
uncomfortable.
celebrating when everyone else has lost.
And he's won, I think, 23,000 votes. I don't think anyone's going to beat him now. Reform got 7,000. So I think that's fairly
Okay, so he's going for the serious look.
Well, he does look very serious. I imagine he's going to now do some kind of speech where he
10,000 for
be
Labour, yeah.
upset.
Yes.
I suppose he's got to not be too excited about his seat because a load of his mates just lost their jobs.
Yes.
Now they know how it feels, eh?
Yes. Well, you've got to wonder, he's just going to want to get on a private jet now and go off to some venture capital firm as soon as he can. And now he's got to stay and do some admin, fill in his P45.
Yeah. Shame he got back in.
Yeah, I wonder if that means he'll
He's
stay on a bit
thanking
as
the
temp.
police for letting them do the ballot. Oh,
What?
stop sucking up to the police.
No, this isn't America. Oh, okay. What about Jeremy Hunt's count? Come on, can't we have some good news?
Give us some good news.
Come on.
Labour are now on 293. So we're not far
The
from
North Labour gain.
we're not far from having a confirmed result. What I'm going to suggest is that we stop once Labour have actually won. We'll
Seems
see
like
what
a
Lucas
good
says when he's
idea.
back.
Oh dear, Rishi.
Well, at least it's not raining on him this time,
They
because that was
let him
astonishing.
indoors.
Absolutely astonishing. Ribble Valley, another Labour gain.
Oh, very interesting.
I don't know what Rishi Sunak said there, because obviously I've got this turned off, and the subtitles are all out of sync now.
Yeah, they're a little bit delayed.
Yeah, while he was speaking, it was telling me things that Ed Davey had said instead, so that wasn't very helpful.
Oh no.
North East Derbyshire is another Labour gain. Gillingham, a Labour gain.
East Antrim's being held by the DUP.
Yes.
Interesting. I'm just smiling now, thinking of all those Tories losing their jobs.
Well, it is remarkable. It really is amazing. And there's still a long way to go in terms of Conservative seats coming in, because they've only got 58 at the moment, and they're supposed to be getting over 150. So, and I think that's basically because a lot of the seats they'll win are rural areas, so it takes longer to get the ballot boxes from all of the villages
Oh,
right,
right.
the
And
right
then
place
getting
to begin the
counted.
count. So some of them might not actually count, might not even start yet either. They might start tomorrow morning because it's so difficult. So tomorrow morning, this morning, a little bit later. So um, Labour now on 300 seats.
It's interesting though that like it's showing sort of 60 seats here for Conservatives and 37 for Liberal Democrats.
Yeah.
Saying before, they're not. I'd have expected Liberal Democrats to be quite a bit smaller than the Conservative Party. Than that, I mean, which is that's over half.
They've done well. I couldn't tell you what their policies are. You know, and they've done amazingly well, considering that I imagine most people in the country don't know what their policies are. Quite amazing, really. So Rishi Sunak, it says, has called Sir Keir Starmer to congratulate him. So he's admitted defeat. I don't think he could really do much more.
Yeah, I think it's a bit like,
really.
Don't think they can really win now, can they?
No, there's no chance. It's only a matter of time now. Oh, Jeremy Hunt, has he had his seat? He must have won. He has won, but not by much. 891 votes he won by. But a really high turnout compared to everywhere else, 74%. That is
where Jeremy Hunt was.
Yeah. And the Liberal Democrats came second there. A really close fight, that one. Yeah. So everybody was expecting Jeremy Hunt to lose. And I think he was as well, but there we go. Yeah, wouldn't have taken much to change that result. I think the Liberal Democrats will be disappointed with that. Reform really took votes away from the Tories, but kind of not enough to get rid of them.
It's interesting, isn't it, that voters from who would normally vote with both parties are kind of making their objection known, for sure.
Yeah.
With these votes. And that's a shame about the turnout. I mean, I think personally I'd always rather see turnout, even if people are spoiling the ballot and those will get counted. Do they get counted, right? But they haven't told us about any of those yet.
They do. Oh, they'll be in each of the individual results. There will be a list of, there'll be a figure against spoiled ballot papers. Yeah. When I stood, I didn't realize how it worked until I was there. But they bring out the spoiled ballot papers to see if anybody wants to claim them for themselves. So sometimes people might not put an X in a box, they might put a circle or a tick or whatever, and the candidates get together, or in my case, we were all invited to look at the spoiled papers and think, was it a vote for the Tories? Was it a vote for Labour? What do we think? And I thought that was quite democratic. Other people interpreted it as being quite a bad thing. It's like these politicians are all kind of arguing over whether a vote was for them or not when it was a squiggle on a piece of paper. So there's different ways of interpreting it. But I thought it was, at least they were trying to work out whether the person in the polling station had meant to put an X and got it wrong or whatever.
I think it's definitely more accessible for people doing it that way, because people make mistakes, you know, all the time, and it's, I think it's a bit more disability friendly as well for people that might have tried and missed, or you know, that or someone with ADHD like me that's walked all the way to the polling station going cross not tick, cross not tick, cross not tick, and by the time they've got there, all that's in their head is cross tick, and you end up ticking instead, you know. This I think that's fair, really, and as long as no one else contests it.
I'm dyslexic, and I hover over the paper after first of all, before I put my X in the box, I'm thinking, have I definitely got the right box? And then I'm checking it again after I've done it when it's too late, or you know, it's a bit of a nightmare. But right. So here's my suggestion to you both. My suggestion is that we wait for Labour to get 326, and then we call it a night.
All righty. Is
Is
that
that
a
okay?
majority then for them?
I think so. I think so. So it won't be long either. They're on 307, but I think we've done really well.
We have.
I think we've done really well to go to this. It's nearly 5 o'clock in the morning, and me and Lucas have been here right from the start as well, haven't we?
Yes, this is the time when I usually get up anyway in the morning in Sweden now.
Are you working today?
Me, no. I
Yeah.
mean, I'm studying in general.
All right, cool. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. We haven't got any strict plans. Oh, you've got your sound off again. Oh, that you've got your sound off deliberately.
Yeah,
Sorry.
sorry, one of my children just woke up, so I was talking to them. Sorry, what were you
Yeah.
saying?
No, I was just saying you haven't got any strict plans that you absolutely have to do
No,
things by.
no,
Yeah.
thank goodness, because I'm going to
Yeah.
conk out at some point.
Yes, I feel like that too. I want to have a little nap at some point, and then I want to get up again. And I like all of the. I want to see the pageantry of Rishi Sunak having to go to the palace, and that 10-minute gap where anything could happen.
No, if you
I
try
need to
anything,
see
the
all of
ghost
that.
of Tom of Oliver Cromwell will come and get you.
I'm going to need a couple of minutes back shortly.
You're gonna need a couple of minutes. What? Sorry.
I'm just going for a couple of minutes.
Oh yeah, sure. Go for
So
it.
I'm going to powder my nose.
Okay.
As ladies
Cool.
in America say.
Yeah, that's brilliant. Well, we won't turn off until you come back.
It turns out that's nothing to do with makeup.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it just means they're going for a wee.
Oh, right. Yes. No, I kind of guessed that. Yeah.
See you in a minute.
Okay.
Yeah. What was it I was going to say? It was a result I just noticed. Right, Bournemouth East just gone to Labour, and I read in a survey recently that Bournemouth has become one of the gayest towns in England.
Oh, really?
So it's like a new Brighton. So that's interesting because I always think of like the whole of Dorset as very conservative, but yeah, Bournemouth is a place to be now.
The last time I went to Bournemouth was when I was a trade union activist and I was representing someone there. So I got to stay in a hotel. I had to go and
Oh, yeah.
stay overnight. It was a rather odd case where this group of people working for the Home Office in this small offshoot of the Border Force, effectively, or the Passport Office rather, had gone out on their Christmas their Christmas meal, and got into a
Yeah.
fight.
Oh,
Got
bloody
into a
heck.
massive fight with each other,
With
and
each
the
other.
husbands,
Oh, dear.
yeah, and the spouses got involved,
Oh, no.
and the management decided that it was classed as a workplace do, even though it was in a Chinese restaurant. And I had to go
Right.
and help with representing people while they were interviewed on this whole stuff. Absolutely bizarre. But what was even more bizarre about it was the night that Michael Jackson died.
Oh, God.
And so I was in this hotel room, just kind of trying to relax and get a good night's sleep, and then rumors emerged that he had died, and it was ages before it was confirmed. And it was so I have this kind of surreal experience once again of representing people. Odd. 314 for Labour now. We're getting there, but we should try to kind of recap what's been going on, because obviously it is a really good result for Labour and a terrible result for the Conservatives, but it's nowhere near as bad as some of the predictions. And in a way, it's normal. It's a normal result rather than an astonishing one. Um, Obviously, the Liberal Democrats are going to be happy, and Nigel Farage is going to be prattling on forever. But they didn't win as many seats as we thought. And we had a really good discussion earlier on about the state of British politics and whether elections are the answer to the world's problems, or anarchist organizing can do. And I'm trying to encapsulate the last 6 or 7 hours.
Yeah.
It's longer than that, isn't it? In a few short sentences. But I think we've had so many good contributors as well.
We have. It's been
how do you
amazing.
feel
Nice
about
one for pulling everyone together.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for your help as well in doing so, because you helped us get a few kind of last minute contributors as well, and it's been really good. What have you made of the evening, Dennis?
I think it's been good fun. I
You
like
enjoyed
watching Tories lose their jobs, turns out.
Yeah, yeah. And I suppose really all of the stuff we talked about earlier is true. It's organizing in communities that is what we get back to, not hoping that these new representatives are going to help out.
Hopefully they'll be more receptive than the last.
Yes.
So before we finish, I want to thank everybody for contributing. All of the people who have been on throughout the night, and all of the people that helped get this going, because this really emerged a few months ago when people were talking about what we might do. I think Lucas had made some comments on a chat that I was involved in about how we could cover the election, and I put forward the idea of some kind of anarchist election night special, expecting everybody to say that's crazy, don't do it, why would you do it, who would watch it, and all the rest of it. And actually, I was surprised that people said, "Yeah, let's do it." So, and of course, like anything else, if someone's come up with the idea, they get to do it, don't they? So, I've been working behind the scenes to get all of this set up. But it's really nice that Freedom has given us the opportunity to do this as well. It's a bit of an experiment. Freedom have never really done anything like this before, and we've been going a long time. So changing with the times as well, which is great. So that's all I had to say, basically. I think we've done well. And Labour are now on 323.
Ooh.
It's
I
nearly
think
done.
an interesting result coming up will be them in Birmingham, because they could get a bit of a bloody nose there as well.
Are you suggesting that we hang on even longer?
I probably will end up hanging on, but I'm not gonna keep anyone else.
Do you want to carry on your own doing this?
No.
I was going to say, because
I'm
I've
not
got to.
taking responsibility for this. No way.
No, that's fair enough.
I thought I was going to fall asleep by about midnight, to be honest.
Well,
I'm
I
amazed
didn't.
that
From what
I'm
you
a bigger
said
nerd than
earlier,
I realised.
I didn't expect you to be on for quite so long, but thank you very much. Chatham is a Labour game. 324. Radford South, a Labour hold. So we've got a couple more results for Labour, and then that's that.
Excuse me.
Ashford, a Labour gain, and more results coming in all the time.
Okay, BBC has them on 326 now. Then.
Right. Yes. Okay then. So I've just seen Stephen Fling, the leader of the SNP at Westminster, talking as well. I mean, what a terrible night. They were hoping to get the majority of seats at Westminster from Scotland so that they could say independence is still a thing. Terrible. Okay. So how do I turn this off? That's the other thing. I need to work out how to turn this off, don't I? Stop live stream. That must be the button. Thank you for watching. Thank you for contributing.